They're not coming after me, they're coming after you. I'm just standing in their way.
This is the election that will decide who we are.
2024 is our final battle.
He is not taking a single vote for granted. He was like, Glenn, are people going to turn out?
There's more up in the air than ever, but this is the opportunity of a lifetime.
The Constitution is hanging by a thread. It is time for the good people that know the difference between right and wrong to stand up and save the Republic.
Everything they did to him failed.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Right? And started shouting, fight, fight, fight.
We're going to have a ton. I mean, we've got everybody coming.
America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before.
Hello, America. Welcome to our election coverage at BlazeTV. I think we're all in a really good mood tonight. We have some positive things headed our way. However, it could change on a dime, as you know. Nobody knows what's going to happen tonight. When I first came into the studio this morning, Stu said, well, we made it. And I said, yeah, we made it to the starting line. The next 76 days are going to test our mettle. Unless it's a landslide tonight, and even then, that could cause violence. The National Guard has been dispatched to 3 different cities tonight, surprisingly. They were all blue cities, all highly progressive cities. The Washington, D.C., Portland, and the Seattle area. So we'll see. Tonight's coverage is so much more than just a contest between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, or Ted Cruz and Colin Allred here in Texas. Tonight actually has nothing to do with Kamala Harris. It is about being able to afford basic household items. That's where the people are. It's about denying transnational criminal gangs from terrorizing American citizens. It is even about stopping the possibility of World War III, preserving the Constitution and Bill of Rights. Tonight is really about both old and new concepts. It is, to quote Mrs. Potts, it's a tale as old as time. Since the beginning of time, governments have sought to grow their power and then weaponize that power over those they govern. Governments have become a regime run by a committee of experts, and ours no longer is different. This is Joe Biden's America, and none of this changes under Kamala, besides, I believe, the severity. This is an ancient government concept, but here's the new one. 2 years before Ronald Reagan even became governor of California, he offered America a choice. In fact, he gave a profound speech called Time for Choosing. We're there now again, this opportunity to make that same choice today. Did you vote? Reagan called this new American choice, quote, the newest and most unique idea in the long history of man's relation to man. We are not a nation beholden to a regime or a committee or any other body that we know or don't know that imposes its will on the governed. As crazy as this sounds, we're not a nation where somebody can kick the doors down in your house, come in with guns, and kill your pet, like what happened this weekend. The American experiment, the concept, is simple, and yet even today, just as it was in the 1700s, is revolutionary. Can man govern himself? We find out tonight. Government is beholden to its people. Government has no source of power except through the sovereign people. We're their boss, not the other way around. We do not believe in this country that a little intellectual elite can plan our lives better than we can. Well, at least some of us still believe that. I'm not sure all of America does, but Tonight, we find out if Thomas Jefferson was right. You know, there was a statement that he made, trust the American people. They will get it wrong, but eventually they'll figure it out and correct their error. Do we correct errors of the past beginning tonight? We say again, there is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which we must not advance, or they must not advance. Tonight, the line in the sand is drawn and it is clear. We don't know the outcome yet, but if you're watching this broadcast, you probably have recognized that it is our time to stand and choose. You have watched and experienced nearly every institution in the country try to silence everybody else that disagrees, including us, including everybody but the mainstream media. They are somehow or another the ones that tell us what is disinformation, and yet they seem to be the ones that lie to us the most. The mainstream media is the regime media, the propaganda industrial complex. For the first time in my life, if they win, I have no idea what the future holds for voices like mine and all those that you will see tonight and listen to tonight. I also don't know what happens to your right. This isn't hyperbole. If you actually take people at their own word, listen.
We will hold social media platforms accountable because they have a responsibility.
If the platforms monitor the content, we lose total control.
There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy.
If people go to only one source and the source they go to is sick and they're putting out disinformation, our First Amendment stands as a major block.
These algorithms, they are the digital equivalent of AR-15s. They ought to be banned.
I'm not sure anybody actually voted for the lies to stop clearly, going to the polls saying, I want the mainstream media, blah, 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 blah. But their hand has been overplayed. America now sees everybody is a Nazi if you disagree with the government and the regime. But who made a bigger impact in this election? I believe tonight does decide whether or not the mainstream media retains or regains its grip on the throat of America, or if their days are over. Which made a bigger impact, ABC debate or a podcast with Joe Rogan or Theo Vaughn? Legacy media is done tonight if Trump wins, and they know it. The regime tonight is trembling. I urge you tonight, don't give them any more of your time. You're not missing out on anything. Stay tuned to Blaze TV's election coverage throughout the night. If you're not yet a subscriber, join the family. Use promo code 47 for $47 off blazeelection.com. Just go to blazeelection.com. It's actually our biggest discount ever. We wanted to match the number of the president. The stakes are high. We need you part of the family. Tonight may be America's biggest time of choosing in modern history. I believe it is. The last great choice, perhaps. And a new chapter of America is just ahead of us. Or the America we all knew the dream could be may be behind us. But we are honored to have you with us this historic broadcast tonight. So here's what we have planned for the evening. We sent on-the-ground correspondents to Capitol Hill, Detroit, Trump headquarters in Palm Beach, Kamala headquarters at Howard University. They'll give you real-time updates and analysis from those different locations. Stu is kind of the guy watching the electoral turning points and the key Senate and House race outcomes that you can trust. I want you to know we are not going to call states. We're not going to be early on anything. If that's what you want, go to ABC. I'm sure they'll call things early. What we want to be is accurate. We want to make sure that we are calling the right result. We have multiple panels also giving in-depth analysis throughout the night on the issues that matter to you. We're going to be talking about the national issues that are up for grabs tonight in stage 2 in the studio next to us. We also have another panel that is going to focus on the state issues that are critical. We also have a few special guests. Megyn Kelly's going to be joining us in about 20 minutes. Jason Whitlock, Dave Rubin is joining the program. Hilary Kennedy is also going to be delivering live updates from social media because on this program, you are in control. You're watching at home. We want to hear your questions and your comments on what's happening. BlazeTV chat is open right now. All right, let's go to Stu and toss over to him. Get a lay of the land. Stu, the BlazeTV host of Stu Does America. Also, he's on some amazing radio podcast every day. I don't know how much of a role he plays in that. But Stu, how is Donald Trump looking tonight, and when will we know? What are we looking for that will tell us we're in danger or we're going to have a good night?
Well, that's kind of what we're going to try to do and walk you through as we go through this evening. I know one of the things that annoys me when I used to watch election coverage on the mainstream media is they would give you this little tally at the bottom of the screen that told you how many electoral votes one person had and when the other side had, which of course is valuable information. You need to know that. But I want to give you more of a picture as to like where all of this stands. Where are we in the evening and what does it all mean? Because if you just get that number, you know, a bunch of states will get called and you won't know where the entire evening stands. So let me kind of lay this out for you as far as electoral votes, and we'll keep this updated as we go throughout the night. Obviously, we're starting the night at 0 called states, and no one's done anything yet for the Republicans or the Democrats. But one thing we do know is there's a bunch of states that are not going to be competitive. And so we're going to kind of keep track of all of that for you so you know where we are. You know what the score is, right? You know what's coming. If the Republicans are ahead, but California is to come, what does that actually mean for the race? So right now, as we start the night, Donald Trump has about 93 electoral votes that are almost certain, almost locked down. This can, of course, change. And of course, if it does, we will make sure you know about it.
So, Stu, with the 93, does that count things like Texas, or are you super cautious?
We're trying to be pretty cautious on this. For example, no, we did not include Texas. There's too much polling that shows it somewhat close. And so we did not include Texas in that. And we can go through some of the states perhaps a little bit later. As they get called, we will slide them over from these other columns. Now, you'll see a big lead here for the Democrats. And that's because a lot of their certain states, they have 167 electoral votes basically to start the night. You're thinking of states like New York and California and Illinois, big chunks of states that are not necessarily all that close. But we'll go through and add those up. Of course, right now, the likely minimum is going to match these two, 93 for Republicans, 167 for Democrats. Now, of course, Republicans will win a lot of states, but until they, if there's a state that's at all in doubt, we're going to make sure we keep it out of that column, at least for the time being. And then where does the decision get made tonight for America? Right here in this 278 electoral vote. That's going to be about half the electoral votes up for grabs tonight, and we'll keep this going. We have the same sort of idea for the Senate, because that one is, the Senate's different, right? We don't start at 0-0 in the Senate. There's a lot of seats that are not up for election. There's a starting score to this game, and it's the Republicans with 38 locked seats. These are seats that are not even up for election tonight. They can't get any lower than 38. The Democrats start with 28, and this is, of course, why people are so optimistic for the Senate for the Republicans. It would take a lot, you'd think, with that starting score to blow it. But the Republicans are masterminds when it comes to blowing elections, and they may very well do that tonight. We will see. Now, there are some states that are almost certain as well for both parties. For the Republicans, there are 8 seats that are basically certain. For the Democrats, there are 10 seats. That gets us to a likely minimum seats as we go through this, 46 for the Republicans and 38 for the Democrats. How does the Senate get controlled? Well, there's a bunch of seats out there that are either flip of the coin, or maybe just that are leaning one way or the other. Those will be the ones that decide the Senate. There are 16 of those that we'll be watching very closely tonight, along with the House races, gubernatorial races, ballot initiatives, all of it. Glenn, we'll be all over it.
All right, so when is the first polls close? I think we just closed some, but we can't call anything because only half the state closed.
Right, both Indiana and there's 2 of them. Off the top of my head, I have the list over here, but there's 2 states that do it right at the beginning, but only one part of the state, so really nothing is closed yet. The real votes and electoral votes will start coming in probably right after 7 o'clock Eastern.
Okay, thank you very much, Stu. He'll let us know what's happening. Megyn Kelly is just a few minutes ahead of us with her predictions and what she thought. She joined the president last night, President Trump. But first, let me introduce this studio panel. We have Allie, Beth, Stuckey, Blaze TV host of Relatable, Liz Wheeler, who is the Blaze TV host of The Liz Wheeler Show, Steve Deace, Blaze TV's Steve Deace Show, and Matthew Peterson, the only one that doesn't have a show named after him, Blaze TV news editor and chief. I want to start with a couple of exit polls. I think we are already seeing some positioning from the left on CNN, MSNBC, even Fox, preparing people, it seems, for a good night for Donald Trump. You have the CBS exit poll. 7 in 10 voters, majorities on both sides, expect there to be violence related to the results of the presidential election. First time in history, going back to the 1970s, that the exit poll has asked voters about the prospect of violence as it relates specifically to a U.S. presidential election. That's a little disturbing. But we also have 72% of the American people that in the exit poll say they are either dissatisfied or angry about the direction of the country and where we are right now. And then the other poll coupled with that is the exit poll that asks, is America's best days ahead, in the future, or in the past? And 61% say it's in the future. Plus 72%, the top two response, why are you voting today? Top two issues, economy and immigration. To me, and I'm looking at this more historically, all of that points to a very good night for Donald Trump. Like to hear from you, Steve, where we're starting tonight and what your initial thoughts are.
I've been here since Friday, Glenn. And over the weekend, I just took some time on Sunday and watched some football. Every single commercial break.
Yeah.
And had the same two commercials. It just was a matter of which order they played. Mm-hmm. There was an ad that said, Ted Cruz saved my daughter, saved her in her sport, saved her from human traffickers, saved her from a criminal, from an illegal alien, or Ted Cruz won't let my daughter kill her kid. All right? That was every commercial break. And these ads ran back to back. And that showed me then that if this is the closing pitch of both sides, we're not talking to persuadable voters here. This is both sides now are trying to frame a battlefield the way a general would their own soldiers and try to get their soldiers on the field of battle in a way that is the most favorable to their victory. And so when you look at the meta exit polling, right, the top two issues, economy and immigration, and abortion, which is their signature issue, way down further on the ballot, the right track, wrong track. That says to me, if that Fox News exit poll is correct, that says to me then the battlefield is shaped favorably. The environment that we're going to war today with is favorable to the narrative and messaging of the Trump campaign without question.
Allie.
I feel pretty good. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily based on quantitative data. Right. It is based on a feeling that I have. Me too. Which, counts for something. It doesn't count for everything. I did feel an overwhelming sense of dread as recently as last week. Even standing in church on Sunday, we all know that God is sovereign, that he's in control and that he wins in the end, but I felt this is not going well. And I don't know what shifted for me yesterday and today, but I feel differently. And every Christian that I've talked to feels the same.
It's so weird. I tried to find the pessimism in myself today, to try to not just be floating out in like happy land.
Right.
I couldn't find it. I got a letter from a pastor friend, or a text from a pastor friend a couple of hours ago, and it said, we are looking at two outcomes tonight. Judgment, which we deserve.
Yes.
Or mercy, which we don't.
Exactly.
And I keep going back. I think it's mercy. I hope.
And this is my thing too, and I hope this is encouraging for the Christians out there. Of course, I'm praying for the mercy. I want the mercy. I want it for my children and for my grandkids. We all know what the policy will look like under Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. But also, if, God forbid, Kamala Harris wins, I think we are looking at a new era of Christian courage. I feel that in my bones. And the gates of hell will not prevail against God's people. And so maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm feeling peace because I know either way, like the church is victorious.
We said a prayer right before we went on air, and that was the prayer. It was, we know it's going to be good either way.
Look, I share the optimism. I think, like many people, I want to see it. I have that same feeling. I identify with what you guys are saying. I think after we've been through so much in the last 9 years, we are now in the penultimate chapter, right before the last chapter of one of the greatest political histories and political figures that has appeared in American politics ever.
He has changed, hasn't he? I mean, this is not the campaign of 16 or 20. He is disciplined. He has said to me off air, I learned a lot. I wasn't ready to be president in 16. I learned. And I know exactly what needs to be done now. He knows where the bodies are buried. And it was the most positive Reagan-esque, since the assassination attempt, the most positive Reagan-esque campaign I've ever seen.
Yes, since the assassination attempt being the key. It's noticeable, you can feel it.
Yeah.
But I think tonight, I'm doubting Thomas in the sense that I do want to see it.
Yeah,
I want to see it.
I know. Liz.
I could not sleep last night. And I'm not usually someone who suffers from insomnia at all. I could not sleep, and I spent the night praying almost the exact same prayer that you said before we went on air, that God would have mercy on our nation.
Yeah.
Because we don't deserve the mercy. We are an incredibly sinful nation. But one of the things that gives me hope for tonight, and I have no idea what the election results are going to be. None of us really do. We've all been looking for these crystal ball moments all day to try to tell us.
Have you heard?
No one knows.
Have
No one knows. But one of the things that's so encouraging to me is while we don't know how the election will turn out, there has been an incredible awakening in this country. You can call it a red pilling if you want. You can. That's probably the best term that I would use. Not just politically.
No,
and
it's
the unity
spiritual.
team is clear in the sense that it's happening politically, but a spiritual awakening. And the problems in our nation are not just administrative problems. The problems in our nation are of a spiritual nature. And so even if we lose today, God forbid, I'm praying that we don't, I agree with what Allie said, that Christians and people who weren't religious before they saw what the Joe Biden administration did, before they saw the tyranny from COVID, before they saw what
the
life
craziness
is
of
like.
BLM, all of that.
Yes. I mean, that was one of the biggest red pilling moments.
I think God's mercy may happen in a different way. It may happen that Donald Trump gains control, but the next 72 days, I don't write off the idea that massive terror, a war, burning of our cities could happen. So
let me give you just a couple of examples. I'm convinced one of the reasons we had COVID is that Trump's trade war sparked great unrest inside of China, inside of Hong Kong, their number one industrial district. They were under siege for the first time. The Shicom party was facing its first real internal fight since Tiananmen Square. So if you're those people and you see Trump is about to become president again, you've got 72 days to look at Taiwan and say, that's a nice island you have there. If you're the Ayatollah in Iran who's got cancer now, according to the New York Times, and you've seen that Israel has just completely basically taken the shackles off, and then you see the guy coming back that canceled Obama's Iran deal that fueled and funded your regime. He is returning. You're on your deathbed. Why wouldn't you consider, hey, this is my last to Allah. Let's go ahead and launch some missiles. Absolutely, we should be concerned about that.
All right, we're going to cover everything tonight, but remember, this is not just about the President of the United States, not even just about the Senate, which is up for grabs. Everything is at stake tonight. But we also have a team tracking all of the different things, not just these races, but all of the different races for your local community and your states. There's a lot there. We're going to go to Megyn Kelly in just about 7 minutes, but I want to kick it over to Sara Gonzales. She is the Blaze TV host of Sara Gonzales Unfiltered. Sara.
Hey, Glenn, thank you so much. I am joined on the set of Blaze News tonight with a great group of guys here. We've got James Poulos, Blaze TV host of 0 Hour. We've got Delano Squires in the house, Blaze TV contributor. Auron MacIntyre, Blaze TV host of the Auron MacIntyre Show, appropriately named. And Daniel Horowitz, Blaze podcast host of Conservative Review. Daniel, I want to go to you first just because Glenn mentioned that you are really, I call you our prop guy. And I don't mean like a movie prop. I mean like the propositions on the ballots. What are you looking for tonight?
Sure. Obviously, whereas early voting and ballot harvesting was the trick from last decade, the new one is deceptive, well-funded ballot initiatives to turn even red states blue. We're finding this with abortion, marijuana, which is really what turned Colorado blue, all these voting anomalies, ranked choice voting, jungle primaries, and they make them in a way that you need a postgraduate degree to understand it. They fund it with, poll-tested messages, put in $100 million, in Florida. I would say the number 2 race to watch tonight, the number 1 is president, the number 2 is Amendment 4. That is to create a right to abortion until birth in the citadel of conservatism in Florida. Thankfully, it takes 60% to pass, and we have the governor there who fought it very hard. But between that and Amendment 3, which is for marijuana legalization in every inch of Florida, they spent $250 million, the most in American history. So you put it together, there's 159 of these questions throughout the nation. A lot of this in totality could be just as important or almost as important as the presidential election.
Yeah, I will definitely be keeping an eye on that tonight. James, I hear a lot of liberals, and they are ready to pack a bag. They're ready to go to Canada if Donald Trump gets elected. We've heard this multiple different times from them now. What about you? You got a go bag ready?
You got to have a go bag, but usually it's to get out of cities in case anything goes horribly wrong. I mean, look, I've been waiting for that sinking feeling to come along. It hasn't come along yet. So I'm feeling pretty good. And the go bag is packed, but, it's not within arm's reach.
Yeah. Delano, obviously you spend a lot of time and focus on the Black community and Black families and strengthening them. What really comes out to you in this election? Of course, leading up to it.
Well, it's a couple of things. This election is not really just about 2 candidates. It's not just about conflict of policy priorities. To me, it's really a war of worldviews. And the way the left, particularly in the last couple of weeks, has been telling women, typically white women, but I think the same thing holds across race, that they should sneak behind their husband's back. And he wants to pull the lever for Trump, but this is where you still have choice. I think the way that the left is sowing division in the household is something that is going to be with us for quite some time. The irony is that they tell white women to vote against their conservative husbands, but they tell Black men to follow progressive Black women. But I'm keeping my eye on that, not just for this election, but for elections to come.
Yeah. So, Auron, you woke up this morning. How'd you feel? Actually, did you even sleep? Because I didn't.
Barely. I got in at 3 because of the air traffic here coming into Dallas. But ultimately, I think we're in a good position. It really does feel like Trump has a lot of momentum. He's getting big endorsements. You see Joe Rogan, others coming out. He's got Elon. He's got the backing of some very important people. Ultimately, you can tell that Harris feels like she spent a lot of that early media push. There was a very definitive attempt by the left to astroturf her, make her seem far more appealing than she was, feel like she had some kind of organic appeal. Ultimately, I think the voters have seen through this, and really, I think Trump is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, going back to what they were saying on the Stage 19 panel, it does feel like there is a spiritual shift in the air. Right. It felt like maybe a few weeks ago, it didn't feel that way. I don't know exactly what it was. I can't pinpoint the moment, but it does feel like there was a shift, and it's palpable. You can feel it in the air that finally people are waking up, because for as much as the left likes to lie, there's only so much you can get away with lying to the American people when they know what they're living through. James?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, for me, that moment was the failed assassination attempt, and how that demonstrated to, frankly, a lot of guys who aren't often associated with spirituality, guys in tech world, Silicon Valley, a lot of those guys, that was the moment for them where they stood up and said, this is something different. This is something that we've never seen before. And this is something that is going to move us to take that courageous step in what might be a scary direction. That transformed the race. This isn't 2020. This isn't 2016. If there are shenanigans, if things get weird tonight, on election night, it's not just going to be Trump and a few, kind of inner circle people trying to figure out what to do. It's going to be the full might of Elon Musk's money, of his super friends. This is going to be a fiercely fought race if anything untoward happens. And so I think that's a big part of what that spiritual shift is all about. People understand that it's not just kind of seeing a repeat or a replay of a story they've seen before, but something that really punches right to the level of life and death.
Yeah. All right, Glenn, I believe you've got a very important interview coming up.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Megan here in just about 45 seconds, but I want to go over to Liz, who's just gotten some news that might lift your spirits a little bit.
My enthusiasm
Yeah.
and optimism has just crept up a little bit.
Yeah.
This is nerdy. Pike County, Indiana is very handy for identifying trends, what's going to happen in other states. We just got the early vote total out of Pike County. It's President Trump 74% of the early vote in Pike County, Harris at 25%. Now let me compare that to 2020 for you. In the 2020 election day vote, which tends Republican, President Trump got 75%, Joe Biden got 23%. So if votes on election day trend how they normally do towards Republican, this is a very good sign for the night.
Yeah, good. Let's go to Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly, host of the Megyn Kelly Show. She's just one of my favorite people ever on TV. I remember we worked together at Fox, and you asked the president in 2016 one of the best, most honest questions. I thought you were absolutely right. You got hell for it. But last night, as I watched you, I thought, first of all, Donald Trump doesn't hold the grudge. He gets over things. But it was such an interesting thing because so many of us have changed in positions with Elon Musk coming on board and RFK. What were your thoughts when you got the call yesterday to come to Pittsburgh and speak at the final rally with Donald Trump?
Well, I really had to wrestle with it a little because, as you know, it's not the norm for a journalist to go do such a thing. Right. But we're in a new place now, right? We're journalists and we're also pundits. And in podcasting, you share your opinion so much more than I ever did as a journalist. So my audience knows that I'm voting for Donald Trump and they know why I'm voting for Donald Trump. And so was it really so much of a big leap to then stand up at a rally and tell people? No. And the real reason I wanted to do it was because I just think the dishonest media is so disgusting. I mean, they're more opinionated than you or I are. They just don't own it. They just won't openly say, I'm voting for Kamala Harris and here's why, and you should take this into account when you listen to me. They try to pretend they're objective. Right. So in the end, I thought, I should, it's the most honest thing I can do is to go there and tell everybody I am voting for him and this is why. Yeah. And it was easy because all that other nonsense is water under the bridge.
So when you're looking at what's at stake tonight, I really think Joe Rogan changed everything. I think the media has left it all on the field, all of it, all their credibility, everything. Yeah. Yes. And if he wins tonight, why would you ever go to broadcast media to help your campaign ever again? I think they're in real trouble. If she wins, I think they'll get bailed out. But if he wins, I think they're done. This is the last broadcast election. You agree with that?
Well, yes and no. So on the broadcast, yes, you're right. Like, I don't understand why any of these Republican Senate candidates would spend any time on CNN or MSNBC. They're not going on MS, but they're going on CNN. Why? Why? Your voters are not there. The only people still watching CNN are like elderly, very blue Democrats. Correct. That's it. There's zero vote to be gotten there. If you are an actual Republican, if you're somebody like a Carrie Lake or a Dave McCormick, it's a waste of your time. So I think they've seen that and they'll spend more time, in our lane. And they did spend a lot of time in our lane. But I do think the only lifeline, like if I were over on CNN doing their coverage tonight, I would be looking at every exit poll, waiting for some sign that Donald Trump is winning. Because they're all going to lose millions. Those millionaire anchors who are probably making $3 million to Anderson Cooper makes well over $10 million a year, are going to go away if Trump doesn't win. No one wants to watch CNN cover Kamala Harris for 4 years. Yeah. He's the life paddles, that you get in the ER that revive the dying patient. So if he does not win, you might just see one of the single tears go down the anchors' faces over at CNN for themselves. At least their bankers will be crying. Yes, that's the thing. So it's the interesting dynamic about tonight. It's true that if Kamala wins, then at least they've got an argument that they're still relevant, but they'll be out of business before the 4 years are through. Yeah. So it's going to be a very short-lived joy. There is no humility there. I've heard them talk about, their credibility going down the drain, and they keep coming back to some sort of version of the American people just are too stupid to understand that we know what we're talking about. It's incredible. They all feel that way. I mean, what Joe Biden said the other day about the Trump supporters being garbage was no surprise to most people, because that is how the left feels about the right. It's so funny because it's not how the right feels about the left. The right, as you know, has to deal with leftist circles all the time, whether it's Hollywood, the media, sports, academia, most of their job, the employers of their jobs. So they learn how to navigate these corners deftly and with a charitable heart. The left never learns that. And they really do have disdain. That's why when friendships break up over politics, 9 times out of 10, it's a leftist leaving somebody who's been outed as a Trump supporter or a Republican. It's really sad, but that they've let it show. That's the one beauty of Trump. He got Don Lemon and Anderson Cooper to say all the things out loud so that they removed any doubt, not just that they weren't on the side of the right, but that they can't stand the right. And that was the beginning of the end for them.
So let's kind of stay there for a second. I think that for the first time, I think Donald Trump ran an unbelievable campaign. He's not the 2016 candidate. He's not the 2020 candidate. This was filled with hope and vision. It was very inspiring after the assassination. I thought he just became president of the United States and a real leader. But the other part of that is I have hope that we can come together because of Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, his running mate, Elon Musk. They don't agree on everything. There's wide differing opinions in that group with Donald Trump, but they're coming together. Do you see this as something that is possible, that we come together for a new kind of golden era chapter?
See, this is one of the many things I love about you, Glenn. Notwithstanding what these disgusting hordes have done to you over the years, the things they've called you, you still have that Walt Disney optimism. You still have a little bit of your hero, deep in your heart.
I do.
I mean,
do you?
I am no, I'm a cynical mofo. No, there's not going to be unity, and they're not. They should. I mean, if Trump wins tonight or tomorrow, whatever, when we find out, that's one of the things I'll be most excited about. Is this crazy, not team of rivals, but group of Marvel superheroes that are coming together to bring different personalities, different politics, and different approaches to reforming our government. However, just because they're around Trump, they will be demonized by this left-wing press. They won't be open-minded to Elon. They already think he's a devil for helping Trump. They're certainly not going to be open-minded to Vivek Ramaswamy. They've already dismissed RFKJ as a kook. People went nuts over that tweet he put out about we'll get the fluoride out of the water. I've been spending a lot of time in these MAHA circles, this Make America Healthy Again, and long before they formed that group. Fluoride in the water is very controversial. And I talked to even my dentist about it. My dentist doesn't want it in the water here where I live. I mean, it's a lot more controversial than people know. Yeah. Yet another thing I've got to say, Alex Jones had a point on, just saying. Anyway, they're not going to have any tolerance for that. RFKJ criticized vaccines, the mRNA, that was the end of his credibility with them. So there won't be any grace period. They'll just begin immediately tearing them down and going to the worst possible things about them.
Can you bring up that CBS poll that we started the hour with? There was a CBS poll that was asking about violence. Majority on both sides believe that violence is coming. I hope it's not on the right, but it could, depending on what happens. But they've already dispatched the National Guard to shockingly progressive areas of the country. What's your prediction for tonight? Do you think we're going to have an answer tonight or very soon after? And if he wins or she wins, what comes next in these 72 days before somebody puts their hand on the Bible?
I mean, call me crazy. I think we're going to have an answer within the next 18 hours. I think, by around noon Wednesday, we're going to know. And it could be sooner. And I hate to put myself out there because I certainly didn't foresee what happened on January 6th. It's just totally unlike anything I've ever seen from Republicans before. But I don't think Republicans will riot. I don't think that they will burn anything down. If she wins, I think they're going to be really angry and really sad. It's just depressed about the fact that he's lost and they're missing out on all these things that he could bring and his team could bring. But I do foresee riots 100% if he wins. Antifa will be out in all those spots, and they will be rioting, and they will be full on lawfare. I mean, there is no way they will let Donald Trump actually be sworn into office without increasing lawfare, attempts to declare him an insurrectionist, and so on.
Even if it's a great night and he wins outright's got 300 electoral votes, do you think she will not concede?
That's an interesting question. That's a very interesting question, because I don't think the Democrats will accept the loss. I think they will definitely fight it in the ways I just said. But the messaging on it is important given how they've criticized him, But I don't think they care about consistency. They never have before.
No.
So I think you're right. She probably won't concede. It's a good question. She probably won't concede. And they're going to get the Jamie Raskins of the world involved while they file legal challenge after legal challenge. And by the way, I mean, Trump, there may be some legal challenges that he can file too. We'll have to see if he loses. But what's crazy here is forget all the Smartmatic Dominion voting machines nonsense. Trump actually will have a claim if he loses that this election was grossly interfered with. Trump had the lawfare unleashed against him. Just as they stole his first term with the Russia collusion hoax, they stole the last 2 years and only 2 years of his campaign with the lawfare, which they used right up until the last minute against him. And I do think that's going to be really tough to take out of the craw of most Republicans when they're being told to sit down and shut up and accept this victory that she may get. So I'm not sure what they're going to do. I don't think they're going to riot.
Thank you so much, Megan. I really appreciate it. You can grab Megan's show. She's doing it live tonight. Megyn Kelly Show, youtube.com/Megyn Kelly. Always great to have you. Thank you so much, Megan.
My pleasure, my friend. See you soon.
Bye-bye. I'd like to get the reaction from you all on what she just said. I mean, Hillary Clinton said in 2020, Joe Biden, even if he loses, do not concede. Because they want that law. They want that time in a courtroom. Does she concede tonight? Does he concede tonight if it looks clear?
No. I don't think either one concedes. And you're right, the Democrats don't care about consistency. It's not like, let us make it seem like we're the ones with integrity, because to them, democracy means getting what they want. And the ends justify the means, and they will do whatever it takes to protect democracy.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Do you have the video of 2000, I think it was 2000, and it was ABC television, and I think it was Peter Jennings. Yeah, here it is, cut 16. Watch this. This is from 2000 coverage.
It's 10:30 p.m. in the West. It's 1:30 a.m. here in the East, and we want to make another projection.
And I'm going to be here in this seat, holding on to this chair until about 3 in the morning. It looks like
this is going to be a race that probably will go into tomorrow morning. Later in tomorrow morning. Already in tomorrow morning.
I was going to say, it's 15 minutes till 3 o'clock. If anyone's still with us at this time.
Okay. The thing I worry about tonight is we no longer have that spirit on television. Last time in 2000 or in 2020, they said 10:30. Well, we're just going to close up. It's getting late. We're going to start counting again tomorrow.
That's so true. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that, actually.
Right. Are we going to have that? Barack Obama just tweeted and said it's going to be days before we know.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So they're already setting that up. I actually remember the 2000 election, and I was so into it. I needed George Bush to win.
Yeah.
And my dad was out of town, and my mom said, look, you've got to call, and you've got to tell Allie Beth that George Bush won so she will go to bed. It is way past her bedtime, because I was 8 years old. And my dad, I know. My dad called me and was like, yeah, dude, George Bush won. He won. We already know. So I went to bed, and I was really disappointed when I realized the next day that wasn't quite the case.
Yeah, I stayed up till 4 a.m.
I
finally fell asleep.
It was the first election that I was paying attention to. I think I was 11.
Okay, all right. We don't need to.
And I was sitting there with my dad, and it was a
How old were you when we were born? Let's just
How
keep
old were you,
going on
Glenn?
that.
All right.
I do not think that either of them will concede. I think the Democrats have already told us what their plan is. Megyn Kelly mentioned Jamie Raskin because he said, regardless of the electoral vote outcome, they are going to challenge Donald Trump, unilaterally declare him to be an insurrectionist to try to disqualify him from being president.
It's just democracy. Good old democracy right there.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Kamala Harris being the nominee is too.
So
Yeah.
so you feel a little better. I was in college. And I think we were in Vegas, actually, and we were up all night watching this on the TV the entire night. Look, we know what their plan is. They've been saying this for a long time. So the odd thing about it is that this time it's in their interest to delay, right? So if there's any kind of irregularity or whatever, they're going to seize on it, and it's in their interest to make a mountain out of a molehill, right? And so I expect to see a lot of that and a lot of calming, right, condescending tones of, well, we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. We can't call this yet, right?
It takes a long time to count these votes. That's what Obama just said.
How long do you think it would take you? This was a thought experiment I engaged in on the show earlier today. How long do you think it would take you if you flew to Maricopa County and hand counted the ballots just yourself, just one person?
I think it would be shorter than what they're going to use.
Yeah.
I'm certain it would be.
Yeah. So let's talk about the actual predictions. Steve, let's go with your prediction of the Electoral College tonight.
I had to give them a state an acknowledgement of their
cheating
ballot harvesting system. And my former home state of Michigan, I just think it's the most corrupt state in the union now. Okay. So, I mean, I go back to 22 when Gretchen Whitmer was leading the Real Clear Politics polling average on election day by 1 point. 1 point. That's the polling average. And then she won the election by 10 points. Our Sara Gonzales did the documentary, the Blaze original, earlier this year. I was cutting myself after watching it. Basically, I think the scars are gone, but I'm wearing long sleeves, so we're good. But essentially, it's a crime to report voter fraud in Michigan. They can conjure up any outcome they want. If you spend any time in California and Michigan, as I did last year, I mean, there's more weed smell in Michigan than there is in California. It's surpassed California as the #1 weed state, most corrupt state in the union. So I need to what Matt said, I need more than zeitgeist to predict Michigan going red.
Well, I will tell you this. I just saw some exit poll numbers, and I can't really take anything on exit poll numbers, but this was from ABC. And ABC was saying in Wayne County that there is very poor turnout at the polls for African Americans and Muslims.
I know Wayne County very well. There are copy machines. So back to the Electoral College map. I've got it 297. I don't have it north of 300 because of Michigan, but I have it 297 to 241. I'm very confident in the Sun Belt states. I think the big worry that I have, and it's the same worry the Trump campaign had, is North Carolina, not because I think she is as strong there as Obama or Biden were. And the early voting there, I was privy to deep dives of the early voting analytics in 2 states, Georgia and North Carolina. I can say that now without burning my source. Georgia was very promising. I don't know how they're going to win Georgia based off of the early voting numbers that I saw.
I agree.
North Carolina is not quite as promising, but the right trend line. The concern there is outside of the 2 college towns, the rest of the area hit by Helene, that's all our areas. And so the reason why Trump and Vance spent so much time there in the final few days is they're actually concerned about the game day turnout there today. Can people get to the polls or not, stay motivated or not? They don't.
That was
want
a real
her,
concern when I was there. For, what was it, 4 or 5 weeks
They don't
ago?
want her to get a backdoor victory there, and now suddenly they've got to win 2 Rust Belt states because she was able to pick one off with the turnout problem in North Carolina. I'll just say this: looking at all the data I saw for the last week and a half. Everything that I'm looking at right now, I mean, I've got, I got little birdies everywhere. Okay, so when I'm hearing from, I would much rather be us than them.
Yeah.
I mean, I would not, I wouldn't bet my mortgage on it, but I might bet somebody else's. Okay, I would rather be us than them.
Yeah, Allie, your map.
Oh, okay. Do we have it? Can we pull it up? I was definitely very last minute in submitting my map. Okay, we have it. My researchers helped me on this. I think we have a problem with Nevada. I'm worried about that. I'm not as worried about North Carolina, Georgia. Georgia, though, last time I would have had going red. And so I could be wrong on that. However, I agree with Steve. I would be even more surprised this time if Georgia went blue. And so that's where I've got it. I don't have a ton of surprises. I guess Steve and I disagree on Nevada because you said that you trust the Sun Belt to come through. I'm a little less optimistic, at least about that one state. I did not know your assessment of Michigan, though, being the most corrupt state in the union. That is interesting. And I trust you on that more than I trust myself. So we'll see.
Let's see if this changes things. There has just been 5 more polling places in DeKalb County, that's in Georgia, that have received bomb threats. Voting has been suspended at those 5 precincts. This is a deliberate attempt to prevent Americans from casting ballots. The FBI has linked today's previous threats to Russians. That is the kind of stuff.
Well, DeKalb was the county that had the problem last time.
One of them, DeKalb, Cobb, and Fulton.
Yeah, and Fulton County. I remember when we 3 were giving the election commentary last time, and it was so obvious that Georgia was turning red, and then there was some kind of leak in Fulton County, and all of a sudden it turned blue.
Right.
Let me share with our audience here what I had. One of my little birdies who's heavily involved in races. I won't tell you which ones, but prominent races in the Rust Belt. And about 45 minutes before we went on the air, I asked him, how you feeling? He said, we are ahead. It's by less than a touchdown. And they've got 85 yards to go and no timeouts. But their ballot harvesting system is Pat Mahomes, and they've got the refs. All right. So the kinds of things that he warned about, all right, is exactly the kind of stuff you just reported on.
But I will tell you that for the first time, Republicans seem to be on it. Do they not?
You can be on it, but can you stop it? Is an entirely
I know that.
I know Pat Mahomes is going to throw to Taylor Swift's boyfriend on 3rd and 7. I know that's going to happen.
Well, if he was like he was last night, he's been having too much sex with her.
Oh my gosh!
But can I know the ball. I know Pat's going to throw the ball to Travis Kelce. I know that's happening.
Right.
The defense is they're throwing it to Kelce on 2. Break. All right. Can I stop it? Is an entirely other thing. Yeah.
Okay, I have a comment on this because I think the answer is yes. And the reason why is because one of the reasons that the electioneering, and I use that word because a lot of it was rule changes or law changes in 2020 before the election, the reason that we didn't see that coming is because a lot of us had our heads in the ground, no judgment there, or kind judgment, but also people didn't talk about it openly at that point because they were worried about being labeled as conspiracy theorists. Nobody's worried about that anymore. Nobody's worried about what's going to happen if you take a photo or a video, you see something strange, you say something, you tell your trusted media person about it.
Agree.
Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and the fact that people are watching for this is going to make it much more difficult for the mainstream media to either ignore it or gaslight us about it.
I agree with that. I agree. You're also dealing, though, with people with no shame. All right. And here's the thing. They need a narrative.
Or fear.
They need a narrative to justify it. Right. So the exit polling comes out, like we talked about at the top of the show. The exit polling comes out. 70% of Americans think everything's on the wrong track. All right. They then run their ballot harvesting scheme and they win all the decisive counties by, a smattering of thousands of votes. What is the justification for that narrative? In 2020, they had a justification for that narrative. The country's locked down. Trump is unpopular. He just lost 40 seats in the 2018 midterms, right? Okay. There was justification for the narrative justification for running that game. They don't have a narrative justification right now. And so we're at the point in the mobster movie, Glenn, when, the Salazzo brothers want to sell cocaine on the streets. And Vito comes to them and says, that's way too much heat on us. We can't do that, right? All right. So most Democrats are the Salazzo brothers. They'll just sell cocaine on the street right out in the open. They don't care. All right. There's still a few Democrats probably that are going to be like, you thought the heat was something last time, do that again. But that's an internal dialogue you're going to have within a political party that has demonstrated it doesn't have much of a conscience.
Let me go over to stage 2 here at the Mercury Studios to Sara Gonzales. Sara, you had your prediction electoral map. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I did. So it looks very similar to Steve's. I'm not sure if we have it, but what I did was I'm thinking positive. I'm glass half full over here. Okay, so I said, I think that we take Nevada. There it is. I think that we take Nevada. I think that we take Georgia. I think that we take Michigan and Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Michigan, I totally agree with Steve. I'm not from there, but I did do a lot of work there on the documentary, and it was shocking to find out just how disgusting it was down there. So I think that we win Michigan, but on paper, I don't think that we win Michigan. There's too much funny business going on. The fact that you can vote on the day of without showing ID, but you have to have an ID to get a library card in the state of Michigan. They've got over 25,000 dead people on the rolls that Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State there, knows about and refuses to remove until after this election when she's forced to. So I don't see Michigan swinging our way on paper, but I had New Hampshire. I think that New Hampshire, Trump he's the underdog there right now, but I think the polling there has been a little bit interesting, and I think that they are oversampling, and I think that we may be in for a surprise there. So what do you guys think? What do you think, James?
Well, yeah, I mean, one of the fun little mini maps that you can look at is who searched most for Joe Rogan after he finally endorsed Donald Trump. And a lot of those people, New Hampshire was a hot spot for that. So it's leaned libertarian for a long time, sort of it's kooky, sort of doing its own thing, really kind of Rogan material right there. So I've heard some whispers about people on the Trump side looking for maybe to sneak a few pickups. New Hampshire might be one. Governor Youngkin in Virginia, at least a couple of weeks ago, was going around telling people he was feeling pretty good. So I'm looking for those couple of states. Obviously, you know, it's going to be pretty close in most of the swing states, battleground states. As far as we know, that could change as things unfold, but that's kind of where I'm looking.
Yeah, Steve, I was again shocked to go to Michigan and find out just how bad it is over there. And I'm sure it's not the only state, but what gives, man?
I mean, Gretchen Whitmer's just set up her own fiefdom there without question. But you mentioned New Hampshire, Sarah, and that piqued my curiosity and reminded me. I had a very well-placed little birdie tell me over the weekend, just sent me a text out of nowhere, keep an eye on New Hampshire. So I just thought I'd pass that along as some anecdotal confirmation, just from a vibes standpoint. To what you said, it doesn't look at least like Kelly Ayotte has a very good chance to win there, the Republican nominee for governor in New Hampshire. But I did get a vibes check from someone who would know the data. Little birdie told me, hey, keep an eye on New Hampshire.
Hey, Sarah, what do you think about the Ted Cruz election? I mean, he called onto the radio program today, which is highly unusual on a day of election if you're doing well in Texas. They have outspent him like 100 to 1. No help from Mitch McConnell or the GOP. What do you think's going to happen there tonight?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was talking to Ted's father, Pastor Raphael, months ago, and he kept telling me, you don't understand, Chuck Schumer is going to spend like $100 million at least on this race to try to pick Ted off. And I think that the thing about this particular race, I'm not actually concerned. Beto lost by 2 points, I believe it was, when he ran against Ted Cruz. I think that this gap will be at least a couple points wider than that. I see Colin Allred losing by maybe 4 points. And here's why. He's not as likable a candidate. And for all of the money that they have spent, I don't see the name recognition. I don't see the yard signs. When I talk to people, I don't see, when you poll Donald Trump, you don't really see a Trump Allred voter, right? That type of voter doesn't exist to me. And so when you see the amount that Donald Trump is leading by in the polls, I can't imagine that if someone walks in, maybe they're a Republican who doesn't quite love Ted's stage presence or the way that he delivers what he has to say. And so maybe when they're polled, they say, you know, I don't know. But when they go in there, they're going in there to vote for Donald Trump for president. I don't see them leaving it blank while they're there. And I certainly don't see them voting for Colin Allred. So I think that the spread, just like the most recent polling has shown, I think that the spread will be closer to maybe 4 or 5 points with Ted coming out on top.
Okay. In just a few minutes, we're going to check with Stu because we have several states closing in just about 90 seconds. We have the eastern part of Florida, so we won't get any information yet, but the eastern part of Florida is closing. Georgia will be closed, but with the bomb threat, we don't know what that does. Central time zone in Indiana, so we should start seeing some things from Indiana. Also, the Central time zone of Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. We'll do that when they close here in just a few seconds. Let me go to, before I go to Jason Whitlock, let me go out to Jill Savage, who is in not Fort Lauderdale. Where are you exactly, Jill, with Trump?
I'm in West Palm Beach,
West Palm.
Glenn.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's West Palm Beach here, yeah. And people, they've been so anxious and so excited here all day long. And I can tell you that in this room right now, people, I've seen ages all the way from 3 years old. There was a little girl. They said she's taken a nap. She's ready to go the entire night, all the way up to, well, Rudy Giuliani is here.
Wow.
And there are people from all around the world. We've already talked to people from Argentina and Germany. They're with the media, but they've said they wanted to be in the room tonight. And it's such a big deal because we've seen the doors open 3 hours ago. But I would say about the last 30 minutes or so is when this room really started filling up. And you can see people behind me making their way up to the stage. Now, I can tell you the drinks are actually off camera, so there's even more people that you guys can't see right now. But I can tell you that J.D. Vance has already arrived here. He arrived just after 5 p.m., and he did so with a very heavy Secret Service presence. It's exactly what you would want to see. They have this area completely secured. There's a security fence outside because we know at some point Donald Trump is going to make his way over here. He did say earlier today, if this is a normal night, basically meaning no pipe bombs going off, if there's no shenanigans going on, that he anticipates coming over here from Mar-a-Lago around 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. But Glenn, like you're saying, everybody is looking for those polls to close. That's the word that everybody has been repeating here. They just want to see some of the results start pouring in.
Thank you so much, Jill. We'll continue to check in with you. I'm going to bring in Jason Whitlock in a second, but it is 7:01 now, Eastern time in the United States of America. And Stu, we have some closings. Why don't you bring us up to speed on what you can?
Glenn, we have closed polls in states. We have votes that are actually coming in. This is really happening after all of this time. You mentioned some of them: Florida, part of Florida closing, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont all closing. I mean, when you look at that batch of states, it's not the sexiest batch for the evening. Obviously, parts of when Florida's closed, that's going to be pretty interesting. Georgia is, of course, one of the king swing states we're going to be looking at very closely. And Virginia is going to be interesting as well. There's a lot of hope, I think, in the Trump camp that they can be pretty close in Virginia, make a dent there, maybe even pull it off.
What is your thought on that, Stu?
I'm not optimistic they're going to win the state.
Yeah.
I think, the fact that it would be a little closer than maybe some of these polls project, I think is a realistic possibility. And if you start seeing it, pretty close in a state like Virginia, you're looking at a state, you're looking at an election that does feel like it's leaning towards Trump's side.
And that would be 3-4 points out of first place. That would be a very good sign.
Yeah, if it's something like that, I think, Trump's probably in for a pretty good evening. It's always a risk to look at the first couple of states and try to make projections for the entire country. And this trap has been fallen into many, many times. Florida gets their vote counted really quickly. People start making projections. Oh my gosh, Florida's going so well. It must be a great day for Republicans. And then other states don't live up to that. You can't project the entire country off of these states. You just get those early indications. But I mean, it's probably going to be a while till we know what's going on in a state like Georgia or even Virginia. If something like Virginia were to get called quickly, it would probably indicate not such a great night, or at least no chance at making a dent in Virginia. We did do a prediction map as well, and this is mine. We're all in the same area. I mean, watching you guys go through this, we're all kind of in my slight variation, and I went back and forth on both Nevada and Wisconsin about 46 times before I actually click send on this thing. I do have Nevada as a Harris state, and also Wisconsin as a Trump state, Michigan We all kind of agree, it seems like Michigan, there's just seemingly no hope in this election for any of us. But 291 electoral votes, I would put that level of confidence as incredibly low. So I don't know what's going to happen tonight. I wish I did. These swing states, I think, could still go either way. I wouldn't be shocked to see someone break into those sort of fringy swing states like a New Hampshire, like a Virginia, depending on which way this goes. So a lot of time to come. We'll get you results and get you some states called as soon as we can.
Thank you very much. With us now from Nashville is Jason Whitlock. He is the host of Fearless on Blaze TV. Jason is one of the more interesting characters I have ever met. I love you, dude. Just love you. 57 years. This is the very first time you've ever voted. Why haven't you voted in 57 years? And why this time?
Well, I hadn't voted, Glenn, because I didn't want any of my identity caught up in politics, and I never wanted to concede that the government or another man had any responsibility for my success in this country or lack of success in this country. And it just became a big part of my identity. I didn't trust politicians. I don't think they're honest. Donald Trump is the first politician who caught my attention in a real way, and it's because he didn't behave like a politician, because he wasn't a politician. As it relates to this particular election cycle, I think what transpired on January 6th and the way the people have been treated in January 6th, being thrown under jails, have forced me to get involved. Donald Trump's the only person with the integrity, the courage that will release these political prisoners. So that's one thing. And then, I talked about it a lot today on my show, Glenn. I think the future of America's children are at stake right now, that this country has a hostility and a love affair, or a hostility towards children, a love affair with abortion that's repulsive to me. And I think the left and Kamala Harris and the current Democratic Party are the head of the snake as it relates to this animosity and this lust for the elimination of kids. And so I feel this is a battle of good versus evil. I could not sit this out. I'm wearing the shirt, Glenn, that's I voted in 2 or 3 weeks ago. I left the I voted sticker on it, and I put it back on today because I voted early. I wasn't going to take any risk that something was going on election day. So I got my vote in early, but I put my shirt back on today. I left the sticker on it because I wanted to wear it today.
Glad it's not smell-o-vision.
Yeah.
Just want to say. So Jason, Barack Obama came out and was basically saying that black men don't like strong black women. And I mean, everything that he said, if he was saying it to me, I would be very offended by it. What did that say to the black community and to black men?
I think, one, it says that, Barack Obama's a beta male. Barack Obama is someone that wants to bring down the patriarchy. Barack Obama is not someone with any sincere Christian values. Barack Obama doesn't believe in traditional male leadership. I do. Getting in front of a group of black men and scolding them for not supporting Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is an Indian. Kamala Harris's dad has some kind of Jamaican descent, but this isn't the son of or the daughter of Frederick Douglass, the daughter of Booker T. Washington, the great granddaughter. This is someone that grew up in Canada. Hats off to her for going to an HBCU and pledging one of those Greek boule sororities or whatever, but to pretend like she somehow is connected to the Black American tradition and heritage is a joke. Her agenda is to continue our march towards communism and Marxism, and same as Barack Obama's. And I think black men have wisened up, and we're starting to fully understand the value of American citizenship, what American freedom really means, and that, quite frankly, black men are coming into the realization we have a very matriarchal black culture in America, and it's not successful. It's just not successful.
Let me play SOT 6 here. This is Joy Reid. She's become absolutely unhinged. We'll have to pull down what she said right before this broadcast. She is crazy unhinged. But listen to this about what she says about blacks.
With these claims that Trump is surging with black and Latino voters, unfortunately, we do have a fascist groundswell in parts of this country, mainly among white men, let's be clear, but in small pockets among black and brown men, too.
What are your thoughts on that?
The way they've tossed around this word fascism is comical to me. And look, man, I think men and rational people are having a love affair or fond memories of what America used to be like when families were strong and when we were obsessed with strengthening the family, having successful families. And when people talk about make America great again, that's what it means to me. Can we get back to a country that believes in the nuclear family, the power of the nuclear family? Every great society has been based on that. They call that fascism. I call it the nuclear family. I call it God's perfect design and something that made this country and previous countries very successful. They call it anything that doesn't support communism and Marxism and the matriarchy is fascism. These are just words they toss around, no different than they tossed around insurrection, and it wasn't an insurrection. These are just talking points. They're brainwashing points, and people are snapping with this great awakening that you've been talking about for a couple of decades. It's finally here, Glenn.
I think it is.
Yeah, I think tonight we're going to see some real evidence of it.
I think so, too. At least I have my fingers crossed. One last thing. Here is a flashback from Cuomo. I believe he was on CNN at the time. Watch this. This is cut 8.
Now, too many see the protests as the problem. No, the problem is what forced your fellow citizens to take to the streets. Persistent and poisonous inequities and injustice. And please, show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
I don't know. I mean, everything that Martin Luther King said. I guess we could start there. I hope we don't see that in the coming days. Jason, thank you so much, and keep up the good work.
Glenn, thank you. And please, someone let me know if Steve Deace wears that red shirt button down. But ask him not to. Don't do
not
that
tonight.
It's going to be a good night.
I wore blue to jinx them, Jay. I wore blue.
Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it.
Keep hope alive.
All right, let me go. We have some races to call here. Let's go to Stu.
All right, Glenn. Yes, we do have some races to call. Let's go over to the board. We've got a couple that are no big surprise here. We will start, I believe, with Bernie Sanders. Vermont. We're going to go to Vermont. Vermont has 3 electoral votes, and they will go to Kamala Harris. A stunning surprise to kick off the evening.
Whoa.
Of course, Harris, no surprise at all in Vermont. We also have Kentucky going to Donald Trump. 8 electoral votes going to Trump in Kentucky. And Indiana has been called as well. 11 electoral votes go to Donald Trump in Indiana. So let's kind of give you a quick picture, if we could, of where we stand right now. We'll actually do that in a couple of minutes. But those are our 3 calls for the moment, Glenn.
Do we have any idea of the turnout or these were, none of these were not, hang on just a sec, go ahead.
Exit polls in Georgia show Trump at 25% with black men.
Wow. Can Ricky in the control room, can you get somebody to call Georgia and find out where we stand on the bomb threats? Did they actually close those polling stations or not, and what that is going to mean? That's remarkable. Everything that you just called, none of those were a surprise. Have you seen the actual numbers yet, Stu?
Yeah, I mean, they're still counting through the vote, though. But of course, with states like this, when you have a pretty clear way that they're going to go, they're able to call them early on exit polls, and
right.
So we don't know the exact percentages yet. I have been following some some benchmark counties, and Trump seems to be doing relatively well in regards to where he would need to be in these counties. But again, really early, and to go overboard by projecting that over the country is never a good idea.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Stu. let me go back to stage 2 and find out. I really, Sara, I really want to know about some of the things on the ballots. For instance, all of these abortion amendments, I believe all of them, but the majority of them were funded by people like Soros and foreign money. Yeah. You know, I always thought foreign money couldn't get into politics, but it can if it is at a state or local level. So a lot of money came overseas to try to get the Kamala Harris voters out by putting that amendment out there. So they were affecting our presidential election with foreign money. I'd like to hear a little bit about how everybody is thinking that's going to shake out and if it is going to indeed affect the election results tonight.
Yeah, sure. It's funny. We were actually just talking about that off air, all of the money that is put into these races when we talked about the Ted Cruz, Colin Allred race as well. So it is fascinating, though, Glenn. You know, you have Elon Musk, who is giving away $1 million a day for someone to just sign a pledge saying, I support the Constitution, which should be a no-brainer. And they go all in on trying to prevent him from doing that. But no word on all of the George Soros money and all of the, millions that he has invested in places like even Texas. So, Daniel, I know that you are looking at that very closely. What are you saying?
So, first of all, I don't think we have ever seen an election where there is such an asymmetry in terms of money spent. So the pro-abortionists have outspent those opposing it 6-1. If you add up all these states, you got Soros, you got Bloomberg, Michael Bloomberg is funding it, and you got Planned Parenthood itself. Let's face it, Planned Parenthood makes a lot of money off of this. They're also the second largest donor to transgender hormone castration. And then they go back and use that revenue to fund these amendments. But I will say it's very early on. But so far with the early vote predominantly driving the results in Florida so far, which skews more Democrat, the abortion amendment is at 58%, which is shy. It needs 60% to pass. Presumably, it will only go down from there.
Yeah. So, Auron, going back to, talking about all of these, the money that is being spent and the just endless cash supply that the Democrats seem to have. I want to go back to the Colin Allred Ted Cruz race because we talked about all of the money. They're clearly outspending Ted Cruz, but the enthusiasm does not seem to be there. It doesn't seem to be translating. We talked about here in the state of Texas, it's like every single football game, commercial after commercial after commercial, you're seeing the same Colin Allred commercial, and it's not changing in the polls. What does that tell you?
Yeah, ultimately, they're really counting on this institutional advantage, the fact that they're going to be able to leverage this, that they can just use the propaganda and the messaging to push Kamala Harris and other politicians over the finish line. But like you're saying, what we're seeing is consistently there's just not the enthusiasm. The gap is there. Perhaps it exists for abortion. That's kind of the key issue for the left. That's their kind of stock and trade in this election. But for the candidates themselves, it just doesn't feel like they have any momentum outside, again, of that money advantage.
Yeah. Delano, Liz came in with her update on the black vote turnout, and there was an audible gasp from you over here on this set.
Yeah, a few months ago, I was having breakfast with my wife, and we were talking, and I said, okay, if I set the line at 25% black male voters, black male support for Trump, would you take the over or the under? She took the over. I took the over. So I'm not particularly surprised. I think what we're going to see, regardless of how the election turns out, if you see a significant move among black men, one, it will signal to me that black men are embracing their role as political homewreckers for the Democrats. Mm-hmm. And one of the things people don't talk about is how the breakdown of the family across America, but particularly in the black family, how that impacts what we do at the polls. Because when man and woman are joined together as husband and wife, they are more likely to think, what is best for my household as a unit? But when men and women are separated and acting as individual actors, a third party can come in and say, and turn one of those people against the other. And I think that's what you're seeing when Barack Obama comes and he lectures black men in Pittsburgh, when Michelle Obama is telling men in general, you should be thinking about abortion and abortion for your sister and your mom and your grandma, your great-grandma. These are things that the left does, again, to sow discord in the home. And as I said, I want to see black men embrace their role as political homewreckers, because there is no way to maintain the current system of political bigamy, where millions of women feel more of a personal connection to one particular party than they do the men in their lives. And I think that's something that has to change.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the landscape of this election and you look at, I mean, it's basically, do you want the right to kill babies, or do you want to keep your children who exist in this world right now safe? Those are the two options, it seems like. And by the way, both sides are leaning into that, which Donald Trump should. Now, questionable why you would lean into, I really, really want you to have the right to kill your babies, but, maybe that's just me. I don't get it. And so, you look at, I saw this clip on CNN. There was a man leaving, doing a CNN interview. He was crying, James. He was moved to tears about how important it was for his daughter to have the right to reproductive freedom, which we know means the right to kill his own grandchild. And I'm sitting there going, this can't win. This can't stand. This type of demonic view, this type of demonic culture where you have grown men literally crying over allowing their daughters the right to just be used by men and tossed aside and to kill their own babies, just cannot stand.
Yeah, it's incredibly disturbing, and it's like people are lining up to join in becoming part of the blood sacrifice for whatever strange future is coming. And when black and brown guys stand up and they say, actually, maybe not, they're called fascists. Right. So this is where we are right now. And just to get back to the Soros thing, still very much a part of the picture. I mean, we've still got Soros DAs out there. Some of them are up for they might get thrown out, but maybe not. And then George Soros's kid, Alex Soros. With the photos have been out there for quite a while now of him in his skinny suit and his sneakers flexing on Tim Walz in his villain's lair atop the skyscraper. I mean, we know it's out in the open now. It seems like not that long ago when if you even mentioned George Soros on air, I think it happened to Newt Gingrich. He invoked the name of Soros and was pulled, segment ended. It's all out in the open now. We all know what's going on. And Soros, whether it's George or Alex or one of the many sub-Soros entities, they're leaving their mark on this election, and I don't expect them to go away anytime soon.
Yeah, James, you bring up a good point about these Soros-funded DAs, that he has been so strategically, not even just the DAs, but the secretaries of state, right? He's been so strategic about installing all of these officials, all of these secretaries of state and DAs, and we have just seen devastating consequences for the entire country because he's placing them in everywhere. Right? You've got New York, you've got Austin, you've got Chicago. Where am I missing?
And Sara, that's the thing. As people watch this nationally, internationally, everyone thinks this is the Super Bowl for president, which is certainly very important. But we're different from other countries where we have subsidiaries, we have federalism, and these state and local offices are very, very important. Soros recognized that with his Secretary of State project 2 decades ago, where he changed the election law. Then he moved on to attorneys general, then to prosecutors, now to ballot initiatives. So he certainly understands that. And I think, in the future, conservatives are going to have to match that intensity with some fundraising. Otherwise, we're going to start seeing some bleeding at a local level, even in some red areas.
Yeah. Auron, I want to ask you, what are you looking at as we're seeing these exit polls trickle in? Obviously, we've got a couple races that were called, but what are you looking at as you see these exit polls trickle in?
Well, a lot about what Delano was saying when it comes to the male and female gap. We saw the influence again of guys like Joe Rogan and others, Theo Vaughn, going on those podcasts, how much it means for the Trump campaign to energize young male voters. But at the same time, we see this growing gap between males and females, the Republicans in many ways becoming the party of young men and married women, and the Democrats becoming the party of single women and single men. And ultimately, this is a really dangerous phenomenon. And it's not just happening in the United States. Unfortunately, democracy tends to create voting groups across very dangerous segments of society. In South Korea, they have a similar phenomenon where 60% of young men under 30 are voting for the conservative candidate, but only 30% of women are voting for the same candidate in that same demographic. And so this is not just happening in the United States. It's something that is repeating itself over and over. And this division of interests of what should be a household, should be something people who are working working towards together is very bad for the future of a country.
Yeah. Well, we will still keep an eye on all of these propositions and these outcomes and give you the latest. Back to you, Glenn.
Thank you very much. Let me just give you an update on what's happening in Georgia. Another metro Atlantic County seen voting disrupted by bomb threats. Earlier today, the FBI said this is Russian. Could be. About an hour before polls were to close, officials in DeKalb County said they received bomb threats against 5 polling places. Voting has been suspended at those locations until police confirm there are no bombs. There was only about an hour left, so I'm assuming that everybody is going to remain. I can't imagine leaving because of a bomb threat and they're going in to go look for the bombs. I think I would be standing outside. County officials say they are seeking a court order to extend the voting, which is routine in Georgia when polling has been disrupted. Steve.
Glenn, some early data out of Georgia, and I think it's the most promising in terms of drawing a narrative conclusion piece of data that we have seen yet. There's been a 20-point swing from independents from 2020 to 2024 in Georgia.
Toward Trump?
Towards Republicans, yeah.
Wow.
The exit polls have independents in Georgia favoring Trump by 11 points. In the early voting, more independents in Georgia voted than Democrats. 31.9% of the electorate was independents. Right now, independents are the largest bloc in the country, over 40%. The problem with messaging to them is it's really hard to figure out how many of them will actually turn out. 40% of the country might be independents, and 25% of them might be the electorate, right? And so, but if you're looking at as high of a Republican turnout that we have seen, along with these independents, as I told you guys, looking at the early voting, I saw no path even before this. I don't see a path. In fact, I would look at projecting that Trump would win the state more than he won it by in 2016, when he won it by 5. And when you look at how the demographics have changed in Georgia, you've had some urban sprawl there, more suburbs there. Per capita, it produces more players that go on in the National Football League than any recruiting state now. Per capita, even more than Florida, even more than Texas does. And so that's why this state has been more competitive for Democrats. It's more suburban. And so if Trump is going to win those independents, and a lot of those independents are going to be white people living in suburbs. If Trump is going to win independents in Georgia by 11 points, that could very well be an omen of what happens nationwide. And one more thing on this. The last time Republicans won independents nationwide, they won them by a few points in 2016. Since then, Republicans have lost independents in every election cycle, 2018, 2020, 2022, and thus lost every election cycle. So if you're looking for what I would view as the first potential bellwether, this would be the first potential one for me. Because even with the black male vote in Georgia, that's very promising. But I can also say that's a southern state. There's a southern culture there. Does that mean he's going to get 25%, Liz, of the black male vote in Michigan or Wisconsin, where the culture is different, right? There's a bro dude culture in Georgia that is black and white that doesn't exist in Michigan or Wisconsin. This is something, though, that absolutely could translate as a form of a national trend.
Liz?
I not only agree with you, I think it's not an outlier, what we're seeing. That's not just, the first or the only. That's odd. We are seeing in Taylor County, Kentucky, this is a rural county. This is the first rural county where all of the votes have been counted, and it has moved 5 points to the right. 78% Trump to 21% Harris. Compare that to 2020 when it was 74% Trump, 23% Biden. That's very significant in an area that was already a red area, because it's showing that people are motivated to come out and vote even when they don't need to vote to have that outcome. And it's not just Kentucky. If you look at Florida, bellwether counties in Florida are trending significantly towards Trump compared to 2020. In Orange County, Biden won by 24 points. Harris leads by only 17 after the early vote, which should swing towards Harris anyway. In Osceola County, Biden won that by 14 in 2020. Harris only leads by 3 points after the early vote. In Broward County, Biden won by 30 in 2020. Harris leads by just 22 in the early vote. And then, of course, Miami-Dade. You ready for this?
This is crazy.
Miami-Dade. This is the early vote. This is just the early vote. Miami-Dade, Trump is winning by 11 points. Biden won in 2020 by 7.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is mostly women who are early voting, and we know that women tend to vote Democrat. So the fact that Harris isn't commanding a better lead in some of those places, I would be concerned if I were her. Also, when you're looking at CNN exit polls from places like Georgia, the number one issue, according to this exit poll, is the economy. Then we've got democracy, so we can see kind of where the people are voting if that's their number one issue. 14%.
Well, wait.
Go ahead.
Because democracy, I'm concerned about.
Right.
So
but
which
I think we
How do you
know
define
how people are
democracy?
thinking of.
Yeah,
It seems
well,
to be
I
a
mean-
buzzword that's used by the left to mean whatever they want.
Yeah, okay.
And then abortion, 14%, which, of course, well, I guess it depends on who it is. That could be both sides, pro-life and pro-abortion, saying that's their number one issue. But that also spells trouble for Harris because that is almost exclusively what she has been campaigning on, the right to kill your kids and grandkids. And so, yeah, I'd be a little bit worried if I saw that.
All right.
If I were her.
A quick comment.
Everything we're seeing is consistent with that. I just want to throw in that these are trends that you see all over the place. What we're describing is not just picking, we're not cherry picking. You see it all over. To put a human face on what's happening, though, and to make you think about the future and how exciting it could be, the fact that Jim Banks won the Senate seat, not a surprise in Indiana, but Jim Banks is a very solid America First, MAGA guy, going to be an incredible senator. He's actually competent. It's one of the only few of these people I like. He's competent, he's smart. And, that guy is now in the Senate. Like, you're growing. Like, Mike Lee and all these guys are adding
Some
friends.
of the guys that are coming in, hopefully coming in, are rock solid. We just have to make sure that we just have
Mitch
to.
McConnell's going out.
Yeah. Well,
hope. We got hope at
let's make sure that
29 Central
it's
Time.
not
Can I add one
Cornyn
thing
that goes in.
Ding dong ditch is gone.
Can I add
Let's
one
hope.
thing to the analysis of Florida? I forgot to mention that Osceola County is one of the most heavily Puerto Rican counties in the country.
Wow.
And it's swinging towards. Well, I mean, Trump is trailing by a fraction of what he trailed in 2020.
Well,
that means that the whole attack, like Donald Trump hates Puerto Ricans, didn't land with anyone.
Right. And I don't know if y'all saw the most recent crime that was reported, an illegal alien that murdered a young woman in the state of Georgia, but she was actually a Puerto Rican immigrant. He, of course, was an illegal immigrant from Mexico. And so I think that should sway you a little bit more than an off-color joke.
I have to tell you, Donald Trump told me every time I've been with him in the last few months, Glenn, I'm telling you, the economy is important, but crime from illegal immigration is going to be the number one thing.
Because it's not predictable. You don't feel safe and secure in your neighborhood. I mean, Lake and Riley, the reason that hit home is because every woman that I can think of has gone for a run in the park.
Yeah.
And it's terrifying to think that this was not a bad choice she made. She was not doing drugs. She was not meeting up with some man in some alley somewhere.
Yeah.
This was not anything nefarious that she was doing. It was actually
Sunday morning
random in the sense that that's terrifying.
All right. About a minute ago, some more polls have closed. Let's go to Stu.
Yeah, 3 states closing. North Carolina, of course, a huge one of the biggest swing states we're going to be watching tonight. Ohio as well. Interesting. J.D. Vance's home state. There's a lot to watch there. And, of course, West Virginia as well. West Virginia, not necessarily expected to be a close state, but there could be a Senate switch there. At least that's what we expect. One little nugget on Florida, which I find pretty interesting. First of all, we have to give it up for Florida because 4 states, this is 4 states that closed at the same time. Virginia has 3% of their vote. Carolina, 3%. Georgia, 7%. Florida, 69% of their vote is counted. I remember, Glenn, the first election we ever did together was the 2000 election. Of course, you remember how that one turned out in Florida. They've solved a lot of these issues. Yeah, this is really impressive, actually. And one of the things that's really a good sign for Republicans in the Senate, some of the polling in Florida was interesting in that it would show Donald Trump up by 7 or 8 points, but then have Rick Scott in a much closer race, only up by 2 or 3 points in the Senate. What we're seeing at this point so far, both Donald Trump and Rick Scott both leading by about 7%. Basically matching vote for vote. That's a really good sign for that seat in the Senate. We do have kind of a picture as to where we are now with the states that we've called so far. Let's do the electoral kind of count here first. Donald Trump, as far as called states go, he has 19 electoral votes. We're obviously at the very beginning of this. Kamala Harris with really only 1 state. Vermont called so far. She has 3. As far as almost certain electoral votes that are to come as the map advances, 74 for Donald Trump, a nice big chunk for Kamala Harris, 164 there. So as far as a likely minimum, as we go right now, Donald Trump sits at Looks like 93 and 167 for Kamala Harris. Got a little jumbled there, but there we go. Our fancy calculator thing is getting the numbers up. And then as far as not yet decided, still 278 not yet decided. No surprises yet, no big calls, no swing states have been decided yet. They're just calculating those votes. Florida might be the first one we have some word on because they just count the vote very quickly. We also have a couple Senate updates for you. Matt mentioned Banks in Indiana. That has been now called. That gives the locked and called number up to 39 for Republicans. Bernie Sanders, he will be with us until he's 275 years old, which is only one extra term. Yeah, right. But he's in as well. In Vermont, 29. For the Democrats, now locked and called, almost certain to come. We still have 7 for the Republicans. And on the Democratic side, we have 9 more. So a likely minimum, before we go into anything that might not be decided, 46 for the Republicans, Democrats 38, leaving still all of our decided states, 16 more Senate seats to come tonight, Glenn.
Thank you very much. What is the first state, Stu, that we're going to hear? When do we expect North Carolina results or Virginia? What does the delay or the speed of getting the news tell us either way? And what do you expect to be our first real indication of, okay, this is going very well?
I think the first thing we're probably going to learn is from Florida. Florida is a state, obviously, it used to be the biggest swing state, right? Remember back in 2000. And in fact, I think we've all had this sort of burned in our mind because of the success of Ron DeSantis, that now this is this really easy state for Republicans to win. They all win by 20 points. Not really the case. This was still a pretty close state in 2020. And polling has showed this, 3 or 4 points in that Senate race pretty routinely, to the point where it's a little scary. It kind of reminds you a little bit of the Texas Senate race, where Cruz is a little too close for comfort in Texas. So if we can get to a point here, and we should get a high percentage of this vote, we're already over 70% of the vote counted, and we can get a call for Donald Trump, we'll see where that level is. If it's a 7, 8, 9 point victory, high single digits, that is a positive result and is a positive indicator for the rest of the country. We have seen Florida buck the trend, though, before. Seen really good. 2022 is a good example of this. DeSantis did so well in 2022 that it fooled a lot of people looking at, oh, gosh, the whole map's going to go red. Didn't wind up happening. We'll see, if that sort of trend plays out. But important not to jump to conclusions, but getting Florida locked down is something the Republicans absolutely have to do in the Senate and in the electoral count. And getting that locked down is going to take a little bit of that first layer of relief away.
All right, let me go to Hilary, who is watching social media and also watching the Blaze chat for, questions and comments from you. Hilary.
Yes, thank you, Glenn. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys writing in, letting me know your thoughts. And the one thing that seems to be on everybody's mind is, of course, what we've been talking about, corruption. Can we trust there to be a fair election ever again? So Donald Trump earlier said Philadelphia and Detroit, heavy law enforcement is there. He's saying there is corruption going on there. On the left, Ron Flipokowski said this is Trump trying to scare black people away from going to the polls after work. But some of our Blaze TV subscribers like Becca Minner, she said, my predictions are that voting machine failures and other voting suppression tragedies will continue to occur in key swing states. Now, when I asked some of you guys in the chat how you were feeling, if you were feeling confident on a scale of 1 to 10 that we would have a Trump presidency tonight, you responded with about a 6.5, a 7. But Michelle Carrieri, she said, what have you heard about voting machines malfunctioning? So do we have any updates on that? Have you guys heard anything? We gotten any new information? I know we've talked about the bomb threats, but are we hearing anything about the voting machines malfunctioning?
Do you have something, Liz?
I think there was a report out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. One of the voting machines wasn't properly closed and locked before the tabulation began. This was for early votes. And they were going to recount. This was something Laura Trump announced. They were going to recount 30,000 of the votes. But there wasn't an indication that there had been a miscount. It just wasn't properly secured.
The one thing I have heard about this is, and it's from Laura Trump, the GOP is all over this. All over this. Do we have Harmeet on tonight? Is she going to be joining us, Ricky? Okay. I think she's going to be joining us at some point tonight. But she's really with the GOP. She's in Arizona looking at corruption. And the GOP, unlike 2020, they are on it. So I think many of the things that we're hearing about, oh, this trunk was open of this van for 10 minutes, I actually think those are good signs that we're seeing it, reporting it, and the GOP is on it.
Yeah, the difference, people should know this. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying the Republicans have done everything they should do, but the difference is remarkable. There are numerous efforts by nonprofits, by the Republican Party itself to be watching everywhere. There are numerous ways in which you can report anything you see. And then we have social media and Elon Musk opening up hundreds of thousands of people in a group on X just for this purpose. So this will not be like last time, and we're already seeing that.
Yeah. Did anybody see what was happening with Google earlier today?
Yes.
Elon Musk tweeted it out about how Google was showing you all of the information on Kamala, but not on Donald Trump in real time. It was
Google.
It's electioneering.
Other companies, right? It looks like Zuckerberg's backing off. The Washington Post is backing off a little bit. Google is still evil.
Yeah.
Let's just make that clear.
It's just so strange that their slogan used to be "Don't be evil."
To the corruption
right?
point, I think what Steve said earlier is really key here. The kind of corruption that still exists is old school. It's machine politics. Yeah. When you control
Black
a
the
large
windows,
area.
you can't watch us count the ballots. Exactly. Yeah. I want to make a prediction if I can.
Okay.
The polls close in the Florida Panhandle here, I believe, Stu, in about 22 minutes.
Yeah, 21.
I'm going to make a prediction that no one would have ever believed, ever. Before last election, the previous 50 years of presidential elections in Florida had been determined by an average of 2.5 points. It was the ultimate, most expensive swing state in the union, as you guys talked about. Bill Clinton turned humidor into a verb, and Florida turned hanging chad into one. Right? Okay. I think that we're going to call Florida as soon as the polls close. There's no path. The amount of votes that have been counted there already before the Panhandle finishes voting, and that's the most right-wing part of the state. What's the old saying in Florida? The further south you go, the further north you get, right? So I think Florida is going to be called like we call a Vermont for Democrats and a Kentucky for Republicans. There's just call it. It's over. There's no path there.
Allie?
Ron DeSantis has fundamentally changed that state, I think, in the best way, and I'm just very grateful for that. When I'm looking at a state like Virginia, obviously I'm nervous like anyone else. I've got it in my map going blue. I saw a CNN report earlier where they actually said that they keep running into these Trump voters who won't talk on camera about voting for Donald Trump, but they'll say, yeah, I'm voting for Trump, but I don't want to talk about it. And so obviously you always have to account for something like that. There was a Fox News reporter who confirmed that, said, yeah, my sister is in very liberal Virginia, and she has people silently coming up to her and saying, yeah, I'm voting for Trump. Don't tell anyone. Even in 2024, that kind of phenomenon is happening.
Well, when you look, who was the Broadway star that came out this week? She's a big deal on Broadway, I guess.
I don't know. I like chicks, so I don't know anything about Broadway.
Yeah, so anyway, but she came out and hammered for coming out and saying, look, this is the first time I've ever voted for Trump, but I just think this is a problem. And they just took her down. I really think that this time, if they went out and voted, and they've been telling everybody, oh, yeah, I voted for Kamala, because you're living in that kind of situation. I think when you close the drape behind you, you're like, you know what, I can't do it.
It's the reverse of the commercial that Kamala Harris put out where women were lying to their husbands. I think it's the silent majority, actually, from 2016. People are still afraid of the social backlash, but they care more about how much they're paying for groceries and for gas and for electricities and whether we're on the brink of World War III than they care about social stigma.
But it's a whole different set of people. I think the Trump people are like, bring it on. You know what I mean?
Well, the anecdotes out of North Carolina, and this is not data, of course, this is just anecdotes. There are people waiting in long lines at polling places in North Carolina, and when they're asked, are you going to keep standing here? Or are you going to wait? They're like, FEMA, Kamala.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, they're going to wait.
Yeah, I think so, too. It is. It's just a different world. And I am thrilled to see at least the early trends. This is nothing on, everything can change in a heartbeat.
But you make such a good point about, all the Trump people now are like, I don't care what you call me. My response isn't, no, I'm not. It's, I don't care. You can call me whatever you want to. But we do. We have a new crop of people who are voting for Trump because they like RFK, because they're kind of sneaking over from the center left. They don't have the same thick skin that we do.
But they don't, but this is their first experience with it.
Exactly. And so they will. But I wanted to look at that story. So Carrie Manolakos is the Broadway star that you're talking about. She came out publicly on Instagram in support of Donald Trump. Let me read you some of the comments that she received. What a loss, so deeply disappointing. I met you performing at a fundraiser for Hilary Clinton. Was that just a show to further your career? This deeply saddens me. You sold out your friends. Thank you for showing us who you really are. You're a wolf in sheep's clothing. The queer community has always supported you, and now you've sold us out. This told me everything I need to know about you. These are all Broadway stars and celebrities, by the way, saying this to her, saying basically, you're no longer accepted in our community. And so either someone like this gets really thick skin, which I think and hope she will, or they realize I don't want to be punished in this way.
Yeah.
It's the test.
But I think what's happening is what happened to Trump supporters by about 2018, 2019. You were just like, I don't care. You know, before you were like, I'm not wearing the red hat. then there came a time where a few were like, I'm going through the airport in New York with my Make America Great Again hat.
Yes.
That's happening because I think we're finally waking up. I think both sides are finally waking up. And I think one of the keys to that was RFK and Tulsi. Made it okay. Look at Joe Rogan. He made it okay for a lot of people when he endorsed yesterday.
Totally true.
I think you're making a very important point about stigmatization.
Yeah.
And you know, when arguing with the other side, if you don't want to shut down your business, you want to kill grandma. If you don't want to take an experimental toxic genetic serum, you're a science denier and an anti-vaxxer. If you don't think we ought to shut down all of Western civilization because of what you think the temperature will be 10,000 years from now when we don't trust the 10-day forecast, you're a science denier.
Right.
If you don't like an unlimited welfare state, you're a racist. If you think children should have a mom and a dad, you're a homophobe. These are not arguments, they're accusations.
Correct.
And it's a point of an emotional abuse and stigmatization. People go back, I don't want to be a part of that. And so, you know, I never thought when I got into this business, Glenn, I was going to use the term demonic as part of my everyday analysis. But the term Satan in Hebrew literally means accuser. That's what his name means. Their arguments are not claims. They're accusations.
Correct.
Right? Yeah. They are literally speaking with forked tongue. This is the language, their father's native tongue.
Yeah.
You cannot possibly be a person of reason, of goodwill, of character, integrity, and just have a different conscience on the issues than me. It must be that you are not a person of goodwill, character, and good intention and conscience. And so I accuse you of being the worst that you could possibly be, rather than reason with you, come down and reason together, rather than arguing with you, defeating you in the arena of ideas. I accuse you of things. And most people, unless you have an active level of conviction, you know, you're a person of faith, or you're a throwback bro dude to when alpha males existed in the West. They just gave 0 Fs. And that's the Rogan Theo Von crowd. That's a shrinking group of people left in America, the faith crowd and the alpha male bro dude crowd. If you're not in one of those groups of people, you will succumb to the shame. You just don't want to be under that level of condemnation all the time. People just can't tolerate it. And that's exactly why they do it. And it's satanic.
You know what's amazing is the first victim of a country losing its faith, strangely, is science. Because you no longer believe there's an absolute, that man can find an answer for the absolute, that there is creation that makes sense, you know what I mean? And so when you lose faith in God, you lose faith in truth, and this is what happens. You know, you stop talking about science and you're just like, you're a denier.
because it becomes a religion versus an exploration to explain creation. I want to speak to something that Steve said too. So when you're talking about stigmatization, one of the most impactful days that changed how much people cared about the stigma or not was July 13th. And this is, I'm going to tell you.
I ran out and put a Trump sign in my yard.
That's
right
exactly right.
Event.
And so did my husband. My husband is an ardent Trump supporter, as am I, and has been for a long time. But we live in a very blue area. And so it's not prudent always to hang a Trump sign on your house when you live in a blue neighborhood. And on that day, he bedecked our home with Trump signs. And he said something that it has stuck with me because it was very profound. He said, if we do not publicly stand with Trump now, who is standing in between a bullet meant for us, then when are we going to?
Amen.
You know, it's strange. On that day, we were having a family reunion. And like all families, there are people that do not vote the same way. It caused a real split in the family because there were those who felt, never said out loud, but felt good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we were going to have a big, final night party that night. And it was my house. And I said, I'm sorry, guys. I mean, we could have just seen that man's brains all over television and the world would have changed overnight. I'm sorry, but he's also kind of a friend of mine. I don't feel like having a party tonight. And there was a sect that said, you're overreacting. The others were just, it became a God thing. It became a courage thing. It was a defining moment that I think the media just dismissed. It was there for a while, and they just dismissed it.
But it changed people. It changed Trump, too.
Big time.
When we were talking at the very beginning of this broadcast about the religious awakening and the political red pilling that's happened to the American people, that has also happened to Donald Trump. I think that he has communicated to many people privately that really awakened his belief in a higher power, and that the higher power has a purpose for Donald Trump here on Earth.
He told me that.
Which he has yet to complete.
Yes, he told me that. And, we were just walking in the studio, and one of the Blaze staff, I was walking in, I said, hey, how are you feeling? They said, God's not done with us. Why would he save Donald Trump? Why would that happen if he didn't have more work to do?
That's the thing I said on my show yesterday. You can have the most brilliant strategic minds in the world and unlimited resources. You cannot concoct a scenario where you successfully dodge 94 felony indictments, convictions, 2 different assassination attempts, including one that just misses you by a centimeter. You could not get your opponents to ask for a debate to expose their own candidate's senility and then nominate the dumbest option they had realistically. You could not make this. Look at something that just happened this week. So they try to sneak Kamala in through the back door on Saturday Night Live to humanize her right before the election, right? Well, they break the equal time laws. So they've got to give Trump equal time. Where does he get equal time? On Sunday Night Football, the #1 show on network television that has 5 times the audience of Saturday Night Live. You could not, the greatest risk player in the world could not make the opponent do that. To me, I don't believe that whatever forces are at work here, I just don't believe you can navigate all this stuff on a natural level. And I don't believe that story ends with Jezebel getting up there and saying, I accept the presidency of the United States. I just don't.
I have to tell you, I said this, I was speaking, I don't know where, Florida, a few days ago, last weekend. And we were talking about things, and I said, look, I actually used, I testify to you that you're going to see miracles happen. What Billy Graham said to me in 2010 was, people are just going to be told by God, stand in place. Just do what I say. No more, no less. Don't worry about it. Well, this isn't going to work. I'm too small. Don't worry about it. Just do what you're told to do. And he said, you're going to see a mosaic that everyone will know. Only the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob could have pulled this off. And I think when I was in Nashville, where Billy Graham told me that, I saw it. I saw people everywhere who said, I just drove here from Washington State. I just drove here from Kentucky. I don't know what, I have this skill. I just got in the car. I don't know what I can do and what I can help with. And all of those people that just did what they felt they were supposed to do the next right thing, all of a sudden it was a miracle. To see it in person was truly a miracle.
Yeah.
I think the assassination attempt was this moment that shattered the entire, all those years of delegitimizing Trump. And I would say when people watch that, when all of us watch that, it humbled me to an incredible degree to realize we have no idea like what is going to happen or what could happen or can foresee. This man escaped death right through that with that millimeter. And then after that, what you saw was this immediate response we've been talking about. And I think you could call it spiritual. You could also just call it cultural, right? I mean, Elon Musk comes out right away and plants his flag.
Yeah.
Right in his yard on Twitter in front of millions of people. And what happened is something broke in the culture. So I think tonight in a large part is about, will we see that translate into votes? Because something is already broken when it comes to the culture of tyranny that they've put on this country for all these years, basically making it so any working professional can't talk about their political beliefs without fear of being fired. And that's the truth of it.
Here's an interesting number on a slightly different topic, but out of Florida, there's approximately 50% of the precincts reporting right now, and Amendment 4 is currently not passing. It's at 57.5% voting yes. The threshold, of course, is 60%. That's the abortion amendment that would legalize abortion up to the moment of birth. But what's interesting is Amendment 3 is the one that would legalize recreational marijuana, and that's failing as well with just over 54% of votes voting in favor of it.
55.6 is what I see, and like you said, it needs 60% to pass.
Hang on, that means we're going to call a state, I believe. Stu?
Yes, this is not a huge surprise, but we are going to call West Virginia. That is going to be for Donald Trump.
Take me home, country road.
Yes, kind of a big call there for. So we got West Virginia's 4 electoral votes, and it does go to Donald Trump. So quick little, there we go. 4th, and Donald Trump gets to dance across the screen. We have a massive amount of states that are closing in about 5 minutes. Many of them are going to be pretty clear, pretty early. So we will look for that. We'll look for the results from Florida as well.
Very early vote count,
so
68%.
we'll come back to that here in just a minute, Glenn.
Thank you. Allie, you were just telling me about North Carolina.
Vote counts. This was about 20 minutes ago, so I haven't had a chance to look this up again. 68% Kamala Harris in North Carolina.
Wait, what?
This is about 20 minutes ago, the update I received. So, very early on, 68%.
What percentage of the vote is that, though? Because that could be like one county.
That
seems
well,
like
it's
an
not
anomaly
only
to
one
me.
county, but it is really small. Let me see if I can get an update and we'll get a better idea of what it is.
Yeah, that would not be good if North Carolina.
I cannot imagine
that gap is not going to be
That's
that
like the
big. That
Iowa
could have been
poll.
like Charlotte.
Yeah, exactly.
Steve Baker has been texting me from the Republican headquarters in North Carolina. He's there. He has an ear to the ground.
What's he saying?
He said right now people are just, they're just kind of anticipating. You can't really tell. Everyone's very, very excited.
Okay, Election
County,
HQ
Virginia.
has 64% Donald Trump. This is just a prediction. His chance of winning is 64%, not the actual votes in. So that's what they're predicting right now based on the data that they have.
All right, Loudoun County.
Loudoun County, Virginia, basically all the way counted, not entirely. 8-point swing towards Trump.
Wow. What did he win?
That's the county that won Glenn Youngkin the governor's race.
Yeah.
Traditionally very deep blue county with all the gender madness is what happens in Loudoun County.
Yeah. I mean, that's been like the hotbed area of the school issues of
That
whether
is right.
boys are allowed in girls' bathrooms and locker rooms. This is like the college-educated, highly college-educated, elitist suburb of D.C., essentially.
Right.
That shows the destigmatization more anything else. If there are academics who are now willing to say, I don't like Kamala Harris, then...
Is that Crystal City, Old Town, Virginia? Is that right across the water?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
it's right across the water.
Well, then that's all D.C. workers, too. That's a huge, huge deal.
I mean, it's one of the petri dishes of wokeism in that area, I would think.
Yeah.
This is one of the only places in the country where you drive around and you see a lot of Harris signs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you should get the appraisal on your price of your house maybe in the next few days if things continue to go this way, because I have a feeling property values in the Washington, D.C. area may come crashing down. Let's take a couple of minutes and go to stage 2 and find out the latest on state and local.
Yeah, thanks. I did want to just add to Decision Desk HQ. They started out with a 59% chance that Donald Trump wins, and they've shifted that now to 65%. So it is, of course, ever changing, but they project the GOP has 66% chance to win the House, and that Donald Trump has a 76% chance to win Georgia. So we'll be keeping an eye out on that. I know we have Daniel over here, and he is like, He's like, oh my gosh, oh my goodness, what is going on? So Daniel, what are you seeing in some of these states?
Talking and typing at the same time. You know, if only every state would come in as quickly as Florida, we'd be done the night already. Florida has 80% in already, so we have a pretty good read on that. And Trump's up 10.5 points so far. And that lead is only going to grow because, again, the early vote is dominated by Democrats. Amendment 3, that is codifying pot in the state constitution. It's at 55.7. Again, they need 60. Abortion's at 58. It's close, but the presumption for those who want to see it defeated is cautiously optimistic because the presumption is those numbers will recede as election day vote, comes in 100%, and Trump will probably grow that margin from 10 to perhaps a 13-point win. And I would just say this is remarkable. Palm Beach County is going to be roughly even. I mean, when I was growing up, that was a Democrat bastion, plus 25, plus 30 points. It looks like Palm Beach County is going to be even tonight.
Yeah. Are there any other trends that you're seeing in these specific counties?
It looks like Hillsborough, which is Tampa, you're talking about a county of 1.4 million. Republicans are getting slaughtered in counties that large. It looks like Trump might be able to flip it. It's pretty close. Jacksonville is pretty close as well. So one thing I can say is it appears that Trump is overperforming the polling average in Florida by at least 4 or 5 points.
That's really great news. Auron, I read this I believe it was a tweet from CNN, and it made me chuckle a little bit because it was as if it was breaking news, and they said that more voters today in 2024 support mass deportations than 2016. And I was like, yeah, no crap.
Yeah, it's really amazing the awareness that has been raised across the board. Even Democrats are recognizing the just devastating effect of mass immigration in cities like New York and Chicago. Deeply Democratic places are still pushing back against what's happening here. This is a disaster for the Harris campaign. And the fact that things have gone from, we just need to close the border, maybe we need a little bit of immigration reform, to full on, no, we want mass deportations. We need people who are illegally here to go home, not just because of the conditions that they are being created inside the United States due to this mass illegal immigration, but also because the future of the country depends on this when it comes to the electoral process. How can you pretend that you have any kind of popular sovereignty when one political party can simply import a whole new set of voters to overrule the will of the people? There's simply no way that a government that purports to represent the people can have any legitimacy when that is on the table.
Yeah. Delano, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that, with Auron's analysis. I mean, sometimes when I think about immigration, I make a parallel even within a household to adoption, right? So a family may tell their kids, hey, we're going to adopt a child. And they say, oh, great, we're getting a new sibling. But if my wife and I told our kids, we're going to adopt one child every week for the rest of the year, after a while, the kids may say, you know what, things are getting a little tight around here, especially when all the kids have to stay in your room and we still get to eat filet mignon and lobster. So it will be interesting to see how that issue plays out. I would like to say one thing really quickly. Allie brought up some of the new voters that are coming over to the GOP. I am very interested to see how the party changes, particularly if Trump wins and he stamps it with the Imago MAGA and it's remade in his image, how the party changes as he transitions from campaigning to governing, because new voters are going to have new policy priorities and also new policy demands.
Yeah. Well, I know that there are a lot of polls that just closed, so we will keep an eye on all things, Glenn.
Thank you very much. It is 7:01 Central Time, 8:01 Eastern. We have about 24 states that have closed, and Stu is here to tell us what is closed and to bring us up to speed on anything that can be called now.
Yeah, let me just give you a big list, and it's a lot. Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida is now closing overall because of the central time zone. Illinois, the central time zone of Kansas, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, eastern for Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, central for North Dakota, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Tennessee, the central time zone of Texas, and Washington, D.C. All closing right now. We'll, I'm sure, have some calls very soon.
Yeah, go ahead.
Estimates are Trump probably had to win Election Day in Virginia by at least 10 points to have a shot at the state. Right now, he is winning Election Day returns in Virginia by 15 points.
Wow.
So I would at least say to keep an eye on that for sure.
So if this, how much is counted though?
It's maybe a 20, 30%.
Okay.
Yep.
If these things hold true, what are the big bellwethers? Like Virginia, I would imagine is
Virginia
one.
would be the end of the election.
You think so?
We're riding the storm out REO Speedwagon if Virginia goes red. Yeah.
And do you think that there is, is there a point tonight where it could be called tonight?
Well, Florida should be called right away.
No, I mean,
yes,
the election.
Georgia should already be called. There's no path there either. Okay. So if Virginia, if you are into betting markets and you think there's any chance Trump is going to win Virginia, you should be betting Trump right now. Because if Virginia were to flip, the best odds you were going to get, you missed them already. Yeah, I still would predict her to win there. But if we're sitting here and he is at least somewhere over the target of what he'd have to do on Election Day to win it, that goes to an overall underperforming trend line for them.
Okay, let me go to Michigan. Dave Landau is their BlazeTV host of Normal World. You are kind of in your home turf, aren't you, Dave?
Yes, I am. I'm not far from where I grew up. I'm at American Coney Island, which is the best. And yeah, I'm not far at all from where this is my home.
So how do you feel? There you are in Detroit, crime capital of the world. Last time I was in Detroit, it looked like downtown Baghdad. But how are you feeling about things in Detroit?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good. Today we did talk to a lot of Kamala voters, and it was interesting to meet so many people who actually used more words than Kamala to say nothing. It depends on... Depending on what area you're in, you see the signs, but I think putting up a Trump sign in a lot of these areas is like putting yourself on a registry.
Right.
There are people who are just terrified to do it, so I don't think that signs in front of houses say it, but there were more than I actually thought. I would say one of the people that I met who had who was the most eloquent was screaming at a shrub. Charlie LaDuff's giving me the finger. Sorry. But right now, from everybody who I've talked to, you would assume that Kamala is going to win, but then when you talk to the business owners and you talk to the people who really have a stake in the game and who I actually believe voted, because a few of them were just trying to sell me a CD, I think the ones who really voted and really care seem to be going the Trump route.
So we were talking about Michigan earlier. Michigan is probably the most corrupt state in the union when it comes to voting. I see dead people should be their state motto. What do you think we should be looking for tonight besides corruption?
You're going to get corruption. I got to meet the mayor, actually, which we will have footage of when I get back to the studio, who has all the charisma and sex appeal of Mayor McCheese. He's definitely a complete criminal, but at least in my personal opinion. And I think I'm right. Also, there's which we're talking to Charlie about soon, 16,000-ish voters that may be over the age of 100 and dead. We did go to a cemetery. They were far more researched, the people that I spoke to there, than many I met on the street. So it's tough to say because Michigan has always turned blue, but I really do feel like this is the first time that I'm thinking that Detroit might come through, or at least legally.
Okay. All right. Let me switch to the white dudes for Harris. This is from the Harris campaign. I'm sure people have seen this. This is just, beta male central. Here is the actual ad campaign from Kamala Harris.
Hey, White dudes. So I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck. Every time you go online, it's the same story. We're the problem. And yeah, some white dudes are. Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out there making it worse, shouting nonsense in their stupid red hats and acting like they speak for us when they don't. This isn't about picking teams. It's about who's got a plan that's gonna make life better for me and my family. So I've been doing my own research and decided to check out Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And before you jump down my throat, they're actually talking to guys like us. No lectures, no BS. Just real solutions that protect our freedoms and help us take care of the people who matter.
That is the most butch that whole campaign has ever been. I mean, maybe they learned from their first one, but I understand. This is so. I understand there is another white dudes for Harris spot that I may not have seen.
That's correct. There was a White Dudes for Harris campaign.
There it is.
I'm a man.
I'm a man.
I'm a macho man.
I'm a macho man.
I like ribeye steaks.
I lift barbell weights.
I can fit an entire
Anyways, you think I'm afraid to get my hands dirty?
You think I'm afraid of bears?
Bears.
I'll tell you another thing I'm sure as shit not afraid of. Women.
All of my besties are women.
I mean, everyone in my book club is a woman.
Last year, I did a wine tour in Tuscany with women.
I'm physically attracted exclusively to women.
Ew, gross. Oh, that Tim. You should get tested.
I was actually at the studio. And I walked out, and you were standing in front of the motorcycle like that. And I thought, oh, good God.
That was my favorite. You walked by, you're like, I don't even want to know. And I was like, it's white men for Kamala. And you were like, okay, I get it.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Dave Landau. All right. Let's go to Stu. We have an election update. Stu.
We do have a bunch of states to call. As we kind of knew at this time, a lot of polls were closing, some states that were not that close. And we have several states to call for each candidate. Let's start with the dark side. Kamala Harris, Connecticut. Glenn, old state. We used to work in. No surprise.
I'd be interested in hearing when it's finished what the gain was, if any, for Donald Trump. Because it was a very different feel. My wife was just up in Connecticut, and she said, I didn't see a lot of Kamala signs, which it's usually just one big Democratic sign.
Yes, the whole state is one big Democratic sign at this point. Okay, we can also call Maryland for Kamala Harris. 10 electoral votes go to her as expected. Massachusetts over to Kamala Harris as well. 11 electoral votes. We have Rhode Island, and it's 4 electoral votes going over to Kamala Harris.
Not a surprise, any of these.
As well. And finally, we have Washington, D.C., probably the easiest call of the entire election.
I called that last Tuesday.
You did. I heard that. That was an impressive
Tuesday.
call. Now we have some for Donald Trump as well. We have Alabama, and it's 9 electoral votes that go to Donald Trump. Mississippi, 6 electoral votes to Donald Trump. Tennessee, 11 electoral votes go to Donald Trump. Oklahoma, and it's 7 electoral votes go to Donald Trump. And that one, none of these are a big surprise. However, we will also confirm Steve Deace's prediction from earlier, and we will call the state of Florida 30 electoral votes.
Wow.
We can, also another huge one will be Rick Scott winning that race in the Senate. Both of those very, very good outcomes. And the fact that this is so quick is a really good sign for Florida, not only being for Donald Trump here, but also sort of codifying the lean toward the right. It doesn't seem like it was a one-time Ron DeSantis election. He's brought this whole state in a good direction and a real positive outcome for Donald Trump.
Thank you very much.
Have to love Ron DeSantis going on X right at 8 Eastern to tweet out he's called the state for Trump. He did that. He went on his personal X account Donald Trump has won the 30 Electoral College votes from Florida. Polls are closed. He went out and called. Never seen a governor do that. He went out and called his state. That's pretty. That was a flag planter.
And not a surprise.
Yeah.
I guess Scott was kind of nervous.
The polling showed that the hot chick, Anna Luna.
The hot chick.
Yeah, well, that's basically her platform. I'm hot, and she lets you know it. But the poll showed that she was struggling, and her race got called right away. She looks like she's going to win by double digits. So
really good.
There just is not, guys. There's not a Democratic Party in Florida, and for guys. Your age, my age, anybody over the age of 35, that would just blow your mind. That Florida just simply is not a competitive political construct.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's about to be term limited there in the next couple of years. And
I think they should change their constitution.
It'll be fascinating to see what comes after him and whether they can hold on to those gains.
I know.
I read there was a columnist, I think it was in the Miami Herald, Glenn, that said if Trump wins decisively and those two amendments go down, DeSantis is going to think he can do whatever he wants in this state in the next legislative session. I'm like, don't threaten me with a good time.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Yes.
I talked to Ron about it, and I said, I worry about the state after your term limit's out. And he said, my goal is to pass enough through the legislation.
This is true.
That we've neutered
This is the difference between almost all the good stuff Trump did as president, he had to do unilaterally.
Yes.
Because the Republican Congress was as useful as mammary glands on a bowl. And then he lost that Congress, right?
Right.
And so 5 minutes after Joe Biden just made it all gone. Much of what Ron has done in Florida has been done at the statute level.
Right.
Doesn't mean they won't try to unroll it all, but
it's
it will
hard.
be way more difficult than doing it via executive action.
That's why it is so important that we win the House and the Senate nationally, because I think there's enough Democrats this time.
I'm very bullish on the Senate. My Senate map was pretty aggressive at the time, and I think it's pretty close to accurate.
If Cornyn replaces McConnell,
well, see, that's the thing. We were sitting around today, me and our brass, Gaston and Tyler, were discussing if Trump wins, what's the most important priority? And we were talking issues, and I said, I don't think it's issues.
No.
I think it is who runs the Senate.
It is.
I mean, I think Mike Johnson, I'm fine leaving him there with the President Trump.
Yeah.
Because I think Mike Johnson would do, if Donald Trump told Mike Johnson to jump, his reply would be, how high, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so as long as Mike Johnson is a weak enough vessel that'll do whatever Trump wants, I'm fine with him being the speaker. What you cannot is just get thwarted constantly by the John Cornyn, John Thune Senate.
Yeah.
And so if I'm Donald Trump, what he's got to do, and he's going to have to do it quick because they're going to want to do this thing by voice vote here in like 48 hours after this election.
Yeah.
All right. He has got to put his thumb on the scale. And even if he can't get an ideologue like a Lee or a Cruz or a Rand the votes, fine. Then go get another, what I would call an ambitionist, like a Rick Scott, just a guy who's just driven by just nothing but ambition. So he'll do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Put him in the job, because we cannot sit here for 2 years heading into an unfavorable Senate map in 26, Matt, and give them 2 years to unite against Trump and have the Senate just sitting there on behalf of K Street, just vetoing everything we want to do.
He knows. I said, you've got to turn this economy around quickly. You've got maybe a year. And he said, Glenn, I've got 100 days. I have to move the entire thing in 100 days. So he is very, very aware of it. Let me give you one other piece of news. The Dow Jones was flat at 7 p.m. Eastern, just about an hour ago. It's now up 0.5%. That's about 250 points. So that is interesting, at least, to see Wall Street moving now in a positive direction.
You know what they're thinking? Taxes on realized gains, free at last.
Yeah.
Free at last.
Yeah. And they're
thank Trump Almighty, we are free at last.
And an end to a lot of this regulation.
I mean, we're on the cusp of that right now, but I think I go back to the Senate thing because it is really, really important.
Yeah.
And the good thing is, Trump hates McConnell. He knows McConnell is a problem. So how are you going to get around that? I'd say with someone like Rick Scott is a good organizer. I mean, he actually had a business, he made money. There's some of these people who are ready. But what we need is the rest of the country to acknowledge, the donor class to acknowledge, and this election will do that that these guys aren't in charge. The problem in the Senate is that every person who's in charge for their party, whether you're Chuck Schumer or Mitch McConnell, you have a large pool of money, $400 million, that you dip into and you use like a mob boss. And that's what Mike Lee is always complaining about. All these guys are complaining about.
It's a mafia. It really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
And you get more people in there who can work with you, who are competent, like a Jim Banks, et cetera. I mean, these guys, they can do some damage.
Let me go to Hilary, who is watching your comments on blaze.com.
Yes. Well, first of all, if you are a Blaze TV subscriber, we do want to hear from you. We want to hear your predictions. So be sure and go and participate in the live chat. Leave us some comments on YouTube. And if you aren't a subscriber, you can subscribe today. You can get $47 off a subscription if you go to blazeelection.com and use the code 47. Just the numbers. Don't type it out. Okay. So now I want to get to your subscriber election predictions. Arky says, Blaze, I'm going to step out and say blowout for Trump, and we'll know tonight. Chris Berriman said Trump wins all 7 battleground, takes Colorado, and with Tulsi, he takes Hawaii. And then Mark Emerson said 312 for Trump. Okay. We've got some really, really smart subscribers. We've got people that are diligent. They're staying on top of it with it. So I hope your predictions are true, but we still want to hear more as we get all the different states called. So be sure and let us know your predictions.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Hilary. I appreciate it. We're just... looking at the states that are coming in, I'm interested to hear when Texas just closed in Central, and when it's fully closed, I'm excited to hear about how this is turning out for Ted Cruz.
Yes, we just had, Ryan is saying here, 82% of the vote in with more early vote to be counted, but Trump's winning in Denton County, Texas by 14 points. That's an 8-point swing towards Trump.
What about Fort Worth?
I haven't seen Fort Worth yet.
There was a ton of money that was spent in Fort Worth. A lot of that money came from George Soros. They're trying desperately to flip. If you've ever come to the Dallas area, people who've never been here are like, where are the cows? We're not, it's not 1884 anymore in Texas. However, the cows would be in Fort Worth. That's traditionally been a much more conservative area. And man, they have come after, I think, the country's most conservative constitutional sheriff in the country. They have just spent a buttload of money trying to get rid of him.
Glenn, what do you think? I mean, they've tried to do this for a long time, right? Yeah. And you wonder if they get stopped this time like they got stopped last time. Because remember, 2022, I was totally wrong about everything that was going to happen. Yeah, there was no red wave. But in Texas, there was a red wave. I mean, there was a 10-point, 10 points, the top state officers all won, governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general. You also had a pushing back of that red wave in places like Fort Worth, largest conservative county in the state, largest conservative mayor, right, city, really in the country. So they come after it, and they go after school boards. I don't know if people realize this, but Soros will put money to go after school boards in DFW because he sees it as the tip of the spear for the rest of the country. But they lost in 2022 here, and now, at least, early signs from especially the early voting, it doesn't look good for them here.
So that would be great news. I mean, they have when I first moved here, Rick Perry was our governor, and I remember sitting in the governor's office and him saying, "Glenn, they are working overtime to flip this state."
Yes.
And I begged him and our current governor, please, you've got all these people moving in. Before every movie, run an ad that says, you moved here for a reason, dummy. Don't bring your politics with you.
A couple things on Pennsylvania. I think we should, some things I've gotten pinged on from the bat phone. 2 things to watch in Pennsylvania. One, I mentioned Georgia, that the independent swings in Georgia was really the first trend line that I thought had sustainability for an omen for the rest of the country. NBC exit poll of independents in Pennsylvania has Trump winning independents by 6 points.
Today or
that's
early?
Just their exit poll of the electorate.
Today.
Yes, today. It's Trump winning. And so also in Pennsylvania, there's a lot of talk about where are the Philly votes going. And
probably in the trunk of somebody's car.
Well, because the Harris campaign is talking about, we've got a surge of voters in Philly. but I'm told that it could very well be maybe working class white areas of Philly, where there is a surge of voters, and those would actually be more Trumpian neighborhoods in that area.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier. Let me look it up. I heard that Philadelphia, Philly County, right here, that they were down from 2016. Easy to be down from 2020,
correct,
but down from 2016, and that's largely African American area. And definitely Democrat.
Yep. Northern Philly is, I think, where you would see more of the working class white neighborhoods.
And when did they suddenly find this surge?
Well, it's Pennsylvania. They get to find things like that.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm as we're sitting here, the odds in Vegas for Trump to win have gone to minus 260 from minus 179 in just the last hour. I am telling you, I'm looking. I think everybody's ignoring New Hampshire. My source who pinged me about this, but in how significant would New Hampshire be? If Trump were to win New Hampshire and hold the Sun Belt states, he would not have to win a single Rust Belt state. That would get him to 271 with New Hampshire and the Sun Belt states. So,
how real do you think that is? I said that on radio today that I thought he was going to win New Hampshire.
I think there's a massive rural turnout in New Hampshire right now. And about 60% of the vote there, I think, has been counted. So even if he doesn't win, if you are the Democrats, though, and you are fighting at a precinct level in New Hampshire, before we get, 8:30 Eastern?
Yeah.
Okay. Before we get to 9 p.m., before we even get to the Rust Belt, you are having to do hand-to-hand combat in New Hampshire. That is a bad omen for how the night is going to go.
Well, I, for one, am in love with that.
Independent voters are so interesting this election. So interesting. In the NBC exit poll in Pennsylvania, did you see this?
No.
Trump 50%, Harris 44%.
We just read, that's what I just was referencing.
Oh, you were
sorry,
on 6.
Yeah. Okay.
That's so interesting to me. I mean, I think the independent vote
Go ahead.
Just isn't, and when I say gullible, again, I don't mean this with any animosity. People were unaware that our institutions were so completely broken that they needed to believe that they were being lied to. I think independents, and maybe RFK and Elon Musk and Joe Rogan are an example of this. I think that they are not anomalies. The new demographic of independents are actually going to be more like Republicans of 5 years ago.
Oh,
and we're starting to see that as a trend tonight.
I'm an independent. I am.
A registered independent?
Yeah, registered independent. And I voted for Democrats in the past, haven't in a long time, but generally I will vote for the Republicans, but I despise the Republican Party. I don't want to call myself a Republican. I hate them. I really do hate them. I won't give a dime. I haven't given a dime to the Republican Party in I don't know how long.
Can I share one more quick anecdote?
Hang on just a sec. But I think that is, you have to include those people who are disgusted with McConnell and say, I don't like that old, backroom game you have always been playing. I think Donald Trump is introducing a new kind of Republican. And many people, I think, are like RFK or like me. You were beholden to a party, but you've seen this is a game.
It's a uniparty.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that term has been stigmatized. I don't care anymore. I was probably one of those people 8 years ago that be like, oh, be careful not to be called a conspiracy theorist. And I'm like,
oh, yeah.
Let's count how many of those conspiracy theories were true and we were right about.
Yeah.
Well, independence, in my opinion, used to be defined as someone who was probably socially liberal, but financially, fiscally conservative.
Yeah.
And I think that that's been remade. Now a lot of independents are just anti-woke.
Yeah, and also I think we're anti-war.
Yeah.
I think we've just woken up. There were things that conservatives have been right about, and that's the anti-woke stuff. Yeah. And then there's stuff that the liberals were right about, and that's the anti-war and anti-pharmaceutical.
Yes.
And those two are coming together. And
this
to me, it's dynamic.
It is, and I'm only just getting a grip, and maybe we can't even fully get a grip on yet what that realignment will lead to. Like, what will the new Republican Party be? Because Donald Trump hopefully will be president, but that won't define the Republican Party beyond the next couple of years. What are the issues that are going to be Republican versus Democrat?
We'll see. Go ahead, Steve. You were saying.
A couple other notes I think that are interesting. So Denton, which is a suburb not far from here.
Yeah.
Right? And so, of course, Trump's strength in rurals and above historical Republican means is noted, as well as his weakness in suburbs above Republican means. The suburb of Denton right now, it looks like it's going to have a 14-point swing towards where Trump was 4 years ago.
Wow.
Which could also be something that bodes well for the rest of the country as well in terms of suburban voters. It's been official Amendment 4 in Florida has failed, and the rest of the night is going to be about Donald Trump, and deserves to be, because we might be on the cusp of the greatest freaking comeback since MacArthur returned to the Philippines.
He deserves it.
But I want to spend for just 2 minutes. Indulge me. I want to give mad props to my man. All right. Because what Ron DeSantis did, getting dramatically outspent by George Soros, with no help whatsoever from these absolute loser pro-life groups who raise all this money and cannot accomplish a cotton-picking thing, except throw a march in January, without any of their help, with nothing. Went out there completely on his own, a ragtag group of Florida activists that I do DMs with, and they were just outspent 300-1 by George Soros. And he put down his thumb, his ring finger, his fist, every appendage he had on the frickin' scale. He leveraged all the political capital he had to shut down these two amendments, and he beat them. And I just want to make sure before we all move on and give all the flowers that it looks like Trump is going to deserve and has earned in this campaign, we need to give just 2 minutes of acknowledgement for the complete and total badassery of the Florida governor.
I have to tell you, there's a few badasses now. I mean, the right was completely void of a badass, except for Donald Trump. And now we have hard times make strong men. And that's what's happening. We have had our backs pushed up against the wall now, being called all kinds of names since 2006, 2004. Always we're, warmongers, we're this, we're that. And we've done a lot of introspection. And many of us, me included, or leading, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but we changed because we were introspective. And we were like, wait a minute, I don't know if I really believe that anymore because of this and this and this. We've become strong, but they've had good times. While we've had bad times, they've had good times. And look at the beta males they've become. They are weak, weak.
And this is, to Steve's point, here you have a guy who, a lot of people who are in our audience, frankly, and a lot of people who are out there voting for Trump in the rest of the country, still there's some bad blood, right, with DeSantis because he challenged the king. But he's still a model governor, any way you shake it. When you look at how he has governed and what he's done in that state, it's a model for everybody else. And the strength of it is real. Horowitz is saying he won both 3 and 4.
Yeah, I have to tell you, I wish Donald Trump would give him as just a temporary assignment or whatever he would be willing to take. FEMA. He should take FEMA and take it apart.
Secretary of Defense.
Yeah. All right, Stu.
All right, we have polls closing in Arkansas, and we have lots and lots of math to go through. So gather around. It's time for numbers. We have, let's go through the Electoral College, where it stands right now. We've just called a bunch of states, and it's hard to keep up with. So let's give you an update as to where we are now. Trump, with called states, now has 88 electoral votes. Those are 100% locked in. Kamala Harris has 38 electoral votes. But of course, lots of numbers to come from later states that are almost certain. Donald Trump still has 35 electoral votes that are almost certain. Kamala Harris still with a big number there, 129. So we have a likely minimum so far of 123 for Donald Trump and 167 for Kamala Harris. What's left? Still 248 electoral votes. We also have a bunch of Senate stuff to go through. Where is the state of the Senate right now? A bunch of races have been called. Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee, Roger Wicker in Mississippi, Rick Scott in Florida, we talked about a little bit earlier. The Delaware race called for the Democrats, Chris Murphy in Connecticut as well. Elizabeth Warren will be back in your life for 6 more years. Celebrate that one. Sheldon Whitehouse as well in Rhode Island.
What man has not said, I need a little more Elizabeth Warren in my life?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Nobody has ever wanted such a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we in the Senate right now? Locked and loaded, 44 seats for the Republicans as we stand right now. Democrats still trailing by a decent margin, 33 seats. Of course, we know there are some near certainties coming right around the corner. It's going to be 3 for the Republicans, and for the Democrats will be 5. So our likely minimum for the Republicans, 47 seats, and for the Democrats, 38. Of course, there's still 15 big seats remaining, and we will continue to go on that as well. One other thing I'm watching pretty closely, Glenn, are the splits in a couple of key Senate races. How is Donald Trump doing in relation to the Republican candidate? So far in Texas, Ted Cruz is running about 4 points behind Donald Trump. So
behind Donald Trump.
Yes.
Not behind Colin Allred.
It's not important really where he stands against Colin Allred right now because, of course, they're just, we're low. We have not counted the vote yet. But he's about 4 points behind. Same story for Bernie Moreno in Ohio, about 4 points behind in Iowa, or in Ohio. Again, you think Donald Trump's probably going to win Ohio by more than 4 points. If that holds, that would be good news for Bernie Moreno. Same thing with Ted Cruz. If Donald Trump is able to win that by 7, 8, 9 points, which is looking relatively possible here in Texas, that might be good news for Ted Cruz to hold on to that seat.
That would be fantastic. Anything yet on Congress? Have you looked at any of the iffy seats that we were hoping we'd pick up? Have we picked up anything yet?
The House, we still have, there's still more work to do on that, Glenn. I haven't dove into it all that much. I know there's others here on the panels that are watching the House a little bit more closely.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me go to our Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist. He was featured in our Blaze Original Stuckey series, How Elections Can Be Stolen. That was hosted by Sara Gonzales. It's still up at the Blaze. You can watch it. It's pretty amazing. Charlie spent the better part of last week tabulating early votes in Michigan's Wayne County. He joins us now from Detroit. Charlie, do you believe the Democrats could use their early voting to their advantage this year?
Well, Glenn, certainly anybody could use the early voting to their advantage. Whether they do or not is the question, right? Because nationally, we have a problem. If Trump does win tonight, then maybe we get a grip on this because the process is loose. You might not even know tonight if Michigan wins. And I should tell you, bro, here's what I'm going to ask of your audience. Currently in Michigan, there are 17,000, I'm going to be specific, 16,666 people over the age of 100 who are actively registered to vote.
Oh, my gosh.
According to the Social Security Administration, there are exactly 2,119 people alive over the age of 100. So that I can track, brother. So don't worry about that. That's easy. I can run down the dead people. But your audience can do a great favor here. Just a test, which is if you've ever lived in Michigan and moved away, but you were registered to vote, I want you to go to My Vote and see if you did vote in Michigan. And if you did, then contact Glenn and let him know, and he'll get back to me, and we'll start to run that down, because that's the slippery area.
Right. Because I've heard people are getting ballots. Did you ever live in Michigan, or you're on the rolls? You need a ballot. And they haven't been in Michigan for a while. They haven't voted in Michigan for a while. Some of them have been honest and, pulled the red flag and said, hey, hang on here. But, the thing I worry about the most, and correct me if maybe this isn't what we should be worried about.
I would never correct you, baby.
Is the idea that, we're going to stop counting tonight. And they know the count of how many they need, because they've counted all of the ballots prior. So they know what number they have to hit. And then we drag this out for a couple of days and ballots just start mysteriously appearing. Have we gotten a handle on that at all?
Well, let's just go with what we know, which is at this moment, we don't see any of that, right? We don't see any of that. But it's possible. And the problem is 40% of the country does not feel good that the process is locked down and officious, that we can believe in it. Now, when I'm with the Polish TV, the Europeans want to know.
Yeah.
And when everything goes wrong, when your legislative bodies can't do the corrective measures, when the courts are weaponized, we got the greatest thing in the world here, which is we call the Grand Tribunal. There's a plebiscite, and the jury is 170 million people. That's what's awesome about tonight. And if we start not believing the last-ditch safeguard, we're in huge trouble. So I'm not a guy that believes there's grand larceny going on, but it's enough that they're doing to erode the trust in the process, and that needs to stop.
Very good. So
What do
one
you
of the
think?
things that
I
really...
absolutely think it is. I think there's definitely thievery going on. I will say that.
You do?
I think there's a little bit, yeah.
You visited your old man's grave today.
I did.
Did he vote?
He had I voted for Kamala sticker on it.
So one of the things that I think really
I'm not
bothered...
sure who put it there. I'm guessing.
One of the things that really bothered people,
people.
last time in 2020 was when, I can't remember which district it was, but they covered the windows with cardboard and they wouldn't let anybody look in.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff, do we have that under control?
I got a piece of news for you. Okay, so that was the TCF, Cobo Hall. The convention center has had more nicknames than John Dillinger, you know what I'm saying? But I worked there as a reporter. I processed more absentee ballots than anybody in the state of Michigan, most likely. What happened with that cardboard is that was the next day. Hey, there's 150,000 ballots coming out of Detroit, and everybody just rushed down here. But the count was over. Here's what I'll give you tonight, Glenn. I worked the process again as a citizen and as a reporter exclusively to your show. In 2020, we had computers, right? The envelope comes in, I scan it, we open it, we process it. There's a redundant timestamp on the ballot. This is the hour that it got processed. This year, they took the computers away. There was no redundancy. And the importance of this redundancy was when people called me up from Missouri and threatened my life because I said no ballots came in at that time of day, that I could show them the tape from the computer. That's gone. That wasn't a good idea. And I'm hoping everything shakes out right here so we can go back to the drawing board and do it one more time and get all the safeguards, bro.
Yeah. I don't know why the rest of the country isn't following the model of Florida myself. Thank you very much, Charlie. I really appreciate it. You've got to see the doc that was done. You can find it at BlazeTV. We'll maybe come back to that a little later on, but the voter fraud exposed, it's quite eye-opening. All right, Allie, Beth.
Yes, well, I know that y'all have already talked a little bit about Florida, and I agree with everything that Steve said, just how Ron DeSantis has been leading the country. I just want to emphasize again, as someone who just talked to Casey DeSantis yesterday, how thankful I am for the work that they've done in informing their voters. Amendment 3, Amendment 4 failed. I am so glad that the miscarriage propaganda, at least among Florida voters, didn't work, because they tried to do what Harris has tried to do nationally, which is to say we have to allow abortion through all 9 months if you want to be able to get the miscarriage care that you need. At least enough voters in Florida did not buy into that disinformation. And if that's all the good that happens tonight, I will be praising God.
You know what's interesting? It's been said that even in red states, pro-life ballot referendums or initiatives often fail for 3 reasons. That pro-lifers are outspent, that a lot of times the laws are not incremental changes enough and it scares voters, and that the language is vague enough that it can be misrepresented into scaring people as well. And I think what Ron DeSantis did in the state of Florida is a lesson for pro-lifers, that not only is this an incredible victory which it is. My heart is soaring that this failed, that babies' lives will be protected. It's also a lesson for Republicans all across the country that being pro-life is not a losing issue. That if you do not allow the language in the legislation to be represented, you are very clear about the implications of the law. If you do not allow a dollar to define the race, meaning you don't just battle on the airwaves of cable news, and if you underscore that these abortion propositions are radical and will allow abortion up to the moment of birth, which is not incremental at all, you can win this.
Yeah.
Even
Let's
in this
see how
culture.
it does in other states.
Yeah.
That didn't have Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
One point
Harder battle for sure.
NBC exit poll, 33-point swing from 2020 towards Trump with Hispanic men.
That's monstrous.
That is the stuff of decisive to landslide paradigm shifts. From a 23-point Biden win with that group in 2020, they have Trump winning Hispanic men by 10 points, NBC exit poll does. Wow. 33-point swing.
I think the Democrats have...
What I think you're seeing here is, I think that you are seeing in minority communities, the men have had enough of Yas Queen culture. And we had Jason Whitlock on earlier, and this is a focal point. He even used the terms matriarchy and patriarchy when he was talking. This has been a big part of his concern, just the complete eradication of men as respected figures in minority communities. And I think that putting up there, frankly, a woman who's just a complete and total nitwit with a double-digit IQ, okay, and this afternoon pretended to call a voter and it was her camera. Unless the voter's name was Camera, okay, it was her camera and not a voter, okay? And you've got a woman up there who the only claim to fame she has is she did a song talking about her moist genitalia, reading off a phone her endorsement to a crowd, okay? And
I just want to interpret that for everyone that he's talking about Cardi B,
yes,
right?
Yes. I think we have reached. I think minority men in this election have reached the breaking point. They've had enough, and we are witnessing Trump as the fulcrum here, as the inflection point for a mass minority men pushback to Yas Queen culture.
I think we are seeing the same kind of switch that we saw in the 1960s, where it was the Republicans who were the civil rights leaders, really, and then by 1964, it was completely upside down. And somehow or another, that great con happened. I think it's righting itself for the first time since that time.
Do you know what else is at play here? And I think that this is one of the most insulting things that Democrats do, is they conflate all people of Latino descent with illegal aliens.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Legal people of Hispanic descent, whether they're citizens or legal permanent residents, they are some of the people who feel the strongest against illegal immigration. They're also victimized at a very high rate by illegal aliens.
Exactly.
They don't think it's fair. They don't think it's safe. They don't want that to be happening in our country. And the Democrats constantly act like if you are a Latino, that you must be for open borders. And I find that it's almost humorous because it's so insulting.
And is this going to make them rethink their open border strategy? This idea that they had of the black and brown of the world, like joining this multicultural coalition for Democrats. If Latinos aren't going their way, will they rethink that?
I want to know, has anybody seen what has happened to Lily Tang?
She was on my show yesterday.
I love her.
She's delightful.
She is just, I just would like to see.
That's the New Hampshire congressional race, right?
Yeah, second district.
That state is going to come down to the absolute wire.
I'd like to see.
Could win that state.
She is hard to listen to because she has such a heavy Chinese accent, but that woman is a dynamo.
Yeah. Is she the one who went viral in the debate?
Yeah.
Just the other day, which was
Yeah.
awesome. She was like, "You don't understand what we're going through because you're a billionaire."
Yeah. I mean, and for her to say that to Jake Sullivan's wife
Right.
was just
hilarious.
I mean, it was hilarious and true.
You know what?
no
you know what she
filter.
said to me on the show when she was on the show yesterday? I was asking her. She's like, "Oh, that woman. She's only 37 years old."
Oh, that's funny.
Trump takes lead in Virginia with 41% of the vote.
Wow.
Yeah, I have to say, Jason Whitlock did weigh in on minority voters. He said that in his exit poll, overweight black men are breaking for Trump. That was Jason's line. I think that was an unscientific exit poll.
Is that his own exit poll?
But
A poll of one.
going back to the Texas suburbs, things are really looking good there. Some of the stuff we were talking about earlier, Glenn. Cruz did win early voting in Tarrant, and Tarrant in early voting, the early vote, 6 points for Trump. It didn't go that way. It went the other way last time around.
How did Tarrant County do with the sheriff?
I haven't seen how Sheriff Bill is doing yet, but I'll look that up because he's a hero. He's a good guy.
He's absolutely, he is the quintessential American sheriff.
Yes.
I went to him and I said, because he's my sheriff, and I
Who
said,
is this?
Bill Wayburn.
Oh,
and, yeah. And I said, Bill, this is when they were first coming in and they were going to take everybody's guns. And I said, you're the last line. He's like, oh, I know that. And he got a big cowboy hat on and just spoke like this. And I said,
Sheriff Steele.
Yeah. And I said, so what are you going to do if if the feds come in and start they're going door to door? And he said, well, all my deputies need firearms. And I said, okay. And he said, so I guess I'm going to go door to door and deputize every citizen of this county.
There you go.
That's the way to do it. All right, we have more states to call. Stu?
Yes, a couple more calls for you here, Glenn. One from earlier that closed. South Carolina going to Donald Trump. That is not a surprise, but 9 electoral votes going Trump's way. And another, Arkansas, also going to Donald Trump with 6 electoral votes.
Okay, what are we expecting next? What is closing here?
There's a Pennsylvania voting site that was just evacuated. This is according to the Daily Mail, as disruptors try to upset election results.
Weird.
So, we started the show with that CBS poll that says 75% of Americans on both sides think that there's going to be violence because of this. I have not, I told my family before I left, my wife said, so how concerned are you about, ramifications? And there's a DHS warning out. They make these warnings all the time that people like us, are in danger.
Yeah.
Politicians are in danger. Judges are in danger. People who work at the polls are in danger. But I said, I really don't, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried more about terrorism, foreign terrorism that's already here, that came across the border. I am concerned about what's coming across the border. There's 150,000 in line in Mexico. We know where they are, and they're ready to just rush that border. That's 150,000 people just rushing the border as soon as this election is over.
And they're all hoping that Kamala Harris wins.
Yes. And the other is, I am concerned about a decisive victory tonight. It's interesting to me that I saw how many cities, and all lefty cities, were boarding up their store windows today. That tells you something.
Isn't that where all the National Guard were sent? They were sent just to blue cities?
Seattle, Portland, and Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
It's not
that must be
conservatives
where
that are
all of
violent.
those
No.
right-wing white supremacists that
Yeah,
they
that's
keep
where they
telling
all
us
are.
to worry about. I think they're in Portland and
So
Seattle.
what do you guys expect? If Donald Trump wins decisively tonight, I
Yes,
think
yes,
they are.
will.
They're the kind of people, if I can't have you, no one will.
I don't like making this prediction because I don't want violence. I don't want people to do that. I don't think that that's healthy for our country. It's obviously dangerous for individuals and businesses. But do I think that the same people that that engaged in the Black Lives Matter riots, that were burning down buildings, that were assaulting cops, that were ruining the businesses of the people, black business owners who they claim to stand for, do I think that they will engage in violence? Yes, I do. I do, because they've said, there was a group, it was a socialist group, there was an undercover video recorded of them about a year ago. They were talking about what they were going to do after this election, and they said it's going to be worse than the Summer of Rage in 2020. What we're going to do is going to be worse. And I think the closer the election results are, the more violent it's going to be.
I hope you're wrong on that, as you do.
I hope I'm wrong too.
But I don't necessarily think you are. They are going to engage in every bit of lawfare that they can. And I worry, we're 72 days away from Donald Trump or Kamala putting their hand on the Bible and being sworn in. 72 days. That's a lot of days that you can burn a lot of cities. I will tell you that I don't think you're going to be burning a lot of small cities. I think it'll be all the progressive cities that will burn themselves down. But you come to some of our small communities, no, you're not going to do that.
Yeah.
People will stop it. I'm not sure the government will. What does Biden, Harris, or whoever is the president, what do they do in the next 72 days?
Well, what incentive do they have to stop something like that?
If you have the kind of acting out you guys are describing in the midst of a decisive election, I mean that's a mortal wound to the Democratic Party. Okay, I mean that because there's no way to camouflage that. There's no way to spin that. There's no way these are aggrieved people. This is not a George Floyd funeral. I mean, this is not Donald Trump. Only got 46% of the popular vote in a head-to-head matchup and won the 5 decisive states by a combined 75,000 votes. And Vladimir Putin had a P-tape that he used as a means of getting Trump to as his leverage point to infiltrate America. I mean, this is in that case, and I do think a decisive win is on the table. Looking at
what
the
do you
trend lines.
define as decisive?
I would say Trump winning the popular vote.
Do you think that is?
I think that is on the table based on what I'm saying.
If that happens, that takes away their electoral college argument that they always use.
Yeah,
they always say, we won the popular vote. Well, we don't elect presidents by popular vote.
I think that you run out of talking points.
Yes.
And here's the other thing to think about. There are other people right now that want her to lose in their party because they want to run.
I know.
Like the governor of Pennsylvania, for example.
Yeah.
And the senator in Pennsylvania has already shown he's an independent thinker and will say whatever he truly thinks too. I mean, I could see John Fetterman and Josh Shapiro as guys who just won the last midterm. I mean, you're Josh Shapiro. You just won your state by 15 points. And then you turn around and see Trump win your state in the presidential election and you want to run. And you've got John Fetterman there who's already telling you what he really thinks. He breaks with his party all the time. I could see them right away sister soldier this thing if you get the reference that I'm making. I could see them come right out and say, I'm going to call BS on that, basically. That's not who we are. All right. I don't like the results of the election, but it's time to move on because you're talking about the kind of thing where you are giving Trump now not just a win in a redemption story, you're giving him win at the back. Instead of 100 days, he's got to get something done. Maybe he's got 6 months. Yeah. Maybe he's got an entire year. He's got more of a mandate. I don't think it's as cut and dried. I mean, that they can unleash the stormtroopers given
but
not just if he wins, but how.
But the question is, can they
contain them?
Contain the stormtrooper. You know, that's the problem with Marxism. You're always playing with with gasoline and matches, and you think, well, we'll be able to control it.
Yep.
Can you?
That's a very good point.
We'll find out. Where are we going here? We have a new exit poll. This is a nationwide exit poll. Who do you trust more to handle the economy? Trump, 51%. Harris, 47%. I can't believe it's that close. Who do you trust to handle immigration? Trump, 53%. Harris, 45%. Now, remember, those are the two top issues from people exiting the voting booth. Who do you trust to handle crime and safety? Trump, 51%. Harris, 47%. Who do you trust to handle a crisis? Trump, 51%. Harris, 47%. What's your opinion of Harris? Unfavorable, 54%. Opinion of Trump, unfavorable, 54%. Favorable, however, on Trump is 45%. Favorable on Harris is 47%. But I have to tell you, being 3 points behind somebody that the media has made into the Virgin Mary, as they have also spent the last 10 years calling you Trump, that's phenomenal. That's phenomenal.
That's what I say too.
This is the narrative tonight. I mean, if Donald Trump wins tonight decisively, there's no hiding it. You know, I mean, the repercussions are very different than any of the other elections we've seen with Trump. Something is over. There's a definitive winner.
Yes.
And that's going to have a ripple effect throughout the entirety of our society and culture. You cannot hide this.
And I don't think if we would have elected Donald Trump in 2020, we would be able to make the case, and we would not have been able to make the moves that I think Donald Trump is going to be able to make if he wins tonight. If he wins tonight, we are at the end. You know, I said this 15 years ago. 2025 is the maximum swing of the pendulum. By 2024, 25, it's going to start swinging back. Well, here we are. And I think we saw it start swinging back at an accelerated pace because of COVID.
And the BLM riots. I actually think the BLM riots red-pilled more people than COVID did.
100%. Whenever I'm talking to people in the wild, the vast majority of them say, I started listening to you in 2020. And the evangelical world, this was huge. You had a lot of conservative identifying evangelicals talking about white privilege and systemic racism. Donald Trump actually lost about 1 million evangelical votes versus what he had in 2016 and 2020. My estimation is that all of those votes come back, because even just among the private conversations I've been having with pastors, they're like, you know what? You were kind of right about that BLM stuff, or I shouldn't have posted the black square. And I know this is just my own microcosm, but we had this Share the Arrows event, and we had 4,000 Christian women from across the country and even Canada coming there just to listen to sound teaching. These are 4,000 conservative women, and I loved what I heard that this one person said, I left there with zero fear of man. And that is just the feeling that I get among a lot of Christians.
Yeah, me too.
Courage.
Me too. We're going to go to Hilary here and get some of your questions and your views if you're watching The Blaze. If you haven't subscribed to The Blaze yet, will you please subscribe? Because in honor of the 47th president, hopefully it'll be Donald Trump, we've given you $47 off of your subscription. It is a great deal. It really is. We are working our butts off to make sure that we're bringing you the news that we have to and that you need. Also, I will tell you this. The other thing is, if Kamala Harris wins, we're in trouble. You're in trouble, we're in trouble. Our voices are going to be squashed. If Donald Trump wins, we're going to be able to expand. And if I may make this prediction, it'll be platforms like this that hold the next debate. It will not be ABC, NBC, or CNN. Those things are over if he wins. We need you to help us build this network. So join us now. Just go to blazeelection.com and put in 47 as the promo code and save $47. Hilary, we've got about 90 seconds. What do you have?
All right, so I think I speak for all of us when I say we still have no clue what platforms or key issues Kamala Harris was campaigning on. But one thing we do know, she really was pushing the abortion issue, women's reproductive rights. And so her supporters really rallied around her with that, backing her on that. And so we have a clip of a Maryland governor using the Bible to support her position. Take a listen.
You know, I oftentimes talk about how I look back at Ephesians, and how Ephesians talks about how men hold this place as a spiritual head of household. But what that means is being able to be a protector for everyone in your household. It means supporting everyone in your household. And it means protecting their interests and frankly, their lives. And so if you have a person who's putting together policies that is attacking the health care of my daughter or my wife or my sisters, then that is my responsibility to serve as an anchor and a protector.
Oh my God.
So our response from our Blaze TV subscribers from Fusebox said, what is the obsession with abortion about anyways? It seems so sick and strange, and I think we can all agree with that.
Thank you so much. It is 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern. We go to Stu. We have some more closings, and we're going to call some more states, I believe.
Colorado, Iowa. This will be interesting from the Ann Selzer poll point. Let's see how that one plays out here in the next couple of hours. Part of Kansas, Louisiana, part of Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, part of North Dakota, part of South Dakota, part of Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming, all closing right now.
All right, so that means Texas is fully closed. We should be able to call that one pretty soon.
So fully clothed, Glenn.
Yes, I know. Thank God, because you don't want to see Texans without their clothes. It's not good. Let me go to Harmeet Dillon, who is in Arizona. The polls have just closed. She is an RNC committee woman from California, Center for American Liberty, founder and CEO of that. Also, She has really been a big part of making sure that the lawyers are on top of everything. Arizona just closed. I know that you have been busy all day long. What did you see? Are you concerned about things? How did things generally go?
Well, thank you for having me. The War Room opened in Arizona. That's all of the lawyers and the political people here in Scottsdale at 5:30 a.m. And we've been on our feet and blocking and tackling issues all day long, nonstop. Literally, we just concluded a hearing in Apache County about 10 minutes ago involving an effort by the Democrats to keep the polls open 2 hours longer based on some issues that occurred in Apache County in the morning that were resolved many hours ago, and they filed their lawsuit very late in the day, as is their wont. But the judge issued a compromise there and allowed 7 polling locations out of about 40 to stay open for 2 more hours. I think it's going to be a really minimal impact on the vote. We've had tremendous turnout here in Arizona, and we had several thousand observers deployed into the field today and hundreds and thousands of different shifts over the last 2 weeks during the early voting, 3 weeks. And we have several dozen lawyers in the field and several dozen lawyers here on site in our War Room area. And it has gone very smoothly. The fact that we had this tremendous organization working in combination with outside groups and campaigns to look at where we had long lines in Maricopa County and literally send buses there and take our voters with Trump signs on the side on these buses to other polling places, letting them vote and bringing them back so they can get back into their cars. It was a super organized, rapid response system set up by our chair here, Gina Swoboda. And, all of the campaigns worked together. The RNC worked together with everybody. And I'm just really proud of being the lawyer on site here for the RNC and the Trump campaign for this effort.
I am thrilled that you are the one that took on Arizona. So Maricopa County, we didn't see any of the crap that we were seeing last time. You feel that this is, at this point, secure and we've caught what we needed to catch?
Well, on the voting day and through voting day, yes.
Correct.
Of course, Maricopa County is going to take up to 2 weeks to count the ballots. That's because they're allowed to do that under the law. And a lot of Republicans dropped off their mail ballots today in Maricopa County. And then we had a lot of people voting today. So not everyone can be like Florida and excel at the science of voting and actually count things on time. Or by the way, the rest of the third world,
Right.
Every other country in the world, it counts on the election day. But I would say as far as the issues I saw physically here on the ground in 2022, when I was here on the ground, we didn't see those issues. I mean, human beings run these elections. There were some issues like they ran out of ink at some places. They took a while to fill them back up. There were a few errors here and there. There were some errors in Yuma County. There were little errors in Pinal County and some others, but we worked cooperatively for the most part outside Maricopa County with elections officials to resolve these issues. And within Maricopa County, we pressured them, we hassled them, we asked them to fix certain things, and some things were being fixed as late last night, texting 2,000 voters, telling them that they were mistakenly removed from the polls here in Maricopa County. So now we have 2 more hours in 7 locations in Apache County. We're going to be getting with our voters in those 7 locations and making sure they know that they have 2 more hours to vote there. But overall, we feel really good about our performance here in Arizona as a Republican Party.
When do you think, I mean, they don't have to take the 2 weeks. Will they take the 2 weeks? Or do you think?
It'll take the 2 weeks to count everything. And, there are certain issues like some provisional ballots in many places and things like that. The judge in Apache, for example, ordered the late ballots to be segregated, meaning he still could decide whether or not to count them based on evidence that comes in. So we'll see about that. But I do actually expect this to be much more smooth than it was before. Republicans overperformed in early voting by something like 212,000 votes, and Democrats didn't seem to make up the difference today as we were looking at where the Democrat voters typically are. Are there long lines there? I didn't see it. Other observers didn't see it. So I think President Trump is looking outstanding today, coming out of today's voting. We have some close congressional races, so those remain to be seen. Of course, the Senate race with Carrie Lake. She's been working super hard as well. I think that remains to be seen. But overall, I think it's a great day. Abe Hamadeh, who I've represented in the past, who should have been and in my mind is the rightful Attorney General of Arizona. I think he's going to be handily declared the winner of his congressional seat tonight.
Fantastic.
So that's some poetic justice. And a lot of good friends here in Arizona. I represent a lot of people here and some great Americans. And I really want to point out that it was a combination of the Republican National Committee laying the groundwork, doing all this work, the Arizona GOP providing incredible organization, and outside organizations like Turning Point Action and others who did a Herculean effort of getting voters signed up and then chasing the ballots of the low propensity voters. It was brilliant. Democrats have been doing it for a while. We did a great job. Really excited to be part of this.
Harmeet, thank you so much. I know you still have a long day ahead of you, but get some rest, because we're going to need you in the next 2.5 weeks to make sure that nothing happens to spoil this. Thank you so much. I don't know
Thanks
about you guys,
me.
but I feel really good. For the first time, Republicans always screw it up.
Yeah.
And I feel really good
There's
for the
still
first
time,
time.
Glenn.
I know, but at least it appears as though we are on it.
Okay, there's just one thing that I'm worried about.
Okay.
One thing so far that I've seen tonight. One data point that concerns me. And that is that the New York Times right now estimates that Trump wins 280 to 258 in the Electoral College.
Wow.
And I mean, they were wrong, right?
Wow.
So the fake news is saying Trump is winning. Do I believe them? I don't know.
There's a couple of meta points about the shape of the electorate. I mentioned the 33-point swing with Hispanic men. Right now, it is projected that the overall electorate is trending about +6 female. Now, we have not had a majority male electorate since 1980. Okay, so that would actually be 2 points above what we had in Trump's previous runs of 2016 and 2020. However, it also looks like Trump's gender gap is going to be more narrow than it was in those two races as well. It's projected right now at -11. His gender gap was -13 with Hilary in 2016, and it was -15 with Joe Biden in 2020. So that's a wash, essentially. He'll perform about what he did with women, it looks like, what he did previously. But if you throw in the historic performance with Hispanic men, and that brings me to the other point I wanted to mention, the exit polling is saying that Trump is going to finish with the best Hispanic performance a Republican presidential candidate's ever had.
Wow.
That he will break George W. Bush previously had the record in 2004, the last time we won the popular vote. George W. Bush got 44% of the Hispanic vote, and right now the exit polling is projecting that Trump is going to get 45% of it.
Unbelievable.
I have a question that's like really wonky about the percentage of females that are voting. And we may have to put a pin in this question, and I may have to research it later, but is the percentage of women voting seemingly higher because the percentage of black men is lower than in 2020? Have we looked at not just the percentages of women voting, but the actual numbers of them?
That is a great question, and that is something I will look for as we get further into the night. That's a good
Because I suspect that's going to be the case.
Stu, you have some additional news for us?
I just don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here. I feel like I like the party vibe. I like the good vibe. We feel good.
Why must you be a little black rain cloud?
Just let me introduce a little bit of the little black rain cloud.
All right.
There is, and what Matt said was true. The New York Times has a slight lead for Donald Trump. However, they are still in the toss-up range of their little needle projection, which it is slightly leaning toward Donald Trump. But as far as the entire election, it is only slightly. Nate Silver is running a model live. If you believe Nate, he has it at a 50% chance that Donald Trump wins this election.
Still.
Wow. 50%. The New York Times is reporting, as of about 20 minutes ago, Donald Trump is running in every precinct. If you look at every single vote that's been cast so far, Donald Trump is running 0.3% ahead of their projections. Now, that is, of course, that they had it as a toss-up race. But if you're 0.3% ahead, that's good, right? But certainly not like I feel super confident about it. And the other thing just to consider here is everything that's happened so far on the map, every single thing we've called so far has been expected.
This is why I hate this guy.
I'm not trying to rain on him.
No, I know.
Donald Trump has not broken through and won any swing state yet. He may very well do that, and everyone's bringing up really good
Keep your eye on North
background
Carolina.
information on that, but he's not won any of them yet.
Do we have any? Wait, hang on a sec, Stu. Do we have any information on North Carolina? Any new information on North Carolina
It's
or
at
Virginia?
41% reporting in North Carolina. Trump is at 51%, Kamala at 47%.
So the networks, several networks have called Virginia for Kamala. Yeah. I think that's too early to make
I think it's much too soon. I saw that a couple minutes ago.
My guess is they just they're for, because I don't understand how Georgia has not been called, but Virginia has. I mean, I can understand if you're thinking that the amount that you expect to come in for Kamala in Fairfax County, Trump just doesn't have any kind of a lead to overcome that. That's fine. I just don't see then how you would balance that out with what is her path in Georgia. I have no idea how she would overcome. I think she's down by 7 or 8 right now. I just don't see Georgia. What her path. Yeah, I don't see what her path is.
Is it the possibility that the polls haven't closed? They added 2 hours for what? I mean, it might be because of that bomb threat.
Could be.
They're not going to call it yet.
So North Carolina, Baker said a little while ago in his analytics room, GOP, I mean, they're happy that there were 300,000 net early votes there. That was good. They've never done anything like that before. So they were leading on early votes like everywhere else. And then other than that, they're feeling good. They think he's doing better than he was in the 2 previous elections, given what they've seen so far, what they're hearing. So whatever.
Exit polls out of Michigan project.
Pardon me, Matt, looks good. No, it looks good.
Exit polls out of Michigan projecting Trump will win the under 30 vote by 4 points in Michigan.
Which is so interesting.
Wow, that's amazing.
Who knows what percentage of the electorate in Michigan that will be. But
I think that is RFK, that is Tulsi, that is surely Elon Musk. It is.
Well,
what
it's
he was
Theo
offering
Vaughn,
was
it's Joe Rogan, it's Full Send, it's Andrew Schultz, it's all of those people too.
Yes.
It's Vance.
Yes.
Also, Vance has a new vigor being a millennial, being the potential vice president, and he gets it, and he is a great advocate for MAGA. I think that's made a huge difference.
You know, Stu, you just put a giant pit in my stomach, and I'm not happy about it.
I live to torture you, Glenn.
Yeah.
My job is to torture you specifically.
Okay, let me go to Washington, D.C., and our Blaze News senior politics editor and D.C. correspondent is Chris Bedford. He is there. Was there an October surprise?
You know, all the surprises were all spent. There was nothing more to do. I would say the closest thing you might have gotten to an October surprise was the Israeli invasion in Lebanon, which, of course, was not very good for Democrats to see.
Right.
When you've gone so far as to take a shot and actually hit a presidential candidate, when you've tried to put him in prison, when you've tried to put his associates in prison, and some of them have been actually successful, when you've impeached him twice, when you called him Hitler, what more really can you surprise the voter with? And this, Glenn, you got to remember that in 2016, Donald Trump was already one of the best known people in America. There's not a whole lot that they can actually add to it. And what they have added, which is that he was dangerous, he was going to put you in camps, he was a dictator. Well, people have lived under 4 years of him. Despite what they say, he voluntarily left power. And then he's running for president again. So none of that is actually working. It's no longer a motivating force. He's no longer the unknown. He's now a known quantity, something you never see in modern presidential politics, someone who's actually been there before. And I think we're seeing that in these polls. They're not getting the results that they wanted.
What is the feeling in Washington, D.C.? I mean, if Donald Trump wins, that city is going to change entirely. I mean, honestly, housing prices could plummet in that area. What's the feeling there?
Well, the Washington, D.C. housing prices will maintain. People don't worry about that. It takes, not even COVID could take them down, although office space got pretty wrecked by that. The feeling in Washington, people are starting to board up some of their shops, especially downtown near the White House. Now, downtown near the White House, you see nothing boarded up here near the Capitol. It's all by the White House, which is where the Democrats allowed Black Lives Matter and Antifa to hold essentially a permanent rally for the last few years of 2 years of Donald Trump's presidency. That was the rioting. That's where you saw the graffiti. That's where you saw a lot of the attacks. Those shops are wary. I don't think you're going to see anything like that on election night. Now, Republicans haven't really had a great year. Conservatives in D.C. haven't had a great year since 2016, which was a wild year. That's when you had Brexit. That's when you had Donald Trump winning surprisingly. After that, they've been defeated over and over again, while Hollywood, entertainment, sports entertainment, the news media have poured every single ounce of credibility they have into taking him down, and they've lost seats, they've lost chambers, they've lost an election, And now they finally feel like they're back. There's a really exuberant mood amongst Republicans in the Hill. Walking down Capitol Hill for the first time I've been here 20 years, I've never seen this before. Red MAGA hats, white MAGA hats, black MAGA hats. No harassment, no one's yelling, people are just walking by each other. And you see Kamala Harris t-shirts too, but there's kind of like this, there's a strange calm before the storm, because you know that by inauguration, if Donald Trump wins, it looks like he's doing well, there probably will be political violence back in the Capitol.
So they did put up fences and everything else around the White House. It's odd that they wouldn't put it around the Capitol, seeing that that's where the target was last time. But also they called out National Guard, or at least put them on high alert in Washington, D.C., correct?
Yes, I lived for years right next to the National Guard Armory, and this week is the first time I've ever seen that parking lot completely full. That means the National Guard are ready to respond, and they're quick. Of course, the streets are quiet. Now, I've been down here by the Capitol since about 2:30 in the afternoon, which is around the time of this reported attempted gasoline, maybe self-immolation. And there have been police officers moving people along all the time. You can't get within a quarter mile of the Capitol. We're about as probably close as you can get there right now. There's a police presence that's heavy, but it's not loud. There's not bright lights and sirens and megaphones, because in Capitol Hill, where people do this for a living, there's not big crowds of rabble, and most of the people are at home watching. A lot of folks like to pull out their iPad, pull out their laptop, turn on BlazeTV, turn on the whatever else is on their TV, and just watch the numbers and crunch the numbers and watch Twitter. So here outside in Capitol Hill, it's actually pretty quiet.
The deep state, I know that whoever the president is, it's been said that it's Joe Biden, but the deep state is digging in and doing everything they can to obstruct Donald Trump, to make it as hard as possible for him to, blow through this. With McConnell leaving, do you think the GOP understands that if they win the House and the Senate, they have got to move and start cleaning house?
Yes, the deep state is absolutely ready for this. And if you see people who are starting to freak out now on CNN or MSNBC, don't tune in. I'll tell you about it right here. Watch it for you. Every time they freak out about their democracy, just replace that word with bureaucracy, and you'll get what they're actually worried about being attacked. Donald Trump seems ready. They've been making phone calls to people. They've been starting to get landing teams ready. I am a little worried that the executive branch is possibly underguarded. They're talking about sending a dozen guys to each different agency, each different department. You need 100 people. You need 80 people. Because when you walk in on Inauguration Day, imagine you're walking into a place that was suddenly abandoned. There's nothing put away for you, nothing ready for you. There's coffee cups, there's rotting donuts everywhere. You walk in, and this is a hostile work environment. You're going to have bureaucrats trying to tell you, don't worry about this meeting, don't worry about this meeting. You focus on the wallpaper and the drapes. You need to have people who are ready for that. And the veterans of the last administration really are ready for that. There's a lot of people who are ready to go back in a moment. Now, is the Senate ready? The Senate is the last group in Washington, D.C., which are more obstructionist to Donald Trump.
Right.
As far as Republicans in the House, I think, are largely with him. The Senate will be a harder matter. But that's why if J.D. Vance decides to play an active role, well, he could be there almost every day.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You can get his Beltway Brief by Blaze Media. It's delivered 3 times a week direct to your inbox. You just have to sign up for the newsletter. You can do it free tonight. It's blaze.com/Bedford. All right.
One thing we've got to
yes, Steve.
First of all, I need to give a personal shout out. My home church, Eternity Church, back in Des Moines. I guess they have the youth group watching Blaze Media's election coverage tonight. So wanted to make sure we gave a mass shout out there to Eternity Church. But this, I think, is likely going to be the biggest paradigm shifting news of the entire night. That Donald Trump set the record for a GOP presidential candidate's Hispanic support while running on a platform of mass deportations. And I think the paradigm shift moving forward, and I go back 10 years ago, I got a call from a senator from Florida named Marco Rubio, wanted to run for president, trying to convince me to support the Gang of Eight and why we had to do it. And here's what he told me, Glenn. He said, if there's going to be amnesty for Hispanics, and if we don't do it as Republicans, we'll lose them forever like we lost the black vote to Democrats.
Right.
And I said, so we just surrender Texas and the country and the Electoral College now, and then who cares what happens in 20 years? Well, a decade later, now we have a guy running on mass deportations, and he got 45% of the Hispanic
Can we stop
vote.
calling them mass deportations, though? It is the same number that Bill Clinton deported. He deported 11 million. By far the biggest president to deport people. 11 million people during his administration. He deported.
Wow.
Nobody,
what a different Democrat.
Nobody even talks about it. Nobody even knows that.
Okay,
We're talking about the
too.
Clinton deportations. Hang on just a second.
Go ahead.
I've got to go to stage 2. We have some information on some state news. Go ahead.
Hey, Glenn. Yeah, so here in the state of Texas, we have 63% reporting. Ted Cruz is up 51.9% compared to Colin Allred at 46.2%. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And I know Daniel over here was looking at some other races. What are you seeing, Daniel?
Sure. So obviously we have to remember that there are 5,800 state legislative races up for grabs. They decide a lot of things at a state level.
Definitely not asking you to go through all 5,800, to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be here for all week. But the thing I think that's important for our listeners is trifectas, where, you know, the Republicans control all 3. New Hampshire, it does appear that Kamala will probably win it, but the Republicans have maintained the governorship. And from what I'm hearing, they have maintained control of both houses. They started off with just a 1-seat majority in the House. They possibly picked up as many as 5, if not more. So that's going to be a very strong trifecta there. We're watching the Pennsylvania House, the Michigan House and Senate, Wisconsin as well. Those things are going to be very important. As far as amendments, you know, to Steve's point about the unambiguous sentiment of the voters on immigration, one of the things we forgot to mention is that there are legislative initiated ballot amendments. So they're not initiated by Soros to say that non-citizens cannot vote in the state. It's now winning in South Carolina 85-15. North Carolina, which is more of a swing state, it's up with 75-25. It's up by a similar margin in Kentucky. So again, that's a clear as a bell question. Should non-citizens vote? Whereas some of these other questions that are driven by the petitions are extremely convoluted. One other note on that important history. Most of these ballot initiatives came about during the progressive era of the beginning of the 20th century. So they're out west, which is where they began. So we're still just getting in data. The South Dakota abortion amendment does look like it's going down. It's still early, and the other ones we're still trying to get a read on.
Yeah, Auron, whenever you talk about non-citizens not being allowed to vote in our elections, it's just something that seems so simple to me. When I went to Michigan to do this documentary, you know, we were compiling all of this research, and it was like 80% of Americans, both left and right, agree that you should have to show photo ID, that you should have to verify that you are who you say you are in order to participate in this election. This seems like a no-brainer, but I think it's been compounded by this influx of millions upon millions of illegals coming in, conveniently being shipped to all of these swing states, that voters are going, okay, we believe in this, but we need to start sounding the alarm on it.
Yeah, it's very obvious that the regime is looking to maliciously import people for the express purpose of shifting the way that voting works in the United States. And ultimately, it's very difficult sometimes for even conservatives to make an argument, because the question of what is America is one that is still being wrestled over even on the right side of the aisle. If America is simply a set of propositions that you assent to, then everyone is a potential American. But what we've learned is as we tried to export democracy to other areas of the world, actually, you don't just have a bunch of Abraham Lincolns or George Washingtons or Alexander Hamiltons hiding in a cave in Afghanistan somewhere. This is a tradition that matters, and it has to be tied to something. And so when you have this open borders policy that just says, well, eventually everyone can come in and determine what America is, because really America is just the world. It's only a matter of time before you can just move everyone into America and change it. Then you have a hard time understanding what it means to be a polity, what it means to have a significant voting base that actually reflects the will of the people.
Yeah. James, Harmeet Dillon touched on this a little bit, but I want to talk about the Republicans' ground game, because it hasn't just been the RNC. It hasn't just been, one entity. It's been a coalition of these organizations that have come together and said, you know what, we're actually going to go chase these ballots. We're actually going to get out the vote. And obviously we don't have all of the results. It's too early to say whether or not that worked, but it certainly seems to be an unprecedented amount of time and energy spent by Republicans. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's right. You got Harmeet out there, also Turning Point. If it weren't for Turning Point on the ground in places like Arizona, places like Wisconsin, and then you got the Elon Musk operation in Pennsylvania and other places, it would really be hard to see exactly what the path forward would look like for the GOP in those states. So to an extent that I think we haven't seen before, some of these private organizations, private players have really stepped up and taken on a role and a kind of function on the ground that historically or traditionally really belonged to a political party operation. We've got more than that taking place now.
Yeah. Delano, what sticks out to you as you're watching all of these results come in?
Well, a couple of things. I think, particularly with Trump's gains among young people and Hispanic voters, I think what we're seeing is that Americans are becoming more and more manipulation-proof. The shame that Allie, Beth, Stuckey, and I think that the other panel was talking about, and Steve was talking about, that the shame and the accusations of bigotry and transphobia and racism and sexism, homophobia, and all this other stuff, at a certain point you overplay your hand. And it's just like, any parent who has young children, if every time they get sick, the doctor prescribes amoxicillin, at a certain point, they're going to build up a resistance to it, and then they have to prescribe something different. And I think what you're seeing is American voters beginning to get a certain tolerance for being, and it's not just what people will tend to think, white Christian male voters, because that is definitely happening. In 2020, one of my best friends who works in New York City in public transit, he sent us a picture in our group chat with him with a MAGA hat on in the bus depot. I was texting with him the other day. He said a lot of the guys that work for MTA are voting for Trump. That doesn't mean they're all out in public, but these are the types of men that are much harder to shame. And I say this to my friends all the time. I see it every day. The guys who have been ground down and they've got A+ in women's studies and gender studies, the guys who are trained on the college campuses, those are the men that Democrats can pick off. The guys in the barbershop, the tradesmen, the plumbers, the carpenters. These are men, I think, I'm not saying that they're all going to vote for Trump. What I'm saying is they're not as easily to pick off by playing you need to be a good feminist ally card. A lot of these guys are just like, no, I'm not doing that.
Sounds like we have some races, or a race at least, to call, Stu.
We do, Sarah. Thanks so much. In fact, we've got a bunch of races to call. None of these are, some of them are, we don't have any swing states to call yet. I can at least give you a little bit of information up front. We can give you multiple Dakotas. That's right. North Dakota has been called for Donald Trump. 3 electoral votes to Trump there. South Dakota also called for Donald Trump. 3 more electoral votes. Wyoming as well goes to Donald Trump. 3 more electoral votes, putting them together slowly. Nebraska has been called for Donald Trump. Now, we have 5 on the board here. There is 1 congressional district that may very well go the other way. That one has not been called yet. So really, technically, only 4 of the 5 called for Donald Trump at this point. Louisiana, 8 electoral votes going toward Donald Trump. And did I say Mississippi yet? Mississippi. 6 electoral votes going to Donald Trump. Now, over on the Democratic side, Kamala Harris winning some states, a couple of big ones here. Illinois with 19 electoral votes, as well as New Jersey, 14 electoral votes. They come in big clumps for the Democrats. 3, however, in Delaware, getting to a little smaller state. Joe Biden, I'm sure, very, very proud of the race that he pretty much feels like he should be in. And finally, one of the big ticket prizes of the night, New York, 28 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris. We will give you a rundown of where we stand with the electoral count here in just a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much, Stu. We are going to be behind on calling states because we don't want to be first. We want to be accurate. But Decision HQ, right, has just called North Carolina for Trump. That would be good if that holds stable.
And Charlie Kirk was just saying an hour ago that the data coming in looks really good. And so I would say that's probably accurate, just based on what people are saying.
All right.
I've got something.
Yeah.
So I thought going into this election, the decisive trend was going to be the ratio of white non-college graduates that voted compared to white college graduates, and then how each candidate performed. And looking at this trend, I got to tell you, I don't know how Kamala Harris wins this election, okay? If this is accurate. It looks like white non-college graduates were 39% of the electorate. White college graduates were 32% of the electorate. That, in and of itself, that turnout model for her is not a favorable electorate on any level. But even worse, when you do the breakdowns of the margins of victory, I mean, Trump won the white non-college graduates by 32 points. Kamala won white college graduates by only 10. I mean, we can look at all the rest of the trends and everything else you want to look at all night long. If that is accurate, there's just simply no path for her to win this presidential election.
Yeah.
Well, that would be nice.
Well,
I would like that. I'd like that an awful lot.
I think it's so interesting to look at a lot of these changes. Like out of Wisconsin, this NBC exit poll has Trump's support among black voters doubling, a little more than doubling, 8% in 2020 to 20% in 2024. That's just fascinating to me, especially after they've been calling the guy a Nazi for how many years now? Not just the past few months, but like 8 years. It's just not working.
It's remarkable to me, the campaign that they ran. At first, you know, all they did was mirror what was genuine at the RNC campaign. It was right after the assassination, and there was real joy. You know, for the first time I felt, wow, that is a really happy convention, you know?
Yeah.
And I think part of it was because we were so relieved he was alive and so invigorated by his courage of standing up and saying, fight, fight, fight. So they tried to mirror that in a fake way during the Democratic convention. And then when that didn't work, they just doubled down on he's a Nazi, he's a Nazi, he's a Nazi, without giving any clue as to what she actually stood for.
And abortion. And even if you love abortion, I mean, that's a really sad campaign slogan. And, you know, I was so worried about the Trump campaign after Kamala stepped into the race. It seemed to me like their campaign had a really hard time finding their footing. That just sucked the air out of the assassination attempt and any enthusiasm it gave. But eventually, when people realized that Kamala wasn't the campaign of joy and hope and change and all of these things that they tried to make us feel about her, and Donald Trump was able to have some key, actually joyful moments, like McDonald's, like the garbage truck, and yes, being almost assassinated again. I mean, that really helped him a lot.
To me, and I don't know how much this played on anybody else, but to me, when he was, they tried to shoot him on the golf course, and he said, "Come on, guys, let me play through." I mean,
it humanized him so much. So you got
that was a missed me moment, like the Reagan missed me moment. Same kind of deal.
But going back to the numbers in Wisconsin, I mean, we are witnessing a paradigm shift in the demographics of who votes for which party. Not only, like Steve said, are Hispanic men voting Republican, but to have black voters, 2 out of every 10 black voters vote Republican, that's mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. And it shows me that not only are abortion and racism and Nazi, those accusations falling on deaf ears, which in a sense, I suppose, the horrible accusations about racism, it's a shame that we have watered down that accusation to mean nothing. Right, that it's the boy that cried wolf. Now, any type of real scenario where there's a racially motivated hate crime or something, it's perhaps going to be dismissed for all eternity. But these black men actually, or these black voters, know that they're going to be paying a lot more for gas and groceries and electricity.
Well, it's a death of identity politics.
I think people in all categories have had enough of being played. You know, there's so many black Americans now that are like, you know what, you guys didn't. Because they saw Donald Trump, my life was getting better. he was supposed to be such a racist, and then you come in, my life is worse than it was, and you're saying he hates me and wants to throw me in chains. I think you guys have been lying. And what's amazing is they called Eisenhower, when he was a president, Eisenhower, a Nazi.
Yeah.
You mean the guy who went over and defeated the Nazis is a Nazi?
Yes. Here's my question. What do you think was the incentive for that change? Because it's been true for a long time that Democrats have controlled the politics of inner cities, and that has not served black people well who live in inner cities. And yet, time after time in elections, black voters have still voted for Democrats who are hurting them. What changed to change their minds?
I think Donald Trump was loved by African Americans from The Apprentice. Okay, he's never had bad relations with race ever. Okay, so they knew him. But then they might have been convinced that, maybe he's changing because he's with the Republicans now. But then he got in. They saw their life. COVID changed everything. Then, if you wanted to return to normalcy, which everybody was promised, you got Joe Biden.
Yeah.
That wasn't a return to normalcy. That was even more clown world.
Yeah.
And I think people just hit a wall, especially if you were on the lower end of the economic spectrum. You hit a wall where you're like, wait a minute, I'm being lied to. And I don't know who's lying to me yet, but somebody's lying. And when they figured it out, and you're just going to see this unravel, because people are figuring it out every day. More and more people are waking up, especially with the media. Wait a minute. When this guy gets in, and he doesn't round people up and put them into camps, do you think any of these people will have any credibility?
Yeah.
No credibility.
I also just think, and we always say, don't vote based on vibes, based on your feelings. You need to vote based on policy. But honestly, Donald Trump's coolness factor is off the charts compared to what it was in 2020 and what it was in 2016. And as much as I wanted him to go on Liz's podcast or my podcast to appeal to women a little bit more, I do think that his podcast tour and how he has gained a lot of ground with these men and center-left men, I think that really, really changed the game, the atmosphere, the vibes, whatever you want to call it.
You know who I don't think gets enough credit is MMA.
Yeah.
I think the guys in MMA.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, that made
you're
him
talking
cool.
Dana White,
Joe
Rogan, Theo Vaughn. When he shows up in one of those places, especially after the assassination attempt with a bandage on his ear, and he's saying fight, 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 and the arena's clapping for him, Kamala Harris could never. She could never.
All right, we want to make sure we have equal coverage. We're not Saturday Night Live, thank God. We have equal coverage between Trump and Kamala watch parties, which is why we sent Alex Stein, the Blaze TV host of Primetime, to Kamala headquarters at Howard University. How you doing? How you doing, Alex?
I'm doing good, Glenn. I'm telling you, White Dudes for Harris has been a hit. We've gotten a lot of support, believe it or not, but the energy here, it's kind of 1 second everybody's happy, the next second everybody's sad when some result comes in. But I'm telling you, we're fully embedded. We're in the belly of the beast, Glenn, and it's going to be really crazy if we get some results that they don't want. I wouldn't be surprised if the White House gets stormed like some sort of real insurrection tonight, Glenn.
Really, that's quite a prediction. It
is a prediction, Glenn. It's crazy out here, though. I'm telling you, these people.
It looks pretty normal.
They want to do something.
What?
No, it's not. It's not. I mean, there's a lot of media, but Brandon, show the protesters. Look at the protesters over here, Glenn. I'm kind of wired in. Oh, sorry.
Okay,
you're live
now
right
that's a different story.
And I'm getting in people's shots. I'm in the media shots, Glenn. They're getting all mad at me, but I'm telling you, the night it's just about to get electric. Look, they're filming over here. Look at these people. Look, we're live. Say hi to Glenn Beck, guys. Glenn Beck.
Glenn.
Hi, how are you? That's great.
It's going to be a great night making history here.
What's going to happen? Do you love abortion?
I don't love abortion, but I'm all for a woman's right to choose.
Yes.
My body, no one else's.
Suck that baby out. If you got a vacuum, free abortions. Love it. You guys rule. We're having fun. And if you can see, how am I trolling? Because I like abortion.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, what are you talking about? He thinks I'm a troll. Glenn, come on, get on here. He thinks I'm a troll calling me out, man.
Hey, look, bro.
Let's go. What are we doing tonight? Are we going to U Street?
We're going to U Street.
Are we
Little
turning
Don
up?
Julio.
Let's drink a Don Julio, Glenn. We're getting lit. You said it's normal. Tell them.
Y'all know what time it is. It's D.C. This is the #1 Democrat stronghold in the country.
I know. I think Joe Biden won with 93%. You think Kamala's going to get more than that? D.C. 93 last time.
It was 93. I thought it was 94.
I think it's 93. It doesn't matter. How much is
It's going to
Kamala?
be lower because we still got sexism.
Damn, sexism.
Oh,
That's what they're complaining.
sexism.
Misogyny is still an issue, Glenn.
Yeah, that's really good. Well, you keep talking to the people because you're right on the money and they are right on the money too. That's great. Go abortion.
No, we are on the money. I mean, we're not going to have much money left with inflation, but we're on it and we're on the grind.
Yeah.
Look at the officer. Officer, where's the crazy stuff happening tonight, officer? We can't get anybody. Are we partying tonight? Oh, sorry. Look, everybody's shot. It's insane out here. You can't walk around.
Yeah, all
what are you
right.
doing tonight?
Go home. I go home.
No, go vote.
Oh, I can't.
Why not?
I'm from Mexico.
Illegal immigrants can vote under Kamala Harris.
Are you sure?
Yes, I know, but I have a mail-in ballot. Are we live? Oh, sorry. I'm affecting everybody's shot, but
Okay.
I'm telling you,
All right.
tonight it's calm. It could get a lot crazier.
Okay. Well, we sent you there. Make sure that you are in the middle of Crazy Central. Okay. Things get violent,
Yes, sir,
dangerous.
I will.
You be right there, covering it for us. Thanks, Alex.
I would be willing, Glenn.
Yeah.
I would be willing to die for the Blaze. What you built,
Wow.
I'm not even kidding. I would
That's-
take a bullet for this company, just like Donald Trump took a bullet for this country.
And there are those that may be rooting for that. I mean, I'm just saying. Alex, thank you so much. We'll check it later.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we go back to Jill at some point and find out what's happening at the Trump? Yeah. All right. Okay. So they're gonna rouse her and find out. Stu has some more to call and another election update. Stu?
Yeah, we've got a couple of big ones to call here. Again, these aren't they're not the swingiest states, but they were up for, if things were to go super well for Democrats, these were states they were looking at. We will first go with Texas. Texas is called for Donald Trump, 40 electoral votes. And that's a big chunk, obviously, for the Republicans. And then Ohio as
Wait. Ted Cruz.
I will give you an update on that here in a second.
Okay,
Ohio, 17 electoral votes. We're not calling Texas for Cruz yet. He is running a little bit behind. I can give you an update as to where. Listen to the whole thing. A little bit behind where Donald Trump is running. That is kind of the measure we're looking at. Donald Trump is up by 11 in Texas. Ted Cruz is up by 6.
So, Stu, the polls were wrong. I mean,
we can't possibly say that yet. We've got only about 60% of the vote counted. So
We're going to pry that idol from Stu's hand, from his cold, dead finger.
yeah, I know.
We all know that.
I know. He's like, they're not wrong. They're not wrong.
you don't have those. You don't have those.
All right.
Roland never lets go of the precious.
My gosh,
No,
you are
they're wrong yet.
You are just.
I mean, the polls said, Ted Cruz is about a 4-point favorite. He's currently up by 6. I don't know that that's where it's going to end.
I'm not, I have to tell you, I'm never bringing you, I don't go to parties, but if I did go to parties, I would not go with you.
That is a blessing.
Yeah. Okay, little black rain cloud. Thank you so much.
I just gave you Texas and Ohio.
I know, okay.
That was a good update.
Hey,
You're the one that ruined it. I didn't ruin it. You ruined it.
Tell me what's happening with the Senate races.
The Senate races, we have a couple more to call. For example, North Dakota for the Republicans, Nebraska. Now, there's 2 races in Nebraska. The easy one was Ricketts. He's going to win that easily. He's got that.
You would think you would change your name from Ricketts if you were, you know what I mean? I got Ricketts.
All
right, go ahead.
Here all night. Sorry, go ahead.
And New York, Gillibrand. She'll be in your life for a little bit longer.
Okay, good. When do we start to, Stu, when do you stop being such a rain cloud?
I would much rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris.
I know.
I'm just saying we don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
I know that. You're Mr. Stickler. That's unfortunately, this is why I hired you as my producer back when you were like 4 years old.
Worst mistake of my life.
I know, mine too, strangely. But you know, you are a stickler for the facts, and that's why you're in this role. When do we start hitting some states that are showing us, you know, Pennsylvania? What does it mean that we haven't heard about Pennsylvania yet? 9:45 Eastern.
The electoral update. We can do the electoral update here real quick. Pennsylvania, you were asking about? Sorry, I'm getting voices.
Or any of the swing states. When are we going to see the swingers in the swing states?
I mean, close. I mean, obviously, North Carolina has been called by some outlets. We haven't called it yet, but that's a big one. We can give you kind of an electoral update if you want to get a state of where we are right now.
Yeah.
Glenn. Does that sound like a good idea? Okay, so Donald Trump now in states that we have actually called is up to now 179 electoral votes, considerably ahead of Kamala Harris at 102 electoral votes, which is okay. You see a big lead there. Of course, you know there are other states kind of around the corner. We know California is still out there. So almost certain ahead for Donald Trump is 11 electoral votes. We know he's going to depend on those. Kamala Harris has about 78 to come that we think we can depend on. Get you to a likely minimum right now of 190 for Donald Trump and 180 for Kamala Harris, which is not at all what the screen says, but trust me when I say 102 plus 78 is 180. And finally, that leaves us with 160.
It's still wrong.
We've had a malfunction. ChatGPT has taken over.
I am really glad you're not on the Elon Musk team.
That's a good point.
Those rockets.
168 electoral votes still out there, though.
Okay, that's not an answer to the question I wanted. I asked you.
I think what you want to know is who's going to win, and I don't.
I do, but I'm not asking that question.
Let me give you. That's the actual answer you want. And so I can say this: when you're looking at people who are putting their money where their mouth is, Donald Trump is the heavy favorite in the prediction markets right now. Polymarket has it at about 80% right now. I would much rather be Donald Trump in this race. Other things we've talked about, the New York Times has it now as a lean Trump. It was a toss-up last time we talked. It is moving increasingly toward Donald Trump. By the way, can I note these are all good updates? Can somebody notice?
No.
These are positive developments that I'm noting.
No, I'm going to go to somebody that's actually got probably some good news, and that's Matthew Peterson, who is Blaze News editor-in-chief.
I've got good news when Matt's done.
Well, yeah, I know. We can go to him. He's like the gingerbread man.
I am, man.
Yeah,
he is a happy man tonight so far. Well, I just want to say, North Carolina, if North Carolina is in fact a Trump victory, we need to think about that a little bit. This is the first time in over 20 years that North Carolina has had a Republican leading that early. And we need to remember what just happened in North Carolina.
Absolutely.
You were there. You saw it. I mean, this is an entire rural population that, as Steve Baker said when he was there, was willing to crawl over broken glass to go vote, and they obviously did so.
I was there when we picked up in a rescue helicopter 2 people that were up on top of a mountain. They hadn't eaten in days, and we brought them down, and they got off the helicopter, and I think it was like, hey, food is over that way. The first thing they said was, do you know where we need to go so we can vote?
Yeah.
I mean, they were locked into that because they saw the government firsthand.
Yes, and that speaks to what's going on here, right? If those people in those conditions all made sure to get out and vote, which in fact they must have.
It's like the Amish.
That shows you where we're at tonight. Yeah. And one more piece of good news, just because we're looking for it. It's not fully set, I don't think, but Wayburn in early voting was way ahead. It was 55% to 45.
Okay.
So he was way ahead in early.
Looking at Wisconsin. All right. And so Dane County Wisconsin is like a lot of states in America and a lot of states, particularly in the Midwest and the Rust Belt, where there's 2 or 3 cities that Democrats dominate. And then the rest of the state is Alabama, basically. All right. So I'm from Iowa. Iowa's like that. All right. Democrats dominate in Des Moines and in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, and then the rest of the state, it's basically Alabama. Dane County is a stronghold that Kamala Harris has to dominate. She is running about 5 points behind Joe Biden's 2020 total. in Dane County, Wisconsin right now. How important is that? Well, Wisconsin was decided by about 20,682 votes in 2020.
About that.
About that. Yeah. It might be 683, I can't remember. All right, but it was 20,682 votes. Rain Man, 20,682 votes.
Right.
And this county, Biden won it by over 187,000 votes. In other words, Dane County was 775% of Joe Biden's margin of victory in the state of Wisconsin. She's running about 5 points behind him in that county right now. That's Madison, the college town there, right? That goes to also the trend line I mentioned to you earlier, that I thought there was going to be a great bifurcation in this election, that he was going to dominate non-white or white non-college grads and lose. He'd be the first Republican ever to lose white college grads. I thought that would happen in this election. So the question then becomes, what's the turnout model of the two, and then what's the margin of the two? And if the turnout model, for as the exits are showing, is +7 for the non-college graduates, and the margin, remember, that he's winning them by is in the 30s, and she's only winning them by 10, you would see a trend line like that play out on the ground in a place like Dane County, Wisconsin. So again, those are the kinds of things when you're looking for signs and how the board is set, Gandalf, the pieces are in motion. And which side would you rather be moving the pieces around on the chessboard right now? I would much rather be the Trump campaign. She's doing hand-to-hand combat to survive in New Hampshire. She's running behind in Dane County, Wisconsin. The board is very much in favor of Donald Trump, and that's why you're seeing the betting odds react along those lines.
What do we have on, again, I go back to Pennsylvania. What do we have on Pennsylvania?
Because what's happened in Pennsylvania is Democrats are way ahead right now. And so nobody wants to give any analysis because it's very clear areas where Democrats are going to dominate, and probably the early voting where they had about a 400,000 lead is probably what is getting counted first. So I checked about 5 minutes ago, about 26% was in. They were dominating in the vote count. So I would wait until we're closer to 50% in Pennsylvania
it's the
before.
Red Mirage. And can I tell you what I fear a little bit? And remember that you're angry at Stu.
No, I can be angry at you too.
I fear a little bit, and maybe this is just hedging my expectations because we saw this in 2022. I fear that the rural counties, which lean red, report first because they have fewer voters. And so it looks as though Republicans have the lead in some of these swing states, but the urban centers report their votes later, and those tend to lean blue. So I think that there are indications, especially in Michigan right now. I just got information that said that in Washtenaw County, Michigan, that's Ann Arbor, Trump won 26% in 2020. He's at 34% now. That's about half of precincts reporting. That's a good sign. But until we definitively win one of these swing states, I feel nervous still.
Yeah. We definitely want one of those definitive wins. We're all waiting.
New York Times
for
is now projecting Trump to win both Pennsylvania and Michigan. Is what the New York Times is projecting.
Well, I haven't said
within
this.
one decimal point.
They're
projecting that.
I haven't said this since I first learned to speak, but I believe them.
Win Pennsylvania and Michigan by about 0.6.
You choose to believe them.
I choose to believe them.
And that's because of the early vote thing that you mentioned. I haven't seen the New York Times make that projection. Interesting.
So here's something I think just want to throw out there. It's what you guys were talking about earlier. I think hugely important and interesting. Brad Wilcox points out, who's a great expert on all kinds of things, social scientist who's actually good, and he's looking at the CNN exit polls. The marriage gap is as large as the gender gap.
I totally believe that. I know personally, I'm sure you do too, Liz, I know women who, especially after 2020, would have voted Donald Trump. They're whipped up in or would have voted Joe Biden, or whipped up in the emotionalism of the time. If it weren't for their husbands saying, I know you feel that way, but we're not going to vote for Joe Biden. And they kind of woke up because of the good sense of their husbands. And that, of course, is why Julia Roberts did that ad, telling women, hey, you don't have to tell husbands your vote.
I think it also is when you're married and generally will have children, that changes you. I talked to Bridget Fetisi today, and she's like, she is a different woman.
It does.
For sure.
Yeah.
I think also the Democrats hate marriage. They hate the institution of marriage. They hate the relationship, any cordial relationship between men and women. So they want to pit men against women, but they forget that men typically are more interested in world events, in politics, and in news than women are. If you look at just the type of podcasts that men and women listen to, typically Women listen to things that are less political. When you are in a relationship, a loving relationship, you listen to what your spouse cares about. So husbands talk to their wives, not because they're telling them what to do or mansplaining, because they talk to their wives about what's going on. And so women become more informed than just hearing something on a non-political podcast that was untrue. So they're actually just, married women are actually just more educated because they are engaging in conversations with their husbands. And I know the left is going to say that's so disrespectful to think that women need men to explain things. Like, no, that's just, I also know a lot more about trucks because my husband talks to me about trucks and I'm a loving wife and I'm interested in what he's interested in.
And it's not because women don't have the capacity to understand it. It's because they typically don't.
They're
And
busy.
you're so right that single women are getting their information from TikTok and group chats. That's what it is. And the group text tends to be liberal, whereas married women are getting information from relatable Liz Wheeler and their husbands. And so it's going to be better.
Listen to these two cute little girls with their cute little opinions.
We're trying to change it. We're trying to change the female vote.
You're adorable.
So what you're saying is subscribe to Blaze.
These
and
little
this
ladies are
problem will
something
be
else
solved.
these days. And these little ladies are something else these days.
They are something else. They just got a tiger by the tail.
Just
you
a
know?
bunch of plucky little darlings. Yes.
You know, that's what's so crazy is that is exactly how the left views men on the conservative side.
Yeah.
Where I find men on the conservative side to respect their wives, you know, have equal share of say in the house and everything else, still be men, and women are women, but they just look at the men as tyrants and women, honestly, as, oh, you're cute. You're on your mom, too. That's cute.
Well,
I'm going to talk to these smart women over here.
If you're a mom.
Yeah.
They were saying
sure.
how
That's because-
unbelievable that ad was. Like you were saying earlier, when you see, these poor women who are being quiet. Are you nuts? Like, I mean, the idea that showed reality at all is crazy
I know.
to me.
Well, that's why Hollywood has been married, 50 times.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we haven't.
Let me give you some more news on the Dow. The Dow is now up 400 points. The Russell 2000 small caps up 2%. This is because Goldman Sachs has just predicted that Trump will win and the Republicans will sweep Congress. And they say that is going to spark a 3% pop of the S&P to 500. Even a Trump win and a divided Congress, they say, would be a 1.5% gain. That's what the bank Goldman Sachs is predicting. A Harris win with a divided Congress will see a 1.5% drop in the S&P 500, according to Goldman Sachs tonight. So this is the market and Goldman Sachs saying you're looking at most likely a Trump victory. Stu will come along to spoil that a little, later.
Looking at the data
Oh,
trends.
no, that's all right. You know, Mr. Wet Blanket.
Looking at the data trends that I am seeing, Stu is going to have to dig deep.
Yeah, dig deep. You're going to
deep.
have
I
a
will
lot
find
of
something to depress
groveling.
you. I will destroy your lives.
By the way, I respect the hell out of
All right, I've got 2 minutes before the top of the hour, so let me go to Hilary. Hilary, please tell me you have the clip from Joy Reid about what to expect.
I do. So, when we look back at the Harris Walz campaign, most of us remember like these really awkward social media posts that they were doing, or the cackling and the laughing or dodging interview questions of substance. But Joy Reid, that's not what she remembers. We have a clip.
And so what you've seen in the last couple of weeks, if this is an audition for managing a complex organization like the United States, Kamala Harris has passed the audition flawlessly. This has been, in many ways, a perfect campaign, a brief, and she had barely any time to put it together. But just as a managerial matter, it's been brilliantly done. She's reached out to every possible constituency.
Really? Okay, so she thinks that they ran a perfect campaign, but that is not at all what our BlazeTV subscribers are saying. So we asked you, why did you decide to vote for Trump? Because so many people are voting for him for the very first time. Aaron said, I voted for Trump because America and the world deserve a chance to save freedom. Timothy, too, said, why I voted for Trump, Abraham Accords, and I had more money when he was in office. Didn't we all? And then Andrew C. said, I voted for Trump also because of the entertainment value. He's just funny. And you know what? This isn't some manufactured thing. He didn't become funny when he decided to run for president like Kamala Harris has tried to do. I looked back at a tweet he did back in 2014, 10 years ago, and he said, I hope we never find life on another planet, because if we do, there's no doubt the United States will start sending them money.
Great. I have to tell you, if you didn't enjoy his first term and have a lot of laughs, you missed a really good time.
Oh, yeah, you need to enjoy your life more.
Right, and I think this time enough Americans can see him and go, this guy's actually very funny. All right, it's 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 p.m. Central. We go to Sad Sack Stew with some more information and updates.
Yeah, so we have some closings. Part of Idaho and Oregon are both closing, the Mountain Time Zone, but then also Montana, Nevada, and Utah all closing. We'll probably have some calls on that coming up pretty soon.
I can call Utah.
Yes,
Utah for President Trump. I think we got that one down. I would like to ask if we can get somebody on stage 2 to answer the question: how are the amendments or the propositions going where it is? What do you call it when the vote?
Ranked choice.
Yeah, ranked choice voting. I'd like to find out and get an update on that. All right, Stu, go ahead.
We take a look at the Senate and where we stand right now. There's still a lot of big races, a lot of them more not on the East Coast, but we do have some updates here for Republicans locked and called seats. Right now they are at 46 seats, and the Democrats are down at 35. So far, these are states that are either locked or we've called already. There's still a bunch that are out there that are almost certain. Well, only really one for the Republicans, and you may have just mentioned Utah. So that one's coming. But also for the Democrats, there's still 4 more, which puts us right now at a position at 47 seats for Republicans, 39 for Democrats. Of course, you have to get to 50 if Donald Trump is to win. If he somehow lost to Kamala Harris, which I am not projecting at this time, I want to be very clear, you would have to get to 51 to control the Senate. So this is still very much up in the air, not yet decided, still 14 seats, Glenn.
So I'd like to know, can somebody check for me what is happening with the harder race in Nebraska?
I can get you an update on that here, Glenn. I was just looking a couple of minutes ago. Give me a minute and I'll pull that up.
If that strategy works, it didn't work the last time in Utah.
But this time you're running somebody whose last name is Osborne in Nebraska.
Yes.
Okay. You want to talk about your name ID championship.
Yeah.
Running with the last name Osborne, as in Tom Osborne, the legendary football coach. You're talking about the patron saint of the entire state.
I know.
Right? So, yeah, that's a built-in advantage.
He's a communist.
Yes.
So he's not a moderate.
But he's a communist who's wearing overalls in TV ads while being named Osborne.
Right, okay.
It does matter.
And
yes.
I'd like to also, if we can talk a little bit about Iowa and the poll that came out.
I've got an update on Pennsylvania, too.
Okay, so we'll get to that here in a second. Go ahead, Stu.
So right now, if you kind of want to look at it this way, Pete Ricketts is the race that we've already called.
Yeah.
In the vote that has been calculated so far, about half the vote is in. Ricketts leads by 6. With the same amount in for the other race, Deb Fischer is down by 6. So it's she's running about 12 points behind him. That doesn't sound good, of course. That being said, Ricketts should win that state by more than 12 points. So if that holds, it's likely that she could squeeze out a victory. But right now, I still think it's really close and could go either way.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let's go to Dave Rubin, Blaze TV host of the Rubin Report. Are we doing a simulcast right now, Dave? Yeah, crossover.
We are, my friend. You are on the Rubin Report, wow. Glenn. Don't freak out.
I'll try not to. How are you, Dave?
I'm all right. Look, we're just like you guys. We're rolling into hour 4 of our coverage over here, and there hasn't been any tragic disaster yet. Things have all kind of trended in our direction. But Glenn, before we get too excited, I would remind you that 4 years ago on election night, you and I spoke at about this time, and everything was looking pretty damn good for Donald Trump. And then a pipe burst in Philly, and then obviously everyone knows the history there. So I am cautiously optimistic at the moment. I'm very happy about what happened here in Florida, which we knew was obviously staying red. But the amendments that were on the ballot that were going to potentially change our Constitution as it related to marijuana and abortion, they failed. And we're seeing some good breaks towards the Republicans when it comes to Latinos and black men. So, yeah, I think things are good at the moment.
So, Dave, have I ever done anything to you? I mean, I mean, I've always thought I've been a good guy to you, right? I mean, right? I mean, I don't know why
depends where this is going.
Well,
Glenn.
I'm just wondering why you have to come on and remind me that 4 years ago at this time things were going so well, and then Glenn, it all fell apart. It all fell apart.
Well, I'm not necessarily connecting the fall apart to me and you speaking at exactly that time,
okay.
although it is
All
bizarre. I think it was at almost the exact same minute that we're speaking right now. But
it was
everyone. Look,
I think it was about 10:30 that I don't remember which state said, "Okay, we're done. We're gonna come back tomorrow morning and start counting again." We're like, "Wait, what?" So we are in that danger zone now.
Right, and the fact that we now accept that as normal, you know, you guys probably read the tweet, but that Barack Obama about 20 minutes ago tweeted out, "Oh, we probably won't have the results from Pennsylvania tonight." That's a signal to the system that, oh, it's okay. It's not election day. It's election 3 days or election 3 months. I think that's a problem. There was also CBS News, which in essence said, oh, if we don't get the results tonight, that doesn't mean anything nefarious is happening.
Yes,
well,
it
kind of does.
It does.
Because it's election day. Yeah.
I mean, since when? Did they become union workers all of a sudden? I mean, I thought they always were in the unions. When did they you know what? I'm sorry, we're in overtime now. We can't work past 9:30 at night. I mean, when did that happen? I mean,
nobody's going to touch a wrench around here without me knowing.
That's right. You bring some scabs in here to start counting up, you're in trouble. I mean, it is so bizarre that all of a sudden, it's like everything. This is the new normal. No, we don't, as Trump said the other day, we don't have to live this way. There's no reason why the rest of the world, much of the third world, can count their votes accurately. And here we are, the most powerful nation in the world, currently, check what time it is, and we can't count our own votes. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, of course, there's no true sense to it unless you wanted skepticism to be built into the system. Look, I voted in Florida today, and I did it with a paper ballot and a pen, and it was very easy to do and clean and clear with competent people. And then, you know, at the end, you fold up your paper, you walk over to the box, someone shows you exactly how to put it in, and you walk out of there. I walked out of there very proud to be a Floridian and proud to be an American and feeling confident that my vote matters. Now, that's in stark contrast to what I was dealing with just 4 years ago when I voted in the presidential election and in the recall election of Gavin Newsom, which was a little bit before that, in California. Because there, I did not have to show an ID. All I did have to have was my name in my brain and my address in my brain. And guess what, Glenn? I know my neighbor's name and his address, so I could have been him too.
It really amazes me. Did you see that video that came out a couple of days ago with the guy who walked in and they said, "What's your name?" And he gave his name and he said, "Could be." "What's your address?" "Could be," and he gave an address. "Are you a citizen?" "Yes, but maybe not." And they still allowed him to vote. I mean, it was the craziest thing. And they asked him, "Wait a minute, what do you mean you're a citizen, but no, you're not?" "Well, I mean, I am a citizen, but maybe not, but you can't ask me. So, I don't know, could be." And they still let him vote. There's no reason that, you know, you see these poll numbers on this particular question about the credibility and getting an ID and having to prove who you are. It's almost universal. I think the number is in the 80% range of all Americans, no matter how you vote. Why?
No, but this is what the left has done with everything. They've made everything about race, and then they somehow tell you that black people don't know how to get IDs. You know, Glenn, I was on a plane last week. I saw black people. It was a miracle. They somehow figured out how to get an ID and get on a plane.
So,
you know, occasionally when you go, I don't know when the last time you went mini golfing was, but when I went mini golfing last time, I kid you not, they asked for my ID so that I wouldn't steal the golf clubs.
Oh my gosh.
Like, it's completely, it's literally absurd unless you want enough want enough fraud in the system and or you want enough skepticism in the system so that you can delay an election night so that we could feel good about something until we don't.
Hold on.
I think
Can
something
you
might
hold
be
on?
coming across the wire.
No, I know. If you would just hold for a second, we have an update. I think we're calling another state, but I want to talk to you about Joe Rogan and this new coalition that I think you were one of the pioneers on. But we'll talk about that in a second. Stu.
Yeah, don't give that to Joe Rogan. That's Dave's thing. He led the way on that. Come on now. We got 2 states to call. We have Utah, Glenn. You called this.
Yeah, it's a surprise.
Glenn knows the Mormons.
Yeah.
He knew what was going to happen here in Utah.
Well, we all get together and collude.
That's right. I've heard about that. So 6 go for Utah there. And Montana, which is more interesting for its Senate race. John Tester is trying to hold on as a Democrat in this very bright red state, but 3 or 4 electoral votes from Montana going to Donald Trump.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so Dave, we were just talking about this. I don't know how you feel about the campaign that Donald Trump ran, but it was not the 2016, definitely not 2020. I think the assassination and the time that he had outside of the White House to really think about what he had just experienced and what he would do differently, the man became a true leader and president, I think, this time around. And you're seeing RFK, Tulsi, already people like you and Weinstein and others. There is this new kind of, I don't even know if I could call it conservative or Republican, but it's really an independent kind of thing where Donald Trump is bringing people that don't agree on everything. It's kind of like the old American. We don't agree on everything, but we have these principles, and he has been selling something that, and I think he can do it with credibility because of Elon Musk. This is one of the last things he said. We don't have to live this way. There is a bright future. And I think that is the beginning of something, whether he wins or loses. I think there's something to this new kind of coalition that loves the founding principles, the Bill of Rights, that don't agree on everything, but they know we're much better than this.
Glenn, it's become a running joke on my show that if Trump wins this election, that my life's work is almost complete because, as everyone knows at this point, I very famously left the left, and I did that Why I Left the Left video for PragerU. Yeah. And then suddenly I found myself talking to all of these people like Larry Elder and Ben Shapiro and you. And if you remember, Glenn, when the first time I had you on in my show, if I'm not mistaken, it was early on in 2017. First time we ever met, I had you at my house. I still had a lot of liberal principles, I would say. Yeah. And you and I sat there for an hour and a half or so. We had never spent any time off camera together. We do a show live where suddenly, halfway through the show, we both kind of realized at the same time, boy, we have some differences here. Okay, where we exactly fall on abortion may be different, or even death penalty, or some of these things. Now, over the years, you and I have definitely come closer together, probably because I've shifted more in your direction. I can see
I've
that.
Shifted. But I've shifted as well. I'm nowhere near where I used to be in the early 2000s on war and pharmaceutical companies and all of that stuff. So we both moved.
So what? Right. So the shift, it's interesting because you usually think of a shift from right to left, but in some ways we now have a circle and shifts are happening in every which way, right? Yeah. But what really has happened here is that this is not a conservative movement per se or a Republican movement. This is a pro-America movement. If you think that this country is great, if you think our founding documents are the greatest man-made documents that ever freed people, if you think that basic things like having functional borders and institutions that we can trust in, if you think that the Bill of Rights is good and free speech is good and the right to assembly is good and all of those things, well, then we can deal with marginal tax rates and we can deal with some of the foreign policy stuff and all the rest of it. So that's what's brought these people together. And for years, this is exactly what I wanted because what I found having left the left was, I'm suddenly in common cause with people like Glenn Beck. So how do you make that a movement? Not just, it's a couple of us talking about these things. And I think this is the moment for it. And if tonight continues to go our way, I'm not retiring tomorrow, but it would be a nice feather in my cap, I suppose.
I feel the same way. We're a long way of stabilization of this idea, but I feel the same way. I feel like there is a very bright future.
Yes.
If we can get past the next 72 days, you know what I mean? What happens in the next 72 days is very, could be very, very dicey, especially globally. You're being a Jew, you understand. Can you imagine what it feels like to be either in Iran tonight and being somebody who hates the regime, but has had this administration just funneling money to that regime? What your hope is with another Donald Trump attempt, what it feels like in Israel, what it feels like in any of these countries where you are watching America and you're seeing a guy saying, you know what, we're going to deport all of these people. Bill Clinton is the president who deported more people than any other president in history. He deported 11 million illegals. Nobody said a word about it. Donald Trump is saying 15 million. That's not that big of a deal, especially with the changes in our population. And this guy could set the entire world in a different course because they're looking for somebody like America to stand up and say, enough of this. And imagine what it feels like to watch this in another country, the hope it could give you.
Well, yeah, if I could speak to the Israel point for just a second, I am Jewish, and I really hope we're going to see record turnout for Donald Trump on the Jewish side of things from the Jewish population tonight. We'll see. But on the Israel side of things, you know, all Israel wants is support from America, basically diplomatically, and then obviously they get weapons from us, which really becomes, you know, every dollar that we give them, they have to spend in the United States, so it's not like they keep that money. But putting that aside for a moment, every success that they've had in this war, which is now a 7-front war over the course of the last 2 months, this miraculous thing where they've taken out all of Hezbollah's leadership by getting Sinwar in Gaza and everything else, it's not because of America. It's because they ignored America. Kamala Harris, what was it, 3 weeks ago or a month ago, said that I mean, the audacity of the woman. She said she studied the maps of Rafah and Israel can't go into Rafah. Well, then they ignored her and they killed the head of Hamas. And there's many other examples of this. They just need the leeway to finish the war so that they could, you know what, putting aside the 100+ Israelis that are still hostages, there are 5 Americans. There are 5 Americans. And I don't think this administration gives a crap about the Americans.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that lack of candor on that word.
It almost happened.
I know. We run a countdown, or not a countdown, a count up clock of how many days we've had hostages. Nobody even thinks of it. And I think the mainstream media is done. If he wins tonight, mainstream media is over. It is over. The next debates will be on shows like this or networks like yours or whatever. Why would you go on ABC or CBS or any of them? It's over, and they know it. And I think the kind of policy from the State Department and all of these big war people, I think that's over too. I mean, there is a dynamic change happening right now tonight. Dave, thank you.
It's good to see you, my friend.
Great to see you.
Always proud to work with you guys in the amidst of all the craziness.
Likewise. Thank you. You know, we've made so many great friends in the last few years, and I am so happy to be a part on this side that we're not. I mean, when I first met Dave, I had somebody on the right say to me, you can't talk to him. I mean, we're not going to talk to him because, you know, he's gay and he's against or he's for abortion. And I said, wow, I didn't realize we were in 1958. And I said, I think the opposite. I think we should talk to him because if this is where he's moving, it's only a matter of time when you start to think things through. And if you look at him on abortion, he is moving. He is moving. All right, let me go to Stu. You got some races to call?
I do, Glenn. It's great to see how nice you are to everyone else.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
So let me give you a couple races here. Colorado, we are going to call right now for Kamala Harris. 10 electoral votes go to Kamala. And Missouri goes to Donald Trump. 10 electoral votes there. So right now, our count, just if you happen to be keeping score at home, on the board, 199 for Donald Trump, 112 for Kamala Harris. By the way, I should point out, the New York Times is now up to something like 80% that Donald Trump is going to win this election. The betting markets, one of the betting markets I just saw had him at 87% chance to win the election, the highest that it has been by far. You look at some of these states that have not been called yet, Georgia and North Carolina.
No
both
idea why
look
Georgia's not
really
been called.
good.
It should have been called an hour ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I tend to agree. I don't think that one's going to turn around, but he leads pretty comfortably there. That one looks even better.
Why is that not being called?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to give the mainstream media argument, probably they're saying they want to be super, super careful on it, considering it was super close last time. Of course, I'm sure there will be other theories.
Right. Liz thinks you're absolutely wrong, as do I.
I think
Liz is the only one over there standing up for me. What are you talking about?
I think that they are not calling Georgia stupidly, because I think it's pretty obvious at this point. But I think the reason that it's not being called is because those polling places are extended. Well, they were extended until 10 o'clock, so that's that was just a couple minutes. 10 o'clock Eastern, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, they extended it for 2 hours. So yeah. That makes sense to me.
But it is crazy to not call it at this point.
Otherwise, there's a pipe broken in a basement.
In Fulton County,
In Fulton County. Sounds like a country song, doesn't it?
Trump has taken the lead, both in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. As we approach we're just over 50% of the vote in Pennsylvania.
What point do you trust that number?
I would, at this point, be mildly surprised if Donald Trump does not win Pennsylvania. The New York Times is favoring Trump to now.
Have they counted Philadelphia yet? Have they worked that in?
Well, I mean, I don't do the precinct by precinct map, but
right.
But the New York Times is estimating that Trump's going to win it by more than a point. They're also estimating that Trump's going to win the popular vote. Some of the margins that he rolled up in, like Queens, the Bronx, he still lost bad there, but he was getting 35% of the vote in Queens. A lot of people live there. You start extrapolating that. If you go back to 2016, for example, something like 80% of Hillary Clinton's popular vote total all came from the margin of victory she had in California. And without California, Trump would have actually won the popular vote in 2016.
California, I think the reason why they are not checking for illegals is because they want to run up the popular vote.
Well, how big is that? North Carolina tonight, 77% of North Carolinians voted to enshrine in the state constitution that only citizens, lawful U.S. citizens, could vote. 77% was the vote for that, to put that in the Constitution in North Carolina. And just as a personal note, my Bitcoin account absolutely loves tonight's election. I just wanted to mention that.
Oh, what is Bitcoin up to?
All right.
Records.
A lot.
Records.
72 or 73, yes. That's great. And again, the Dow is up now 600 points, so it's looking better and better. Can I check in with Daniel Horowitz on the question of ranked voting? This is something that has been done in Alaska, and again, it's a progressive idea and just horrible. And there are states that are voting on this. And I'm not sure that America has spent any real time on how bad this is. Daniel, do you have any feedback yet? Have any states come in and looking at that? Where does this stand?
So far, so good. It looks like in Missouri, they're actually voting yes on prohibiting the implementation of ranked choice voting. It's going down with like 67-33, still early there. It looks like a similar measure is going down in South Dakota. It looks like it's going down even in Colorado. It's down about 10 points, a blue state. So I think people are finally onto it. Obviously, the big one will be in Idaho. Idaho is voting on whether to implement it. Alaska, which we're not going to hear from until later tonight. Question 2, they're voting to possibly repeal that.
So, it's strange because I live half my year up in Idaho, and I want you to know, just under half a year in Idaho. I'm actually here in the tax-free state of Texas, but I don't know. I hadn't heard any talk about it while I was up there. Did you see any poll numbers or anything on how Idahoans are viewing this before the election?
The understanding was that it was at least going to narrowly lose. We weren't outspent as badly on that as we were with abortion. But, I mean, Glenn, it speaks to the broader dichotomy that you see between Governor DeSantis in Florida and all these other Republican governors. Now, some of these things I think we are going to win because there's strong turnout for Trump. But where are these governors? I mean, Governor Brad Little in Idaho, he was in the witness protection program. Finally, late in the game, he came out with a weak need statement. He didn't raise money against it. He didn't campaign against it.
Some would say he's a worthless Not me, of course, but some would say he's a worthless governor. But
I think that's the case in a lot of these states.
It is.
Just one other good piece of news in South Dakota. It does look like the bill to grab people's land and do away with county regulations on pipelines is going down. Legalized pot looks like it's going down. And the abortion constitutional amendment does look like it's going down there. In Missouri, it's still too close to call.
this could be a remarkable night. It's shaping up to be that.
And Glenn, if I could just add one more thing, just fundamentally to what we're seeing tonight. A lot of us were concerned that the last year or two, Republicans were losing all these amendments everywhere in the off-year special elections, midterm elections. I think this showed that when Republicans finally turn out in force, we will get good results. And I think the discussion going forward from tonight, if Trump does win big, is how do we capture that energy on a permanent basis for midterms, off-year, special elections, things like that.
I will tell you, I think Trump's choice of vice president was brilliant. Young, dynamic, successful, well-spoken, can handle any question from anybody. I mean, I know there's some concerns about him with Silicon Valley, but let's watch him, because I think that guy, Donald Trump, that was a legacy pick. That was, while they were saying, oh, he's going to declare himself, king, and he's never going to leave. He picked J.D. Vance.
Yep.
He picked him because he knows he has 4 years, and this guy could make that 12. And he is a normie.
He's a normie. Anecdotally, a longtime friend of mine who is, I would call a disgruntled Republican, I don't think he voted in the past couple of elections, said that he voted, and he was planning on voting for RFK, but since RFK is not on the ballot, and he lives in Wisconsin, by the way, he said he voted for Trump because of Vance.
Let me go to Jill, who is at Trump headquarters tonight. How are you doing? What's happening there?
It has been a great night thus far here, Glenn, and I can tell you every time that they put some of the close swing states up on the TV monitors here, if it's a Pennsylvania, if it's a Georgia, the crowd erupts. You can tell that they're waiting for just one of those states to get called, and everybody here right now is having a great time. But I'll tell you what, Glenn, one of our good friends, Congressman Corey Mills, he's in Florida's 7th District. He has definitely won his race. They have already called that for him here. He's been walking around. Maybe I'll try and get him to come on the show and chat with you in a bit. But yeah, it's been such an incredible night here. And let me tell you, this crowd is so close to erupting, because they can feel, I think what you guys are feeling there is just the excitement and knowing that we're so close, but you just need that confirmation, Glenn.
So when we get close to calling, any of those states, will you let the producers know right away? Because I'd like to get a feel of the room, just after they've called it. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's see if we have update from the panel. What have you guys been seeing? What are you watching? What's new?
I mean, first off, we should just say over the last, 20 minutes or so, a lot of people calling out Decision Desk for calling Virginia and saying, wait a minute, this looks very close, and it does not look like it's necessarily going to go for Harris. And so a lot of people calling them out for that, and then a lot of people saying...
credible people?
Similar... Yeah, for credible reasons. I mean, it's obviously very, very close. And a lot of other places have not called it because of that. So, that's not a foregone conclusion.
That is
very interesting. New Hampshire, similar situation.
That's one thing that if you are playing the game, you want to call a couple of states and then pull it back, because that way you can say, well, no, there was something wrong in that state. And I could see the players on the left wanting to call some of these states earlier and then pull it back.
Since Roe v. Wade, and the reason why Roe v. Wade is the line of demarcation here with Catholic voters is because prior to Roe v. Wade, Catholics never voted Republican, ever. ever. Didn't even vote for Eisenhower, the most popular Republican of the 20th century. They were always lock-stop Catholic voters. Roe v. Wade changed that with the abortion issue and the life issue at the Republican Party. So since Roe v. Wade, every candidate that has won Catholic voters has won the presidential election, but one time. And that was the first time since 1888 when George W. Bush won in 2000 without winning the popular vote. And Al Gore beat him by like half a percentage point or so. So it was essentially a sliver. Donald Trump's on pace to win Catholics tonight nationwide by about 15 points.
Wow.
That is, again, between the Hispanic vote, the Catholic vote, guys, he's going to win the popular vote.
You know, and I have to tell you,
He's
are
gonna
there
win
any
the
Catholics?
overall popular vote?
You're a Catholic?
Yeah.
So I mean, no offense, but Catholics, you know, the social justice movement came in a good way back, I think, in the 1800s. And so social justice has been a buzzword in Catholic theology for a while. And then it just got totally distorted and ugly. Yes. And I think a lot of Catholics, because I remember when I first started talking about social justice and the progressive movement, 2004, 6, somewhere in that area. Oh my gosh, Catholics came out of the woodwork to say social justice is good. And I tried to explain at the time, there is a difference between what you're talking about. And I'm really happy to see that the Catholics have cleaned that up some. Enough Catholics know the difference between the two. And the other thing I want to say about Catholics while I'm here is I was at a pro-life conference just last week in Florida, and it was run by the Catholics. And the one thing that has to be said for the Catholics is Catholics were the first to stand up. When no other church wanted to stand up, I mean, no other church was standing up. They were there from the beginning. They led the way. And I think all of America has the Catholics to thank for laying that groundwork for so long before any of us cared.
Yeah, I think it's actually, the way I like to talk about this is I think it's similar to any large Protestant denomination, right? Or if you because when you say Protestant, you mean a lot of Christians.
Correct.
Who are in different denominations. So because it's so large, you get a lot of the same effects that everyone's suffering from. Yeah. And social justice gets perverted, and it has, clearly, for decades. But at the same time, Roe v. Wade changed that in a major way. And also the Trump realignment is very much in line with what we've seen happen over time. Yeah. Because it was all the classic old Democrat, right? Sort of the old school Democrat. Of course, you're going to vote, if you're Catholic, for the Democrats because you believe in JFK, et cetera. And what you're seeing now in this Trump transformation, and this would show that this is really, truly the realigning election, because if they're all flooding over to Trump, you see that. There's a bunch of data points tonight, though, that are also showing what Steve is saying, that this is for real. I see you have one up that I want to hear. But just right before, New York City, right? Just looking at New York City in terms of the boroughs, I mean, I just can't believe some of these figures. Like the Bronx, 21 points for Trump, plus 21. Queens, plus 20 points for Trump. Like these things just, plus 11. Like this is crazy. I mean, this is not the same election we have seen the last two times.
This is a more important. I stand by. Every time something bad has happened, and I'm like, geez, Lord, thanks a lot for that. It always turns out later, I'm like, gosh, I'm sorry. Thank you for that. The loss in 2020 may be such a blessing in disguise because it gave us this snapshot of, oh, you want some of that?
Yeah.
That I think woke people up to where we're farther along today than we would have been, I think, if Donald Trump had been president and we were running another new candidate this time around.
I agree.
Yeah, it goes back to what you said at the beginning when you said that President Trump said to you, I wasn't ready to be president. Now I know how to be president. Yeah. That's a profound statement.
That's a little more than he said, but right spirit.
That's how you interpreted it. That was your perception. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Going back to the religion thing for a second, the number of Catholic voters, and we should talk about the number of Jewish voters that are breaking for Trump too, because we're starting to get data about that. But there's two comments I would make about Catholic voters. First of all, your comments on social justice are correct, but it's like any Marxist redefinition of a word. Catholic social justice is putting the dignity of every human life first.
Correct.
But then the infiltrators came in and they redefined it and tricked Catholics. And the Catholic Church, and this is a criticism that they well deserve, did not do a good job catechizing young people for decades. So they were very vulnerable to falling prey to the redefinition.
You also had the Marxists down in South America.
Yes, of course. That's what I mean. When I say the infiltrators, that's what I mean. But we also, what's interesting is going through the Black Lives Matter riots or going through COVID, what happened to our young men in this country? We had a spate of suicides like we've never seen before. We had a mental health crisis. And these young men who might have been ostensibly Christian, maybe they were raised in a Protestant household, turned to churches that actually then told them, you need to get a vaccine, you need to mask, you need to support these Black Lives Matter rights. It was wokeness when they needed God.
Yes.
And so what did they do? They started searching for the truth, and they found, under the layer of politics that can sometimes obscure the Catholic Church, they found truth in the theology. And those voters, those young men specifically, are the ones I think we will find are what changed Catholic votes.
For anybody who's read The Fourth Turning, I think we all have, this is the hero generation.
Yeah.
This generation, especially of young men, this is the World War II hero generation that will save us. Will save us in the end.
Can I talk about the Jewish vote for one second? Okay, this is a Fox News exit poll that shows that Donald Trump has received 43% of the Jewish vote in New York, which is the highest share for a Republican presidential candidate in decades. If you go back to 2020, not just in New York, but overall, Joe Biden won 77% of the Jewish vote. So that's a significant shift towards Donald Trump.
Pretty remarkable because it doesn't usually happen. But Jewish people, too. I mean, there's a total realignment happening tonight. Steve.
One of the things I was waiting to see tonight was white evangelicals, which have been
I was about to talk about
the most consistent, reliable block of the GOP base for decades. And you know, every Republican that runs, Glenn, gets 78 to 85% of them.
Yes.
Okay, even Romney, as a Mormon, got 81% of the white evangelicals. It's the turnout number you're looking at, all right? And so Romney's percentage was about what Trump received in his two, but his turnout was lower.
Yes.
Tonight, Trump, only 22% of the electorate are white evangelicals. That's on par with the turnout that Romney received. Trump did win 81% of them, but it's by far the smallest turnout he received.
I will tell you
so
that,
far.
You know, the president and I had several conversations about religious people turning out, and he didn't understand the evangelical. He's like, how is this being missed?
Because he watered down his pro-life messaging and it offended quite a few people. I mean, a lot of people I know, a lot of people I've worked with in pro-life circles are mad, upset. We're not going to vote for him. I've argued with him in my own private circle.
Yeah.
It's kind of confusing in that, you know, before George W. Bush had great pro-life messaging and then just funded Planned Parenthood and screwed us.
Correct.
So in this case, it's kind of the inverse, where this guy has a great pro-life record, but his messaging sucks. All right, and it confused a lot of people. Nevertheless,
but I can't understand. You have literally, I believe, a legitimate blood death cult on the other side.
And not just that, it's something fundamental like, you know, it's really hard to complain about Trump's watered down pro-life messaging when you're in prison for what you believe. I mean, there's like a very fun, but the reality is what white evangelicals did tonight, and I hate to say this because this is my tribe, and you're going to be hard pressed to find someone who has spent more time organizing this group around the country than I have in the last 15 years. What they did here tonight, because you're watching Trump win a resounding victory without mass turnout from them. What they did essentially is marginalize themselves politically, and that will be felt moving forward.
Yeah,
that will absolutely be felt moving forward. And
that's not necessarily good.
It's not. You had Ron DeSantis basically, as I said earlier, beat the Florida amendment, the Kill 'Em All amendment, without major pro-life organizational help. I got a text from someone who is very well connected in conservative circles, won't mention his name. I'll tell you during the break, it's a name that we would all know, who texted me the fundraising numbers for a lot of the major pro-life groups around the country and was like, where's all this money being spent? Where are all these people at?
I know.
And so, you know, why aren't they on the ground helping us beat all these amendments in Arizona? I don't see them anywhere, he told me. So the reality is tonight is overall, the white evangelicals are going to have a very long conversation about who their leaders are, how they're going to proceed moving forward in the future, what their messaging is, how they want to do business politically. Tonight was not a good night for white evangelicals. No way to spin it.
I think you're absolutely right on that. But I also, have talked to enough leadership to know that there is a deep division. All of our churches are under attack. The evangelical, the Southern Baptist, all of that is really involved in an internal war right now,
Yes.
where I think a lot of it is just being misguided.
Yeah. Well, we have a lot of, I've been a Southern Baptist for a long time. We've been through a lot over the past few years, but I think our biggest problem is not pastors who are overtly woke, but the pastors who this is all they give their congregations. They say this: both sides are bad and Jesus is coming back. And so their congregants are left thinking, well, I don't know what to think about abortion. What do I think about gender? What do I think about immigration? I guess the Bible doesn't have anything to say about these things. And then the pastors will just kind of say, well, just be nice and vote for the nicer candidate. That causes a lot of confusion, a lot of disengagement, and a lot of apathy. And I'm just thankful for the pastors who have realized that clarity is kindness, that courage is a gift that you give your congregants. And I think that a lot of the laziness that we see among evangelicals is because of that.
It's so weird that you would say this, because in my faith, we're the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So we believe Jesus is coming soon. Okay, we're based on that, that these are the latter days. And we have the opposite problem. We have people that our church is preaching these things. Gender is ordained by God. Okay, it's one of the foundational principles of our
Genesis
church.
1:27.
Right.
You don't have to get that far into the Bible to read about that.
It's so we have that, but then the congregation, many are going like, well, yeah, but that's pretty harsh.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Well,
So you have preachers who are not
We have
preaching
that
it, the
problem,
congregation's screaming for it, and then you have people where they are teaching it and people are like dismissing it.
yeah. Yeah, we definitely see that problem too, but
Don't we feel, I'd love to know the numbers on this, but that this issue has been forced now upon people, right? It's easy to sit there and say, well, that sounds very judgmental and very harsh, and I don't really buy it. That's the sort of modern disposition people have. But when it's your daughter is being counseled to change her gender, right? Yeah. I would hope that we see some evidence of people, that issue playing, somewhere across the map.
As a dad who has many of my children's friends dealing with this and talking to the parents, our churches have done such a poor job in, you are being presented by the healthcare community that your kid's going to commit suicide.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And nobody wants their kid to commit suicide. Yeah. And so it's suicide, or I guess I roll the dice and I don't know exactly how to deal with it. We've just abandoned so many people. Our churches have abandoned. But the good news is, this is the way it always happens right before a great awakening. The churches fall asleep. They no longer guide. And outside of the church, those faithful members who are actually reading their scriptures come up and go like, you know what? They're not even teaching this anymore. This has to be taught.
Can I just say, again, speaking to my native tribe, I don't want to use this moment to say something I've mentioned on my show the last few weeks. Whether the church is doing its job or not, you cannot help but have a conflict between good and evil.
Yeah.
If the priest of God will not do their job, a Jehu, a Samson, a problematic figure, a Trump, okay, somebody will emerge. Someone will be anointed, someone will be called to fill in the gap that the church and the priest are supposed to do on their behalf. And what will happen is, and this is my great fear, and the numbers bear this out tonight, the massive swing in Hispanics, the massive swing in black men, the realignment that you are seeing taking place, is that it's very clear some of this culture woke up here this year. Some of it woke up. How much of it, I don't know. But more tonight, we are learning more of it is awake than we thought a week ago. And that is a positive sign. And what really bothers me, and I would love to get Allie's take on this, what really, as another native evangelical, What bothers me immensely, a buddy of mine, Pastor Jack Hibbs out in California, said something about a week ago. You know Jack? Okay. And Jack said, I can't think of a worse witness for the church than for it to just essentially not be accounted for when there's a great moral fight.
Oh, yeah.
And just say, that's not our fight. And, you know, in the French Revolution, and I don't have to tell history to you, but in the French Revolution, when the church saw the tyranny of the aristocracy and either looked the other way or even played into it, and then finally when the people had enough and they stormed the Bastille, after they threw off the oppression of the aristocracy, Glenn, who did they go after next?
Church.
The church. They said, hey, where were you guys at? Okay, when they did this to us for all these years, where were you guys at? You were nowhere to be found.
You were with them.
You were with them. And so after they got done taking the aristocracy to the guillotine, they put the church to it. And my fear is that if we have a strictly secular, Christless, populist uprising, when these are our issues, we're not having necessarily an uprising over the top marginal tax rate of 1980, whether due to the Laffer curve or Keynesian economics.
Right.
These are matters of existential, will you have a future civilization, the kinds of things, the laws of nature and nature's God, the Word of God has defined for human existence before the United States of America ever existed. This is the charge, the moral charge of the church. Donald Trump is running on our message. Clumsily, not perfectly, but he's running on our message, all right? And I'm seeing Joe Rogan is talking epistemology, okay? He doesn't even know probably what the word means. But that's essentially what he's doing.
I know.
All right? This is our worldview, guys. This is our home team. This is our playbook. And to just see the idea that we were just going to sit there and just watch them trans our kids and open our borders and no one was going to finally say, screw that noise, do something about it. The idea that the evangelical church is just going to sit there in its suburban megapolis pottery barn monasteries and just say, you guys go ahead, Joe Rogan, who thinks pot is a food group, you go ahead and push back against Drag Queen Storytime Hour. We'll just forget the whole thing. That will devastate the future of the church in this culture.
I will tell you that, again, I'm looking at the bad things that are happening as blessings. Because the evangelicals have backed off so much, it makes it very difficult to say that this is a Christian, horror show. Yep. It is not. It's not coming from that. Let me go to Stu, and then I want to go to stage 2 because we have an update there too.
We got a couple states to call, and it's a kind of a couple interesting ones here. First of all, Kansas, which has been sitting around here for a while and not being called by networks for I don't know what reason, but finally called for Donald Trump, 6 electoral votes. And I have honestly been waiting all night for this one. I've been waiting all night for this one. Why? Because Iowa called for Donald Trump.
Yes!
The thing I've wanted most from this night is to hear from Steve Deace about the Ann Selzer poll.
Okay, I got to come back to that. Do you have any other updates?
That's it for now.
Okay, so I want to come back to that. Don't forget, because that's an amazing, that is great news, great news. I want to go to James Poulos, the host of 0 Hour here on Blaze TV. You have an update for us, James.
I'm old enough to remember what the Republican Party looked like before Donald Trump came along, and it was moribund. It was flat on its back. It was not an exciting place to be as a thinker, as a writer, as a patriot. And Donald Trump came down that escalator, and everything changed. He's not the only guy who's been out front since then, but there's no one else like him. And seeing what we're seeing right now, I think, is just proof that this is a guy who is actually capable of bringing a broad coalition of Americans together. Yeah. You know, sometimes people who don't even want to be in the same room together, Donald Trump puts them in the same room. If these trends continue, I think we are seeing a revolution here. It's been building up for a long time. It's long overdue, but this could be a magic moment.
I agree with you. And I have to tell you, has anybody else noticed the breadth and depth of his knowledge now? Remember, this is the guy who was, the nuclear triad. He didn't know what that was in the first debate. He is so well versed on just about everything now. And I found to be his age and to grow as much as he has is remarkable.
Well, it's shown a lot of humility for him. And, you know, there's a Bible story I keep thinking about as you're talking about the loss that we experienced in 2020, actually perhaps granted us a better victory than we would have had if he had won. And I think about the story of Joseph, that he was thrown into the pit by his brothers. He was sold into slavery. Of course, he made his way to Egypt, and by God granting him favor and him coming to a position of power, he was actually able to provide not only for his family in a time of famine, but for all of his people, for the people of Israel. And the cool thing about that story is that before he was thrown into the pit, before he was thrown into slavery, the caravan on its way to Egypt was already on the way, which means God had already preordained before Joseph was born, of course, but before Joseph was thrown into slavery, that he would be raised up to a position after so much trial and tribulation and false accusations, to a position to actually be helpful. And I don't want to say salvation because I don't mean spiritually, but to be a vessel for God to help his people. And I'm just saying, in principle, that is how God works. I'm not saying Trump is salvation in any way, but it is cool how God works in ways we don't expect.
There's two thoughts on that. I think that's such a great point, Allie. There's two things. One, we need to remember that, because if there is violence, if there is a problem, we cannot react in a negative way. God's not surprised by any of this stuff. We have to stay shot with our feet shod in the gospel of peace, with love and as Christ-like as we possibly can, because he's doing things that we don't understand. And the other thing, you know, it always bothered me at the beginning when people were like, you know, he's messenger from God. Okay, hold on. Because I had a real problem with deifying anybody. George Washington had a problem with it because they deified him. However, what's so important is how many people were asked by the Lord to stand and do exactly what Donald Trump is doing, but knew that they could be killed for it, knew that they would go bankrupt, could be thrown in jail. They knew what they were up against, and they said, no, not going to do it. God uses anyone who's willing just to stand up. That guy won't sit down. He just won't sit down. They try to shoot him. He gets back up.
Here's the reality, Glenn. Donald Trump has took bullets this year that should have been targeted at our pastors. Number one problem this country has. Number one problem it has is there's too many pastors. We don't have any pastors, or we don't have enough pastors that the world either wants to shoot or imprison, and that's the number one problem.
Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, you're exactly. It's like, I don't know if you guys watched that. I don't know if he's a priest or a bishop or whatever. The guy who was shot at in Australia, New Zealand.
Yeah, I don't know if I saw that. I don't know if I
Oh, he is fantastic. But
he's an Orthodox priest, I think.
Orthodox
I forget what his
priest.
name is, but I know what you're talking about. And when the guy attacked him, he picked up the crucifix.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like 2 days later, he had like face surgery and he came back.
Yeah, and if you watch his sermons, that guy puts it out.
Yeah.
That guy is like, it's so clear. That's the kind of pastor. I'm not saying I don't know enough about him, so I don't know about his theology and everything else, but he has no fear. That's what we need.
And the bottom line after all of this, we are so close right now, right, to writing this chapter of an actual realigning election and a definitive answer to everything that has happened to all of us for the last 9 years.
Yep.
That's where we're at right now. And the thing that you're saying that just comes out to me is, everything they did to Trump, the one thing he did is remain. Just never stopped.
Never stopped.
Never stopped. Stood up. Did not stop. Didn't matter what they did. And if you just think about a year ago, what people would have said, right? If we said, well, I think, we'll be on the cusp of a significant... No one thought that was even possible.
No. Well, I think we're witnessing a miracle, assuming that this is all coming up. Well, one way or another, it's going to be a miracle. Let me go to Hilary, who has an update for us. What are people saying on the feed, Hilary?
Yeah, we've been asking, how are you feeling about the election right now? Nicole said, not terrible. And Pugsley said, Blaze, I'm feeling good. I'm holding my breath as to how this will all end in the end. And I think, everybody's feeling pretty optimistic at this point. But Jessica Mattingly said, I'm still very nervous and anxious because, as we've learned in the past, it ain't over till it's over. And then Greg Rastatter said, need more cowbell. And we do. We need more cowbell. So please, if you're watching, we want to know how are you feeling about it. Things are looking good, but again, not over till the fat lady sings. So tell us what your thoughts are. And again, that's one of the benefits of being a Blaze TV subscriber is we read all of the things that you send us. We want to know your thoughts. We want to know your opinions. And if you haven't subscribed yet, we want you to be part of our family. We're a friendly bunch here. So you can subscribe by going to blazeelection.com and use the code 47, the number 47. Don't spell it out, just the number. And that will give you $47 off your subscription. And you can be part of what we're doing here. We take your input. We want you to help us build this network and continue to make it great.
Yeah. We go to Allie. She's got some news on Mark Cuban.
Yeah, well, this is a big one. This is a projection. I don't know, Steve and I have been arguing about this, but Mark Cuban is projected to be, this is Decision 2024, an aging lesbian. So we have that up right now. Wow, I didn't know which way this was going to go.
That's one of the few predictions I got wrong tonight.
It's official.
Yeah, it was
It's
close.
official.
We saw that coming. Boy, I don't even know what that was. Was that just pandering? Was that all that was?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure him and Rachel Maddow, I guess, worked something out.
Okay, all right.
I don't know. I've never seen them in the same
they're
room
dating,
together.
But all right. So, tell me what is happening with the Senate race, Liz.
The United States Senate has been taken back by Republicans.
What?
Republicans have won the United States Senate because of
Take that, Stu. Take that, Stu.
What am I taking?
Yeah.
I missed it. What did I take?
The Republicans, Liz has just called the Senate.
Awesome.
I'm reading what others are calling it. We're
okay.
waiting for the official call from Stu, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Stu, what do you have on that? What do you have in Ohio? Do you know anything yet about the Senate race in Ohio?
I can, yes. Let me bring that up for you. I have 48 for the Republicans right now called. Let's see.
Bernie Moreno has been called.
Moreno up by 5. There's 86% of the vote in. Moreno's up by 5.
He's gonna win. Call it.
Do
it, Stu.
Call it.
Donald Trump's up by 13 in the state. So
call it.
I'm not going to call it yet.
She's not
He's not going to go on peer pressure.
Freaking like after school movie from the 1980s. Peer pressured me into calling races. Unbelievable. But 48 for the Republicans right now. I mean, it looks good there. And, just kind of glancing at this, you've got probably 41 for sure for the Democrats in the Senate. You look at Texas, which has still not been called. I think that is going to go to Ted Cruz.
They haven't called Texas?
I'm relatively confident. He's up currently by 10. Donald Trump is up by, let's see.
Every network I've seen has called Cruz already.
13.
Okay, good.
That's good to hear. But you're thinking, I'm going to be shocked if he loses that one. I think Moreno's going to win in Ohio. That would get you to 50.
What do you have?
That was called, too, by Decision Desk.
What do you have? What do you have on Nebraska? Any news on Nebraska yet?
Nebraska, I can give you a quick rundown. Dan Osborne's still leading the race. 56% of the vote is in. It keeps tightening and tightening, though. So it's basically about a 1-point margin now. Ricketts is at plus 12. So she's running 11 points behind. It's obviously going to be a lot closer. I would assume Ricketts is going to win by more than 12, though. So if he expands that to 15, 16, probably moves enough for Fisher. But again, we're not quite.
Can I say this? If we're already, if our minimum is 52, Deb Fisher is an absolute waste of space.
Should have primaried her.
She is just someone to sit there and you let her lose. You already got a majority. And then actually run someone that's worthy of a state where Democrats cannot win statewide. Just let's take the trash out. She is, as useless as a mammary gland on a bowl. Does nothing there but collect donor checks and screw us. I'll allow it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you from King Deace tonight. He'll allow it.
This is the kind of night we're talking about when you have people reporting that CNN reporting that Latino voters in Michigan are selecting Donald Trump over Kamala Harris by a 25% margin. That's the kind of night.
Literally Hitler.
Trump up
is being
1.6 in Wisconsin.
Yeah, how are they going to live with
25% margin. Unbelievable.
And the Jews. And the Jews are selecting
43% of the Jews in New York, right? You said 43%?
43%. Yep, in New York, out of New York City. Wow.
Voting for Hitler, an odd thing to do. An odd thing to do.
The New York Times. Have they not heard?
You'd think that they wouldn't be for Hitler.
What is that? What do they tell us? It's internalized misogyny when it's women that vote for Trump. Well, it's out of
self-hating
Jews, baby. But internalized anti-Semitism for them, right?
Unbelievable.
Okay, so the New York Times has now switched Pennsylvania to leaning Trump. They're giving Trump a 65% chance of winning that state.
Yeah, he's leading in all three of the blue wall state as lean for Democrats by the New York Times. And
wait. Lean Democrat or lean for Trump?
Republican, excuse me. He's leading lean Republican in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and then even I think it's likely Republican in Georgia, very likely in North Carolina Republican, leaning Republican in Arizona. The only one left was Nevada, but it certainly doesn't matter if he's winning those blue wall states.
I just want him to actually
Democrat,
win one.
I'm sorry, leaning Republican in Michigan?
Currently, yeah, that's what they have. Then there's only 29% of the vote in, but he leads by 4. They have it as a lean. I mean, a lean is a lean. It's not a, they're not making a call on that. But the fact that he's leading in all 3 of those, all of this comes back to, this looks really good for Donald Trump. The last time I checked the betting markets, he was at 93% to be the president. So this is looking excellent for Donald Trump. You just want him to just finish off one of these blue wall states. Yeah. We're all nervous about what happens in these states. Yep. We all are, worried about it. So he still needs to pick off at least one of those. But the way he's running right now, I mean, things look very, very good.
It's 11:01 Eastern time now in the United States. And this is right around the time where everybody started to turn off the lights and go, you know what, we're sleepy. We're a little bit sleepy. We got to put our feety pajamas on. This is when the hijinks started last time. So hopefully, how many states does he have to take that we could trust tonight before they turn the lights out? What do we need?
We're going to know the winner tonight.
You think so?
What time, you think?
I'm tired.
It was not a self-interested question, Allie.
It is. I mean,
it is.
Can we start drinking the
4 years
champagne
ago?
yet? We can't. We can't. No. We cannot do it.
Said what?
Glenn and I were here till 3 a.m. until Trump.
I know. I think I dipped out early on y'all.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm spry. We're well ahead of schedule. Yeah. We're going to know the winner tonight. Looking at the trend line.
I got a plane to catch.
Whether, and I think
he's got a timeline.
At this point, I would favor that Trump will be giving a victory speech sometime early in the hours this evening, looking at these trend lines.
So you know what we don't have right now, which I kind of like? That's number one.
Okay, yeah.
Hopefully soon. Election day in Georgetown. We have this article on the Blaze right now. Apparently they have self-care suites they're offering to Georgetown School of Public Policy students.
Who's? Oh, Corey Mills. We have Corey Mills in Florida at the Trump headquarters. Hello, Corey. Congratulations on your win tonight.
Thank you so much. Yeah, very excited to continue to serve and look forward to growing our majority in the House, making sure we take the Senate, and let's get President Trump back in the White House.
Can you tell me, Corey, what have you heard about the numbers for other congressmen? What does it look like for Congress?
I think we're still going to have a very thin majority. I think that you're looking at seats like D'Esposito of New York, Brandon Williams of New York, and a few others that we'll end up losing. But I think that there's also seats that I still predict that we're going to win. They're going to be flip seats, like Texas 34, when we start thinking about Mayra Flores there in Texas. And so I think that we'll also gain a few seats, but it will be a very small majority. The Senate looks fantastic for us. Obviously, West Virginia, Indiana. We're continuing to be ahead with Moreno in Ohio. So I feel good about us being able to hold the House and be able to take the Senate.
I will tell you, now it only comes down to the quality of those Republicans, how many of them are actually willing to stand up and make the kind of changes that Donald Trump has promised the American people and the American people want.
Well, again, that's going to be one of those things where the constituents are going to really need to hold the members accountable. I mean, we know that President Trump's going to need to come in and do a slew of executive orders to undo what this Biden-Harris administration has done to destroy the nation. But we in the House need to be prepared to codify it into law, to put legislation and policy in place, and make sure that we make it difficult to try and continue to ruin our country after President Trump comes in and saves it.
Yeah, I will tell you, if we have weak Republicans again that betray what the voters really are actually wanting, I think you have real trouble. We cannot have a president for 4 years that does everything through executive order. The swing back and forth will be the death of us if it's not the debt or nuclear bombs or whatever. That can't keep going like that. It's got to stop.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, if you recall, it was in the Senate by one vote by former Senator John McCain that we were not able to undo Obamacare. That in itself drove up so much when it comes to medical insurance costs and it comes to actual uncompensated medical capabilities. So we have to have strong Republicans. We have to have constitutionalists more than anything, those 7 Article 27 Amendment constitutionalists who understand limits of government, who understand fiscal responsibility. And we need to be backing up the president, codifying into law through sound policy and legislation to help the American people to where it can't be undone so easily by a stroke of a pen.
What is the first thing? First of all, have you seen the president yet tonight?
I have not seen the president tonight. I did talk to him a few days ago, however.
Yeah, okay. I imagine he's got to be feeling pretty good so far, but cautious as he was feeling pretty good last
I think he's feeling pretty good. I mean, look, when we're seeing him at 211 electoral votes right now, when we're seeing him ahead in Georgia, in North Carolina, in the key state of Pennsylvania, these are all things that Kamala Harris would need in order to be able to try and secure this, and President Trump is up big. And so I'm very happy about what I'm seeing tonight, and I truly think that the 45th president is going to be the 47th president of the United States.
So how do you look at the response that we could be seeing from the extreme left of violence and burning of cities, et cetera, et cetera? I hope that doesn't happen. But if that does, whoever is the president right now, I'm not sure it's Joe Biden, what is the reaction that you would expect from the Democrats?
Well, I mean, nothing. This is the same party who's been all about helping increase criminality. I mean, you're talking about Harris, who actually created the Minnesota Bail Fund back when Minnesota was on fire during the 2020 riots. But people also fail to remember that in 2016, when President Trump won, there was tremendous amount of violence, vandalism, and looting and things that were going on in downtown D.C., fires that were storming, and people fail to forget about these types of things that had already occurred because it's not convenient for their narrative where they want to paint every single conservative as this insurrectionist, when the reality is that the criminality that was going on in Baltimore, in New York, in Seattle with CHOP, in Minnesota, this was all being done by leftist Democrats and blue city-run states.
So we have, what did I say earlier, 78 days that we have to get through before he stands up and takes the oath. I'm concerned about his security. I have to tell you, these people have been working for this global, system through either the United Nations or the WEF for decades now. They are so close to capturing their dream all throughout the West, and I'm very concerned about his security and general stability in the world in these next 72 days.
I share that exact same thing, and trust me, I'm the one that helped to co-sponsor and co-sign on things like the elimination of funding for programs like the WHO and WEF. We know that the globalists hate the nationalist America First movement. We know that it doesn't work towards their singular, zero border, one currency, one army system that is going to be headed up by people like China. And so it's very, very obvious that we need to go ahead and ensure the safety and security of President Trump to guarantee that he can come in and do the job to save our republic, to help us to become strong in the world stage again, to secure our borders and protect our sovereignty, and also guarantee a future for our children, grandchildren, and the unborn.
You're a guy who is in special forces. You follow international affairs. Hang on just a sec. We're going to get a new count. We're calling another state. Stu?
Yeah, we have 3 calls to states to call real quick. Idaho, 4 electoral votes go to Donald Trump. Washington with 12 electoral votes to Kamala Harris. And California, 54 electoral votes go to Kamala Harris. So far, called count, Donald Trump, 215 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, 179.
If somebody can look up the California number, I'd like to see the number of votes and if it's way out of whack from previous years. All right, Corey, we were just talking about foreign affairs. Are you concerned at all about this transition period? If Donald Trump wins, does that immediately make things more stable because they're afraid of the consequence now from this president? Or does somebody try to make a move on us in this time of weakness?
I'll be honest with you. I think that President Trump winning actually brings more stability. China knows that President Trump will take action, as does our adversaries. Iran found out very quickly with the elimination of Qasem Soleimani. ISIS found out very quickly with the elimination of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. He knows that he'll step up and do things. He knows that he'll do trade deals, tariffs. He'll do whatever it takes to hold our adversaries accountable and help our allies. And so I think that just him winning this election tonight will help to have some stability in the world as a whole.
Does this help us as well? Do you think, there's 150,000 illegals ready to cross our border. We've got pictures and videos of it. Mexico suddenly found a way to stop this until tonight. Does that go through, do you think? Or does Mexico reconsider what they're even doing?
Well, I think that President Trump would be very quick to call the Mexico president and tell him and remind him of the Remain in Mexico agreement that was in place. And I think that understanding where the amount of trade and economic growth that comes into Mexico from the United States, they're not going to want to jeopardize that. And so I think that, again, President Trump coming into office will not only help with the stability here in the United States, but I think abroad as well. And so, again, all of our adversaries and all those who be taking advantage, because weakness does invite aggression. That's what they detected whenever they had a Biden-Harris administration. And so knowing all this and having President Trump in, the juxtaposition between who will actually do their job and who won't is very obvious.
Thank you very much, Corey. Appreciate it. God bless you. Congratulations again on your win.
Let's have a great night.
Let's.
Thank you. God bless.
Thank you.
The California numbers that you're asking for, how many votes have been counted? The answer is 0. They called it for Kamala Harris without counting anything.
Without counting anything, okay.
Yeah.
Let me go to stage 2. We have some updates there.
Hey,
Sara.
Glenn. Hey, Glenn. So a couple interesting notes here. The Election Day vote in a Dearborn, Michigan precinct has, surprisingly, check this out, 332 Trump votes, 293 Jill Stein votes, and 81 Kamala Harris votes. So apparently this sector coalesced and decided that they were going to throw their protest vote towards Jill Stein rather than voting for Kamala Harris.
Give me those numbers again.
Yes, so it's a Dearborn precinct.
Yeah.
332 Trump, followed by 293 Jill Stein, and at the end of that, 81 for Kamala Harris.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. And then you have, of course, the New York Times, which I can imagine how much they were crying when they continue to keep having to update this. But they now have Donald Trump at an 89% chance of winning and 301 electoral votes. So, again, it's the New York Times, as Matt said earlier. Take it for what it's worth. But you have to imagine that it pains them to put that up there. And not only that, we were just discussing this on our panel. We don't remember a time in 2020 that they were so quick to update that Donald Trump had that type of a chance. We were going back and forth about it. Auron, am I misremembering this? Because I have a little bit of a PTSD from 2020, but I don't remember the New York Times coming out and saying, yep, Donald Trump's going to win.
Yeah, we're all very hesitant. In this moment, everyone remembers going to bed thinking Donald Trump had the momentum. He had the win. We're all holding back. Nobody wants to say,
dude, I'm nonstop coffee because I'm like, I can't go to sleep. I remember what happened last time I went to sleep.
Yeah, but I really do not remember the libs being this scared. I'm starting to bookmark my favorite meltdowns. I don't want to catch to count all my chickens, but I think we're going to get some gold here. We're already seeing a lot of depression, a lot of despair, politicos and others kind of spinning out, and so it's not time to mine the salt yet, but we're getting there.
Sure, Delano, Ed Krasenstein. Of course, those of you who are big X users, you will know Ed Krasenstein as just one of the worst, okay? And even he, as a giant lefty, said it's becoming more evident that Trump will win. America spoke. I may not like the outcome, but that's what America is about. Democracy is what is the most important thing here. We don't have that. Let's hope we can unify as a nation, he says.
Well, at least he's not melting down like I've been hearing at Joy Reid is, saying Florida's a right-wing fascist state. And I mean, the number of times that we will see fascism, white supremacy, homophobia, don't care about women's rights over the next couple of days is going to be stunning. I would like to go back to something that Matt pointed out some time ago when he talked about Brad Wilcox and the marriage gap that we're seeing. And one of the things that I think, I hope over the next couple of years that we'll continue to do is see how the issues that happen in the home impact other areas of society. We know what happens in the home impacts the schoolhouse and the courthouse and sometimes the jailhouse, but also in the voting booth, because if you go by the major demographic groups, the highest to lowest marriage rates are Asian Americans, whites, Hispanics, and blacks. The Asian voting population is sometimes a little bit too small to count, but for white, Hispanic, and black, that is the exact percentage in terms of the order of support of Republican presidential candidates, and that's pretty consistent. So when you see that black vote starting to tick up a little bit, one, it's more significant than I think we realize because you're talking about a lot of people who live in cities where there are no Republicans to vote for. Yeah. So that muscle is never conditioned. I grew up in New York City. I mean, other than Rudy Giuliani, you didn't have many times to vote GOP. If what we're seeing is that black percentage is due to the married black voters, then I think that's something that I would see as a very significant change in the populace. And then those black folks should be ready to be called, the black faces of white supremacy.
Of course, always, of course. I want to, if I could, just gloat for a little bit. We sit here today in Texas, the state of Texas, and I do a lot of work at the polls, and I hear a lot of trash talking at the polls. So now that, they have called Texas, we can soundly say, no, Kamala Harris isn't going to take down Texas. But I did spend some time at the polls today in Oaklawn, which for those of you who are not familiar, Oaklawn, I'll just put it this way. They have rainbow flags on their streets. Okay, so make of that what you will. And I just wanted to point out from my mom, hey, Mom, I made the Dallas Morning News. They took some pictures of me. We went with some homemade signs, 10 out of 10, drug cartels endorse Kamala Harris. And we did another one, Venezuelan gangs heart Kamala Harris as well. And turns out we made CBS News. Take a look.
There is more on your ballot than the presidential and Senate races, a lot more, including 18 amendments if you're voting in Dallas County. And it can be overwhelming if you're reading them for the first time today. Our Lacey Beasley breaks down 3 big amendments that you need to know about. They're called the hero amendments. Tell us about them, Lacey.
Hey, Karen. Yeah, we're standing right outside a very popular polling location in Dallas. This is Oaklawn Library. You can see there is a line that's already wrapped around the building right now. We've been out here for about an hour. Earlier, when I checked in about an hour ago, they said they've already seen close to 400 voters here. Now, I caught up with voters who are both for and against the hero amendments. And here's what you need to know. The hero amendments would have a major impact on that and you on the bad local ordinances. Proposition T would mandate.
I mean, I did what I could to embarrass the fake news media. So, James, if in fact, again, I don't want to get too excited, but if in fact Donald Trump does take this, I mean, can we just put fake news media in the coffin, bury them 6 feet under?
You mentioned that that Dearborn precinct.
Yeah.
And, I'm pretty sure this is a South Dearborn precinct that was won by Joe Biden by, I think, 88%. And just the spectacular collapse of the Harris campaign. This isn't just about Kamala Harris. It's about something larger. Donald Trump is a guy who's now performing historically well with Muslims, as well as Jews, as well as Latino men. The list is now going on and on and on and on. And whether he ends up winning tonight or at the end of next week or somehow doesn't win at all, this is already a crushing defeat for intersectionality, for that pride flag of a zillion colors. What we are discovering is that whatever becomes of Donald Trump, that whole pitch, which is basically rule by flattery, has failed. You're seeing it across different demographics, across all these subcultures and identity groups. Identity politics is broken. The back of identity politics has been broken in America, and we have Donald Trump to thank for that.
Yeah. Do you agree, Delano?
Oh, yeah. I think the left overplayed its hand. Now different coalitions are going to react to different parts of the anti-identity politics shift. For some, it'll be race. For some, it'll be obviously the gender ideology. Sure. So how you manage that coalition is going to be interesting. But when you see somebody, and I don't think we pause to think about this enough. This is the GOP. Again, we're not that far removed from the George Bush years, right, in the Iraq War. And to think that the GOP could make this type of inroads among Muslim Americans is pretty fascinating to see, while becoming an anti-war party.
Right.
Is pretty fascinating to see. So the tectonic plates are shifting. Again, what this looks like as a governing coalition, I think remains to be seen.
Auron, what does that transfer of power even look like?
I would like to say something really quick about the death of identity politics.
Please.
I hear what everybody's saying, and I agree that the current coalition, the current way that the left has shaped its party, looks like it could be under serious stress. However, identity politics isn't going anywhere. All politics is at some level identity politics. And the question is, what identity is salient? Is it your race? Is it your religion? Is it your ethnos from another land? These are the things that matter to people. These are the things that deeply define them. And when you rearrange these coalitions, you can find new ways to understand the American experience and find new ways to share values across these things. But let's not forget, let's not pretend that these divisions necessarily just disintegrate and that these weapons disappear in the hands of Democrats. Yes, they may have lost their current formulation, and that gives us great opportunities to make inroads and reforge these alliances. But that doesn't mean that the Democrats will not continue to push this.
And I would just add to that, by extension, Republicans, we have to make sure Republicans don't help Democrats continue the next generation of racial pandering.
Like we have
Hey
another
guys,
race call.
I want to interrupt, but we're going to come back to this. I find your conversation fascinating, and I want to ask you guys a couple of questions. But first, let's go to Stu. We've got apparently a big update.
Biggest call of the night so far, the first of our 7 swing states that we're going to decide the election. North Carolina goes to Donald Trump, 16 electoral votes, which brings him up to 231, I believe is the count we're at right now. We're getting closer and closer to 270, Glenn.
Is North Carolina really considered a swing state, really?
It was really tight. 2020 was.
Oh, I know. Oh, and 2020 was too.
It was very, very close. The polling showed it was very, very close here. Barack Obama did pretty well in North Carolina as well back in the day. So it has been pretty much a swing state, but one that obviously Donald Trump needed to have, and he's hitting all the marks that he needs to hit to get to 270 electoral votes, and honestly, at this point, trending for considerably higher than that.
Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, thank you very much. Let me go back to the panel on stage 2. You guys are talking about a couple of things, and I'd just like to get your reaction to 2 different things. First of all, the New York Times, you were talking about, and we're like this in here too. You want to believe them, but you don't want to believe them because what the hell are they doing? What's the game they're playing here? However, I wonder, I'd love to hear your opinions on, are they just doing what Bezos is doing? Are they seeing the writing on the wall? I mean, I don't think that there is any self-reflection at the New York Times or in the left media. They will always blame it on something. But is this a moment of crap, we're in trouble, let's lead the way and start calling things for Donald Trump? just to try to, I don't know, appease either the people who have abandoned them or just Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think that there is an element of desperation there, right? That they want to just cling to any sort of credibility that they think that they may have left. They're seeing the writing on the wall. They're seeing, as you mentioned, not just Jeff Bezos, but you have, the LA Times, you have USA Today, you have all of these unprecedented non-endorsements where they would typically endorse a Democrat. So I think it's definitely, an element of we don't want to be the last ones. We don't want to be wrong. And by the way, as we're talking, the New York Times just upped the Trump chance of winning to 91%. So we are now in the 90s.
Okay. So let me ask Auron, because you were just talking a few minutes ago, and a couple of things came to mind. I think we're looking at a replay of 1920, where Woodrow Wilson had scared everybody to death. They saw what this was turning into, and the Americans were like, okay. And that's why progressivism became liberalism, because the Americans saw it. And then FDR came in 10 years later. Coolidge with Harding came in, cut taxes. I mean, it created the Roaring 20s. But then they just switched masks again and came in, and it was a huge boom for progressivism. So I hope that the Republicans or this new coalition is aware that there's a lot of work to be done to make sure that this is the beginning of the death of that ideology, no matter what you call it.
No, that's exactly right. A lot of people have celebrated the end of DEI departments across corporate America in different areas. But as you well know, in many cases, this is simply a rebranding of the same ideology. And while I'm very glad to see a lot of former Democrats, including guys like Donald Trump and RFK and Elon Musk coming on board, they come with certain priors. And it's going to be the responsibility of the conservative movement to actually hold these people to account and say, we appreciate you coming along. We appreciate you championing these things. But ultimately, we need to have those values moving forward if we're going to change anything.
Thank you so much. All right, let me go to Stu. Another call. Make it a good one.
Actually an update on the Senate here, Glenn. I thought we'd look at this. And the Senate looks actually really, really good. Let me give you where we're locked into right now. Right now we have 48 seats for the Republicans locked and called. We also have 39 for the Democrats. Now, basically, the Republicans are out of easy ones at this point. They have 0 almost certain remaining. There's a couple for the Democrats that they will still pick up most likely. But you see we're at a 48-41 Senate, and this is 11 total remaining. But you look at what is remaining just hasn't been called. I refuse to call the Cruz race until the New York Times has to suffer through doing it. So far, they still have not done it. It's been, but it is true that most CNN has called it. I think Decision Desk has called that race. That one looks good. Ohio also looks good. That would get you to 50. The Nebraska race is still uncomfortably close with Deb Fischer. Montana, we don't really have a lot of the vote in Montana yet, although he is favored there. And then you start looking at other.
What was the spread? Hang on, with the president in Montana, do you know?
The president, well, I mean, the Montana, we're just really early. We only have
we haven't called it yet.
Of the vote there. Right now, Sheehy is up by 18 points.
Did you just say Sheehy?
Yeah, Tim Sheehy.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I thought we were talking the president's pronouns for a second.
No, not that. No. But also, if you look at Montana, he's up by 25. Trump's up by 25. Or 29. So, Tester is going to outperform, the Kamala Harris in Montana. There was never any doubt about that. That split is important, though. But look, the Senate looks pretty good. Probably still blowable, but it would be really hard to do it. And I think that's where we are with Trump now. I mean, it's theoretically possible he could lose all 3 of these blue wall states.
Right.
But man, he's the heavy favorite in at least 2 of them, I'd say. And he may win all 3. And I will say this, let me throw one more out there. Up for debate right now is Minnesota. I think you have to look at Minnesota as a state that Donald Trump might pick up. Now,
What?
I don't.
Voting in Minnesota was very positive.
was very positive. I wouldn't say I'm guaranteed. I think that is into the toss-up category.
That would be, I mean, that is just pudding with my ice cream. That is just fantastic.
But I thought Tim Walz was popular there.
Yeah.
No, this is what I want more than anything. Honestly, what I really wanted is Donald Trump to win only because he won Minnesota. I wanted him to just be over 270 just so we could blame Tim Walz for the loss. But him losing his home state would just be delicious. That's just something I want out of this.
That's crazy.
It's in the picture, and I wouldn't say it's anything. It's a toss-up, I would say, at this point. Glenn, one more update here real quick, if we could. We have, this is where we stand right now, 231 electoral votes for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris is at 179. As far as certain goes from here, there's nothing left easy for Donald Trump. We've wiped through all those states. He's got 0. Kamala Harris has only 12 remaining. So we're getting very, very close to the end here. The likely minimum, 231 for Donald Trump and 191 for Kamala Harris. 116 to go here. But again, a lot of these states looking pretty positive for Donald Trump. And even though a couple of those fringy states, those states that were reach swing states, like Minnesota, looking interesting. It doesn't look like he's going to get there in Virginia. Doesn't look like he's going to get there in New Hampshire or Maine, even though those states might be a little bit closer than people expected. But Minnesota is at least in the picture at this point.
You don't think New Hampshire is?
I don't think he's going to get there in New Hampshire.
It's going to be razor close there, probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, he's up 3.5 in Pennsylvania with 75% reported. Start warming up Hail to the Chief, guys.
That is fantastic.
So this is going to be over tonight.
That is fantastic. Do you think that, hang on, do you think that Harris will concede? Because I don't think that's
If I were Trump,
picture.
I wouldn't wait for her.
No, I wouldn't either.
I don't know if you remember, because much of that night was a blur. But when we got to the point in 2020 when it was pretty clear that something weird was going on. And that's before we even saw the 4 a.m. ballot drop-offs.
Yeah.
And I kept saying here on the air in this room, he needs to come out and declare victory.
Yeah.
And then we thought, you and I decided, let's stay on until he speaks. He did. He didn't come out and declare victory, and he should have done that. When they say things like, well, Trump's going to declare victory before all the votes are counted, folks, every presidential election we've ever had has always had someone declare victory before the votes are counted, because it actually takes them a week to count all the votes in every congressional district. So that's a gaslighting.
Yeah.
That's not a real thing.
Yeah.
He should have absolutely, when he came out and spoke, 2, 3 a.m. Eastern, whenever it was 4 years ago, he should have absolutely declared victory.
Yeah, he needs to do that tonight. But I don't think, remember what Hillary Clinton said in 2020, no matter what happens, Joe Biden should not concede, because then that just shuts all the doors of legal stuff, which I don't think they're going to give up. We have to talk about that probably more tomorrow. But let me go to Daniel. Daniel Horowitz, you have some perspective on Deb Fischer?
Yeah, so there's a couple of interesting things here. There's 60% in at this point, but Omaha, the liberal part, so there's basically Omaha and then the rest of the state. Omaha came in first. So, for example, Trump's only up 10, but he won it by 19 last time, which this time he appears to be doing better. So what that means is Deb Fischer has actually finally flipped it, and what I would assume is she will remain that way the rest of the night, and she'll only grow. Now, I think it's worth mentioning that Osborne ran ads saying she didn't stand with Trump, and he ran to the right of her. So that's criminal that we have these red states and you have liberal Republicans that open up this opportunity for them to run to the right. But I think people understood that this Osborne guy would help the Democrats. Now, one interesting thing on the ballot initiatives for abortion, this is the one state where we have dueling amendments. So there's 434, which would limit abortion after the first trimester. It's winning with 51%. But then you have the one creating a right to abortion, 439, that's winning with 53.2. If the trajectory holds, I believe we will come out banning it after the first trimester and not creating a right. But just so the listeners know, pursuant to Nebraska law, if they both win, which is possible, the one with the most votes is the controlling law where they conflict.
Jeez, that's a mess. That's just a mess. I got another mess for you. All right, Steve Deace.
And this one's kind of Personal. So back home in Iowa, one of my best friends, he's probably watching right now, Mike Pike, ran for state senate. And he was told an hour ago that he lost by 147 votes. Starts getting ready to concede, everything else. Okay, just a small business owner, put up his heart and soul into beating a Democratic incumbent in a new district. We got a call 30 minutes ago. Our bad. It's like a Monopoly card. You pick up the chance card. Tabulation error in your favor. You actually won by 47 votes.
Wow.
How crazy is that? And apparently we can't count votes in Iowa either.
What is, because you guys were offset here for a little while when we were talking about the New York Times. What do you think the New York Times is doing? Is this a Bezos thing? Is this, you see the writing on the wall, let's not be the holdout here? What do you think's happening?
I think they're crying.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's savor that for just a moment. Yes. Okay.
If you turn on MSNBC right now, they're freaking out. They are freaking out. It's a beautiful thing to watch because I am not going to celebrate a Trump victory until the swing states have been called.
Yeah.
Agree. I'm not going to pop a champagne bottle. I'm still there's still a kernel of skepticism in me. Call the swing states before I can feel any relief.
Totally agree with you. Call it to the point where he's got 270. Then I feel
That's exactly right. And by the way, we're getting pretty close in Pennsylvania. Maybe I'll do Trump's The Weave for a second because there's a couple of data points that I wanted to share. Philadelphia has 75% of their votes reporting right now. That means that there is 172,000 votes remaining to be counted still in the Philadelphia area. Even if Kamala Harris won 100% of these votes, that would mean that she would lead Trump by less than 8,000 votes across the whole state. But the whole state still has red-leaning counties such as Cambria County and Carbon County and Luzerne County.
Wow.
So I think, and I'm not making any call here, not only is that Stu's wheelhouse, but this looks very good for Trump in Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, I will start to feel a little more
hopeful.
It's not that I'm pessimistic here. I'm just skeptical.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for it. We've been here.
But the point that I was going to make too is that if Donald Trump does win, this will be a victory not just over wokeness, not just over forever wars, not just over Kamala Harris. This is a victory over these very media outlets like MSNBC, like the New York Times, who not only lied about him unfairly, not only were biased and pretended to be objective, but were so vitriolic, so hateful, so malicious and sinister in their accusations and their lies that it begot assassination attempts against him.
Yeah. And they still will be. I don't think MSNBC, you're not going to turn Joy Reid down. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
she's not going to go, you know what, I'm going to change my rhetoric. Stu, you got another call to make.
Another call to make. This one on the West Coast for Kamala Harris, Oregon.
Oh, what a surprise.
So close.
I know. It was up in the air for a few moments there. But that brings her to 187. It is now 231, 187.
The trees are weeping. Thank you very much. So we were just talking about, MSNBC and how do these... First of all, I don't believe there will be any self-reflection. I remember calling Chuck Todd. Remember, I was against Donald Trump in 2016, and I called Chuck Todd, and I said, Chuck, I know everybody is celebrating on at NBC. Please let me explain why he won and who we on the other side really are, or you're going to make some of the grave mistakes that I made, and you'll make the situation much, much worse. I called all of the people that I, had in my Rolodex on who I could thought would talk to me and be reasonable. Not a single person wanted to talk about it. All they wanted to do is vent. There was no self-reflection at all. Here we are 8 years later. They won't do it again. They will not accept that what they did led really to his win.
I have a question for you. Something that I've noticed about Don Lemon and Chris Cuomo since they left CNN, they seem a lot more reasonable, a lot more open to listening to the other side. Is it really these individuals at these networks who are so ideologically driven and refuse to see what the other side is like? Or is it the networks and they're just doing their job?
And groupthink.
I have not, neither network ever told me what to say. Okay, they didn't get involved in that. CNN was vicious in the control room on prove that. Where'd you get that? I mean,
You're talking as you're talking?
As I'm talking.
They're saying that in your
we
ear.
had to tape. We were never live at CNN. They'd never let me go live except on Larry King Live when I filled in for him once. But it would take us 3 hours to tape a 1 hour show, or 41 minutes.
Wow.
Okay? Because they would stop us on everything. But if we could prove it, they would let it go. So they never told anything. If I hadn't known who I was, if I hadn't known who I served, and hadn't been an alcoholic in recovery, I don't think I would have survived that, because the elevator rides alone were the worst experience in my professional career ever. Elevator door would open and there would be packed with people and they'd all be talking and laughing and everything else. The door would open, they'd see me, not a word from anyone.
Most people can't tolerate that. They just can't bear that kind of tension.
Right.
Yeah, I heard Chris Cuomo actually say one of the most interesting ways to describe Donald Trump. He was doing a video on X and he said, a lot of people think that everyone's voting for this fascist. They think he's a bad guy. They're voting for him anyway. And he said, no, they're hiring a tough guy to do a dirty job, and that's it. Yeah. And I was like, this is an interesting side of Chris Cuomo that I haven't seen before. Yeah. Oh, no, I don't.
COVID.
You think so? Even
I'm
with
positive
his brother?
Because he got COVID and he's still suffering effects from it today. He took ivermectin and he's better from it. And then he realized that the mainstream media lied about ivermectin. Now, he'll tell his personal story. I don't know that he'll ever verbally indict his brother because of family loyalty. But I think that if it weren't for his brother, I bet that he would red pill much further. I've been on his show debating him.
I hate to judge because people have said so many things about me. Oh, he's only saying that because he makes money or whatever. I think you guys know me well enough to know I don't really care. I say what I really believe. I don't know him, so I don't want to judge him on this. But the flip is so dramatic, where I don't think Don Lemon's flip is that dramatic. When you saw him on with Elon Musk, he was the same guy.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
But I do know that I think it's mainly groupthink, and you're surrounded by the best people in the business.
Yeah.
The sponsors, what they want. If you are not, the biggest thing I learned at CNN is they're just vacant. When you talk to somebody, it's frightening.
Yeah.
When you're talking on the air with them, they're not. You see that there's nothing happening behind their eyes. It's like shock. They don't
They're
listen.
thinking about something else as you're talking.
Well, someone is probably talking in their ear and they're doing something else, and they're not actually intaking what you're saying. You can actually tell that, and a lot of us who've been on the side of being the ones conducting interviews, I think, notice it more when you see it in someone else, because you can very easily have your pre-prepared questions and ask them without listening and crafting your follow-up based on what the person said. You can just ask your questions, and that's what they often do there. They don't have any interest in understanding the other point of view.
There's no curiosity at all.
So let me throw this out there. There's part of me right now that is maybe I'm getting too high and mighty, but part of me right now feels as if I don't really want everyone to change. I don't want them to reflect, because if Texas is going to go by plus 14, why don't you spend another, $100 million? Continue lighting your money on fire and telling me how, oh my gosh, we're going to win. I mean, I'm kind of looking for that. And then
but the only reason why I'm bringing up the press is because if they don't change, if they would just have some humility, we could pull people back together enough to hold the Republic united. Stu.
Okay, we have a Senate race to call, and this was just painful for the New York Times. They dragged it out until every little inch of pain came out. But we can call Ted Cruz as a senator from Texas. Call it all red in his $9 trillion of ad spending. Unsuccessful in this race. Do we also have Ohio ready to go? I mean, I'll tell you about it anyway, even if we don't have quite have the graphic ready. We do, I think. Bernie Moreno, this is a big win in Moreno. That's Ohio. They're calling for Donald Trump, the state, but this will actually be the Senate race. Bernie Moreno defeating Sherrod Brown, which is a pickup for the Republicans. It gets them to 50 Senate seats. That's a big one. That was, I would say, one of the swing states that was quite close, and Bernie Moreno is going to the Senate.
I'm just writing a quick note to Ted Cruz.
Oh, nice.
I just wrote, "You're the man. Praise the Lord." Actually, another happy point. The New York Times, it killed them to declare that. Anyway, okay. So, Stu, what do we have? What do we have that we're looking for to be able to call Pennsylvania? And how close will we be when they do call Pennsylvania, if it goes to Trump?
You've got about, let's see, I'm looking at the Pennsylvania race, bringing it up here. We are at, let's see, 81% of the vote in right now. Donald Trump is up by 3%, 51 to 48. Yeah, it's close still. Yeah. We're about 200,000 votes.
But still, if what Liz says is true, that we are looking at the red parts of the state still to be counted, that's usually
I'd be stunned
call.
if Donald Trump did not win Pennsylvania. Like flabbergasted, I'll fall over.
Right. And how far would they be, Stu? How close would he be to 270?
I mean, he gets Pennsylvania. He's basically there. I mean, like we haven't called Georgia yet. Really, it's just a matter of time.
What the hell is happening with Georgia?
I know.
Georgia is going to it's about 140,000 votes separating them. It's 51 to 50.
That was a while ago, though.
They're the only ones.
So we haven't called that yet. But he would need that. He would need Arizona, and that Pennsylvania would do it. I mean,
Trump leads Michigan by 5 with about 42% of the vote counted.
Yep, and Wisconsin is a 3-point lead with 71% of the vote in. He looks good to me in all three of those swings, all three of the blue wall states. They have voted the same way since, what was it, 1988?
1988.
Yeah. So it's been a really long time. They usually go the same way. He looks really, really good there. You never know what's going to happen with last-minute votes, and this is why we sit here and we make sure we look at all of them and stay up and watch all of them until they are actually called. But again, this looks good for Donald Trump in these states. Arizona, by the way, 53% of the vote in, still very close there, about 0.4% lead for Donald Trump.
In Arizona?
In Arizona, but with 53% of the vote in, I wouldn't panic about that. If you remember Pennsylvania, people, of course, will remember Pennsylvania for Donald Trump looking like he had a big lead, and then a lot of vote coming in late on the blue side. And people very upset about that.
So is this Maricopa County that has been?
Remember, the opposite is true with Arizona. Arizona usually looks the opposite, where it looks like Democrats get a lead and then Republicans come back. It's just the way they count the vote there. So probably pretty good that Donald Trump is actually tied here. I mean, this is at least a lean Republican. I think all these swing states that are remaining, with the exception of Nevada, which we don't have really any data on at all yet, everything else so far looks like it's leaning toward Trump. There aren't a ton of massive blowouts. Like Georgia is one right now we could call if we wanted to. It's basically there. The other three states you wouldn't necessarily call right now, but as Steve said, you'd be surprised in Pennsylvania. Though we were surprised last time in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I know.
So
I think what we're seeing here is, and I said this on Pat Gray's show this morning, that I did not think that we were going to sit here tonight, look at the 7 decisive states, and he was going to win 3, she was going to win 3, and we're going to be down here counting precincts in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Glenn. And it goes to when I was in my hotel room Sunday watching my Lions play the Packers on national TV.
By the way, congratulations.
Thank you. And I did my best. I played hard. I'll take the credit. But
who would have guessed the Lions? But go ahead.
But every commercial break, and I mean every one. As I said earlier, it was, Ted Cruz either help my daughter or Ted Cruz won't let me kill my daughter.
Yeah.
And when you're running that kind of messaging, like I said at the top of the show, that tells you they're not going after the same voters. They are trying to drive out people that are totally different would respond to, a different electorate would respond to one message over the other.
Sure.
And if you go back to what I said back at 5 o'clock, I thought what we would see tonight is the margins in the states would be close, but the trend line would not be. And that is exactly what we are seeing, okay? It is very clear that the message the Republicans ran on is, and the message, well, let me say the Republicans, they suck. The message Trump ran on and forced the Republicans to then own, okay, against their will, okay, that energy is what is carrying the night.
Yes.
And dominating the night. And you're watching the birth of a new coalition be formed. Going back to what you said, they're too invested. It's a demonic cult, it's a religion, but they're going to have to completely repackage their messaging. If not, they're going to take, if not, you're looking at this being, as much as we can in a balkanized arena and with someone that still has a persona that can alienate people like Trump, you're looking at an 84 kind of a reassessment where it would take them several cycles, like 88, then 92, and probably even without Ross Perot, they probably still don't win that one. They would have to take a several cycle rebrand to dig out of the way what's happened to them.
We were just talking about it, and this is 1920.
Yep.
They scared the hell out of the Americans, but it took them 10 years, but they just rebranded.
If their response to this is you're all a bunch of racist, homophobic bigots, and that it confirms it for us, like they can think it, but like to just have that be their branding response because here's the thing, whenever you create a new coalition, whenever Hispanic men or black men vote Republican, and they do it for the first time, the hardest part is to do it for the first time, brother.
Yeah.
It gets much easier the second time.
We talked about that with the red hats.
And so you end up with 45% in this election, and it's maybe 51 or 52. Look at Ted Cruz has a 29-point swing or something like that with Latinos here in the state of Texas in this Senate election I saw. All right? And so from his last race against Beto O'Rourke, once you get the Republicans won a border county here in Texas for the first time since 1892, almost entirely Hispanic. I saw. So the minute you can get people to cross over that subculture picket line, metaphorically, the first time, it gets much easier to do it this time forward.
So I want to talk about something else. I want to go first to Hilary, and then I want to come back and I want to talk to you about the other big thing that we haven't talked about yet that has been defeated. And it's enormous. It is the elephant that I don't even think people see in the room. We'll get to that in a second. Let me go to Hilary.
Yeah, thank you, Glenn. It's almost midnight on the East Coast, so I feel like it is only fair that we check in on the legacy media and see how it's going.
Let me just reiterate and underscore and repeat. There aren't bombs. There's no real threat. The threat that happens here is the calling in the bomb threat where there isn't a bomb in place, specifically to try to achieve chaos, to try to get these sites evacuated, and in some cases to disrupt voting patterns.
And for kids watching for the first time election results, they should know that we never had bomb threats before Donald Trump became a presidential candidate.
Gosh.
Well, and I feel like
my gosh.
The only kind thing to do in this situation, too, is to check in on the Harris campaign. We want to see how they're doing right now, too.
Let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places.
They're going to have a tough time searching for those bright spots because we've just heard ABC News was reporting that people are already leaving the campaign headquarters and taking off. Does this surprise any of you?
No. I mean,
I finally agree, Glenn. It is a campaign of joy.
Yeah, it is.
Enjoying the hell out of this.
Yeah, it's great joy.
Can I get a witness on that?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's like Hillary Clinton. I mean, when parties turn into funerals, you kind of want to just get out of there. So let me thank you, Hilary. Let me address the one thing that I frankly am so happy, but also shocked that this is the best they could do. They had $1 billion. $1 billion that we know of.
Yeah.
Okay? We know that a lot of the stuff on the abortion amendments, that was foreign money. Okay? That wasn't going to Biden-Harris. The amount of money that was in this, and this is it?
Right.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. The press, you can only play it for so long. The money only goes so far.
Celebrity? I don't
Celebrity?
think I know that Democrats always get celebrity supporters, but I don't think I've seen Beyonce come out in favor of a politician the way that she did in Texas for Kamala Harris. Paid $10 million to give that speech. And then we've got Taylor Swift.
Wait,
what? I think. Did I just make that up?
No, I had read the same thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
They paid her $10 million?
I don't know if it's true, but I read the same
I know. Gosh, I could be spreading propaganda right now.
No,
I'm pretty
I
sure
wasn't
that that's
questioning.
true.
I was just shocked because I thought she was doing it because she was
out of
liberal.
the goodness of her heart. No, I'm pretty
Is that how
sure
celebrity
she
endorsements
was
typically
paid
work?
tens of millions of dollars or $10 million.
That
But
cannot
fact check
be.
that. You can
Yeah,
fact check
that
that in the
cannot
control room, please. Anyway, she still came out in favor of her. That obviously didn't do anything in the state of Texas. Taylor Swift, with all of her influence, came out in favor of them. Didn't work.
I talked about this morning. There is a difference. You know, when you are talking about Joe Rogan, when you're talking about you, Allie, or any of us, when you're doing a podcast and it revolves around you, who you are, your opinions, people can sense when you're a fake and when you're not. You know, after a while, they know. They know who you are.
Especially when it's a long-form conversation.
Right. And what happens over the years, it's why I don't know how your folks that listen to you and watch you react to you, but I imagine it's much the same with me. They come up and they'll give me a hug. We've never met before. They'll give me a hug. They will always say, wow, you're much taller than I thought. But then they always follow that with, I feel like I know you. I feel like we're family.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't happen with celebrity.
It's so true.
Okay?
Yeah.
So when the best advertising is a friend telling you.
Yeah.
We and Joe Rogan and all of these other podcasters,
Yeah.
the audience sees them as friends.
Yes.
And so that's what makes an impact.
Right.
I might like, Beyonce and say, I love her music and everything else, but I don't think she's my friend.
Well, it's the
She's
same
a celebrity.
thing with Joy Reid or any of these people in the mainstream media. I think a lot of those people, they believe if their shows are doing well or their networks are doing well, that everyone loves them. And sometimes that's true. That's true with you.
Correct.
That's true with Tucker. It's true with Megyn. It's not true with everyone.
No.
Sometimes they leave those networks and they realized, oh, people were just watching me because I was on. They didn't
Exactly
really
right.
love me. And they
Exactly
didn't really care
right.
what I had to say.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm super careful about this.
4,
Usually,
5,
there
6,
is
7.
not actually evidence that Beyonce was paid $10 million. I
Okay.
don't know if it was false, but I can't find a good citation for that. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry for spreading.
Wow,
This
just-
is why people love podcasting,
Hang on.
Because this is.
Hang on. Alex Stein is outside of the White. I don't know why you're outside of the White House, but okay. Alex.
Glenn, we are outside of the White House because everybody is already leaving the Kamala rally. So we got some intel from some Capitol police officers that there was going to be a bunch of protesters here. But we come here, there's not one freaking protester. So I don't know what they're trying to, why they're trying to trick us and tell us that there's going to be protesters here. So when we saw people leaving, we said, hey, let's go check out the White House. We want to try to go, mix it up, Glenn. But we kind of blew our cover, too. When I started yelling Glenn Beck, I think people realized that we weren't really white dudes for Harris.
Not really a smart thing to do, especially when you're alone in a crowd in Washington, D.C. But, yeah.
And Glenn, this area is dangerous. I'm not, the Fox News will tell you that everybody's dying in San Francisco and getting shot in D.C. Well, Fox News lies, but they're not lying about how bad it is right here in D.C. That's probably the one thing Fox News has ever got right in their life is the fact that it is actually dangerous in D.C. because you just see all the cops. The cops are scared to stop the criminals. I'm not even kidding, Glenn. This may be a little too raunchy for this thing, but there's no bathrooms out there. I went to a police officer. I said, "Sir, is there a 7-Eleven or a restroom around?" And he looked at me, Glenn. I've never seen a cop do that. He goes, "Just go in that alley." I've never seen a cop encourage somebody to, and I didn't go in the alley. I went to a Potbelly, but that's what these cops are doing. They're just telling people to urinate on the streets. And I'm not kidding, Glenn. That's how crazy Washington, D.C. is right now.
Well, they've been crapping on our country for a very long time, so what's the difference in an alley? Thank you, Alex. Thanks for braving this, man. I don't know how you got that job, but maybe because you're just somebody that everybody in management knows, oh, he'll do it. He'll do it. He's nuts.
Yes. Glenn, I would walk on glass for you. I would walk on glass for the Blaze. I wasn't kidding when I say that I take a bullet.
No.
You tell jump. You say jump. I say how high. That's what I do, Glenn.
All right. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Somebody should tell him I'm not in charge of anything around here. All right. So let me go. It's now 12 midnight on the East Coast in 10 seconds of North America. And we still don't know, but we are getting closer. It's 11 o'clock Central Time. I really thought it would be over by this time, meaning I thought they would just stop counting. And with an exception of Georgia, I'm surprised that we haven't had more hijinks. And maybe what Trump was asking for is true. That
There's no narrative.
It's too big to steal.
Yeah, there's no narrative to justify anything. They don't have a narrative. What I do think is possible, and hat tip, I want to make sure I give our colleague Daniel Horowitz credit on this, because I was about to post the same thing and saw he did it first. With this realignment we're seeing now, where Republicans are doing better in these urban areas, they're still performing under par in suburbs in several places around the country too. I think it's
Democrats are.
Or no, Republicans.
Republicans.
I think it's possible. Typically it's hard to with after redistricting for a Republican to win the White House and to not have the House. I think it is possible that they won't have the House. I would say it's probably about 50-50 right now. That they lose a few suburban districts and won't get the House.
I like you. I start not to like this guy now.
Okay, what are you looking for? You're looking for a House projection?
I'm looking for a House projection that's not a little black rain cloud.
I mean, I kind of thought that they might lose the House. That kind of seemed like the most vulnerable part of this whole equation.
Yeah, it did.
Especially because there's a lot of seats when the Republicans took the House last time in places like New York that made you nervous. I can dive into it. I think there is somebody else in this building that's doing the House tonight, but I can try to look into it and get more information on it.
You know who that is? Who's watching the House?
No, they were telling me somebody else is watching the House.
Ricky?
Yeah, I don't know.
She's asleep.
Yeah.
Daniel watches all that stuff. Ask him.
Yeah, Daniel, can you give us an update on the House and how that's looking?
So from a political science standpoint, this is just fascinating. You go back to 2012, it's like the country was the opposite. Romney got blown out statewide in all the critical states, wasn't even close. Yet Republicans emerged from that loss with 233 House seats. Here we are, looks like it could very well be Trump will sweep all the competitive states, win decisively. And, even when Steve asked me to give him a map, I gave him a map and I tried to be optimistic, and I couldn't get Republicans past 219. Now, a lot of these are very close, but I'm just telling you, a number of Republicans look like they are losing. They're losing a few in New York. They might lose one in Steve's hometown, Miller Meeks. A lot of these are very, very close. And I think it's what Steve just said, that Republicans are swinging Philadelphia, New York, Chicago by 10 points. And in a competitive state like a Detroit, a Milwaukee, and a Wisconsin, it will get you that state. But it won't get you that congressional district. And conversely, they're receding in suburban districts. So they're going to have a problem keeping the House. Either way, this is going to be a nightmare because it's going to be determined by about 5 California seats that are going to take a week to count.
I don't know why you're laughing. I don't like you either. I'm losing friends here tonight. I'm losing allies.
I got to give a little bit of Jeremiah here.
I know. What does that mean, guys, if we don't have the House? If you win the Senate and the White House and you don't have the House and you are Donald Trump that has to move mountains, how do you do it without the House?
You look to see if there's a couple of people that you can flip that are in swing districts that because of and that have more political cover to do it because you have a more racially, ethnically diverse coalition than you had before. And yet you go to some of those places that look like some of those districts and some of those voters that you just flipped, where we got 45% of the Hispanic vote.
The problem I see with that is the Democrats eat their own.
Yeah.
You betray them. It's not like us. I mean, our side is always like, oh, okay, whatever. Where they eat them.
I think you certainly can try to flip people. I'm always about trying to recruit people and persuade people. But I think if you're Donald Trump and you win the White House and you have the Senate, but you don't have the House, you focus on dismantling the administrative state. You focus on what you can do as chief executive, because truthfully, I don't like that Congress constantly passes laws and legislation. I think that they are over-legislating oftentimes, and what they need to do is stop and get out of the way of what we're doing, especially out of the way of the economy. And so if Donald Trump can dismantle the administrative state, drain the swamp, deregulate businesses, and use his power and influence around the world to make our economy thriving, then he can still have a successful presidency without the House.
Yes, he can.
He will face impeachment right away.
And allow the states to secure their border. I mean, because you said get out of the way.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that Biden did. I mean, his DHS undermined every attempt of Texas to secure their border. At least Donald Trump won't be doing that.
He can also talk about impeaching him right away. Even with a 1-seat majority, they'll do it.
On what? Doesn't matter.
Being Donald Trump, I'm reminded of the old Eddie Murphy
people
joke.
hate that,
I got pulled over for being black on a sunny day. Being Donald Trump on a sunny day.
Yeah, there's a lot of interference they can run, and a lot of stuff they can throw at him. And it also, the real thing to me is, look, Congress, the House doesn't pass a budget, right? There's not even people around who remember how to pass an actual budget in Washington, D.C.
That has got to change.
Yes, it must, and it can, and it will. But they, right now, they're creatures of the administrative state. What they'd be good for is holding to account, right, with the energy of Trump in office and all the new agency heads to do a pincher movement on all those people in the administrative state that need to go. If you're going to clean out the FBI, right, you have an oversight committee. Losing that would be a problem. But it's not the be-all, end-all. I mean, you got some time, less time than anything else to recoup, retake it over. And also, here's something to your providential point. Maybe, I hate to say it, losing is never a good thing, but maybe it's a good thing because we can actually clean out some of these leaders there who haven't done a very good job. Maybe everyone really needs to realize this needs to reorganize. You need to reorganize House leadership in a serious way. Because there's a certain segment of the population, including me, who I'm not sitting there crying because the leadership is doing a good job. I think they all need to go.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with that. I think a house cleaning, literally, is needed.
I think, too, when it comes to the House, they're supposed to be the ones that appropriate the money. Well, money's been mismanaged by both Congress, but also by the executive branch, the administrative state, for a long time. I think we need to audit all of the federal agencies and detail the way that a couple of congressmen and senators do this once in a while. They'll issue a report that says this is the wasteful spending. This is what it's being spent on. Donald Trump and his administration, or the RNC. We cut in?
Finish your sentence there. And
they should make a list of what is being spent in each of these people's districts and take the case to the people.
Yeah.
So that the Democrats in Congress, if they control Congress, do have to listen a little bit or be cooperative with Trump.
And I think with Elon Musk, that's going to be easier to get that message out.
Yeah.
If he starts going in, because he'll find it.
Yeah.
He'll find it. Stu.
Couple more housekeeping things to keep up with here. We have Hawaii, a stunning development, called for Kamala Harris.
What?
Yeah, 4 electoral votes to Kamala. And also one that hung around for a long time, but it winds up going to Kamala Harris is Virginia. That is 13 electoral votes. 204 for Harris by my count, 231 for Trump.
Well, we didn't count on it anyway. It would have been nice, but we didn't count on it.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you were talking about Elon Musk, and we just saw from Alex that people are leaving the Kamala rallies, that they're not excited. Well, I just saw a video of someone who's at Mar-a-Lago right now, and Elon Musk walks in with one of his little kids on his shoulders. Complete opposite feeling and atmosphere of what's going on in the Kamala camp. Obviously, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but the energy is high, and Elon Musk takes a lot of credit just for that.
He's the Gutenberg of the 21st century.
He is.
What he is.
I think he's critical to the success of the Western world.
I do too.
Really great.
Yeah.
I didn't really think that at first.
Every great human reform movement in history has been accompanied by some technological paradigm shift or advancement. Whether it's the New Testament church comes on the heels of Rome colonizing the world in one culture and paving roads and securing seaways, or the difference between Martin Luther and John Wycliffe is Johannes Gutenberg. And there's no way Donald Trump wins the election without Elon Musk. No way.
And you know what?
Well, I mean, for several reasons, one of which is X. I mean, we lose Elon Musk. I think the Germans, what was it, Der Spiegel, that came out and said he's target number 2. And I think that's absolutely true.
Yeah, and he could have stopped with X. He could have stopped there, and that would have been a lot to help Western civilization. But he went above and beyond that to highlight the issues that we're dealing with and to help elect Donald Trump. I mean, that's huge.
And you know why, right? That it wasn't just a matter of, he thought that the media was lying to us. He thought that our country was verging on wokeness. This became personal to him.
They transed his kid.
Because of his kid.
He transed his kid. His kid, he either lost custody of his kid or his kid went to court to change the name. And he's doing this not just to save our world, but to save other people from the heartbreak that he has felt by losing his son. It actually, when I read that story and realized that this man loves his son so much that he's willing to spend his entire fortune, risk his entire reputation so that what has happened to his son and his family doesn't happen to other people, it brought tears to my eye.
I have to tell you,
that is love.
I just saw an interview. I don't even know who was interviewing him, but I saw this interview that I've never seen anything like it before with him. He was asked, I can't remember what the question was, but it was something like, "Are you lonely?" And did anybody see this?
I didn't.
And he said, really reflective, almost to the point of tears. And he said, "Everybody says they want to be me. You don't want to be me. You don't want to be me." He said, "First of all, it's chaos in my brain all the time. All the time, it's just going 1,000,000 miles an hour." And he said, "I am really lonely." And it was so sad to see this guy. But, he doesn't know how to express himself. He's, I was really offended when Tim Walz said, and he was jumping around like he was a freak or something. And I'm like, since when is it you have a son of special needs and you don't see that guy has a medical condition and you feel it's okay to make fun of him?
And here's the thing about Elon Musk. I guess that's the only thing that you can try to do is make fun of him for these dumb reasons, because what no one can deny is the kind of greatness he has. I mean, no one has run this many companies doing this kind of bold stuff at this level before. That's insane.
Yeah, it's
but the
not,
other thing is, don't you think that what he did, he initiated a commercial cultural movement that showed that statesmanship extends beyond the political sphere. Right? I mean, he bought Twitter for political reasons. Sure, there are self-interested reasons in there too, but he has planted the flag and said, I mean, this was not a good business decision in many ways. And he's saying, I am going to actually be a statesman. I care about what's going on in my country. And he just kept on doing it.
Well, it's like Donald Trump. Also not necessarily a good business decision for him to get into politics.
Horrible. Right?
And I mean, they have that in common.
So, you know, I look at what Elon Musk, did you hear what he announced this week? That he said that he's developing a way now to where his brain interface can be introduced. You know, it's like a sewing machine. It just takes this thing and just like through the skull and puts these, you know, these like antenna in your brain. He said you'll be able to do it almost as easy as like LASIK. So you'll be up and running. It won't be a big deal.
What's it for?
Yeah, what's the purpose of this?
Oh, it's his brain. What do you call that thing?
This is Neuralink.
Neuralink.
So this is
Neuralink.
This is where the Elon Musk discussion takes a different
tone.
Because
he is
sounds like a lobotomy.
He is saying that it will be affordable for everyone. It will be easy to get, and it is the Borg. It's the singularity of man and machine becoming one. Never.
Oh, okay. Never.
I talked to my daughter who has cerebral palsy, and you know, she has horrible seizures again. She had brain surgery, and it worked for a while, and then it stopped, and now they're much worse.
Yeah.
She has very hard time communicating with people because she had strokes, and so her brain mapping, you know, brain just works like it's just all interstate highways. And because she had so much scarring on her brain, part of her language is over here, part of her language is over here, her memories are here, and all of the roadways are broken, okay? So it takes her a lot of work, and it's so sad to watch because she works so hard just to be able to speak.
She knows that the highways aren't connected, and she
knows.
wants to connect them. It's so heartbreaking.
Yeah, she is at a totally functioning level.
Yes.
And I asked her, I said, honey, would you ever consider this, hoping that she would say no. I said, would you ever consider this? And she said, Dad, I know how much it would change and how easier my life would be. She said, but I know the Lord will heal me when I get to the other side. And I don't want any man to do that to me.
Yeah.
And that is, to me, I mean, I just sobbed for a week, but
of course.
It's profound. It's so
profound.
Oh.
But how many people you're going to be convinced, because I've studied this for 30 years now, when it's cheap and everybody starts to get it, and you have the advantage of, I can access all of the information right now that you don't have, I stomp you in business and everything else. How many people are going to accept that just because I've got to compete?
Yeah, I do wonder if Elon, as he kind of evolves and changes in his thinking, if he will also realize the dangers of the advancement of things like AI, which I think he already does in some ways for sure. But, you know, he calls himself in the Tucker interview, he called himself a cultural Christian, which is what Richard Dawkins called himself too. And the more I think he moves into realizing that people are made in God's image, that we are separate and distinct from technology, plants, animals, and all of that, I hope that that also shapes his development of the technology.
So you know why he's doing Neuralink is the main reason is because he feels that AI will destroy mankind. It's not just getting off the surface of the earth because of global warming. He also believes mankind has to be off the earth by the time we have the singularity moment. And he said the only thing that will keep us from being eaten by these machines is if we can interface and keep up with it.
Compete.
And compete with it, which is terrifying. Let me go to stage 2 and spend some time with Sara and what you guys are following over there.
Yeah, so the New York Times now is projecting that Donald Trump wins the popular vote by 1.1%. So again, take that for what it's worth, but you have the New York Times reporting that. I know James had something to add to your conversation about religion and technology. That's right up your alley.
Yeah, just obviously, a huge outpouring of gratitude toward Elon Musk and the whole crew of super friends that he brought along with him and organized. It wasn't just him who bought Twitter and turned it into X. He had a lot of support behind it. And, I think that what we're looking at right now is tech kind of picked up the crown in the gutter of the right. And right now, as of right now, Donald Trump, obviously a big guy, but tech has really moved to that power position on the right. And that's an opportunity. There's also a risk there. We just saw tonight the Church of Woke that they tried to spend 4 years turning into the established religion of the United States fail. People saw what they were doing. They sampled it out. They tried the DEI and the ESG and all the rest, and they didn't like it. They spat it out. Now is the time for us to recognize that the Church of Tech is not what should be replacing the Church of Woke. I know there's a lot of interest and even hope and kind of, a lot of people on the right just wanting to kind of give everything to these guys who wrote in with their money and their cool tech. Don't fall on your knees and worship them. You can appreciate them as the human beings they are, and should be a return of politics, should be a return of governance, of people really rediscovering that we have a constitution and we have a rule of law, and when we put our heads together, we can solve practical problems and build on a foundation of rock and not a foundation of sand. The era when intellectuals told us what to do and ideology ruled everything, that's behind us now. Intellectualism doesn't solve our problems down at the soul level. Americans are right to realize that we live in a spiritual world now, and that spiritual authority is what people are thirsting for. You got to look somewhere other than the material world for that, though. You can't look at tech in the same way that you can't look at woke. And if we have that kind of perspective, then it's really going to help us be able to use those tools wisely to strengthen our form of government, strengthen our way of life, and ultimately preserve our humanity itself.
Let's go back to Elon Musk, because I think he kind of embodies what James is talking about here. And I want to get back to kind of the point that we were touching on earlier, which is, you have all of this money that is being invested in these elections. And honestly, in Elon's case, I don't even want to say in the election necessarily, because his was a little bit different. He tweaked it. It was about supporting a pledge to support the Constitution, not necessarily the election. But Auron, what kind of standard do you think that sets? I know the left will call it dark money, because whenever it's money going to a Republican or someone who supports the Constitution, it all of a sudden becomes dark money. But what is the standard that you see being set here?
I think the shift we're really noticing is the awareness of the power of kind of the oligarchs, right? We have George Soros on the left, and this is the boogeyman. This is what everybody points to. He's funding everything, and they're right to point this out. It's a very dangerous and deleterious effect on our electorate. But ultimately, we're also seeing that the right is now moving in this direction. Donald Trump himself is a billionaire. Elon Musk is credited with so much of this election. Think of what the Democrats could have gotten away with if Twitter was not free, if you could not share this information, if the Democrats did not know ahead of time that there was a free and fair platform that was going to share out any of the shenanigans that happened during this election. That is a chilling effect on their attempt to go ahead and do the things that they're doing. But as James is pointing out, you have Mark Andreessen, you have David Sachs, you have all of these other people who are involved in shifting the landscape on the right. And it's this battle of money power, where the power is not just in the formal government, but we're starting to recognize that it's the control of the media, it's the control of corporations, it's control of many things that are not directly involved in the electoral process that ultimately bring serious results during the electoral process. And that is a mindset that we really have to understand. It isn't maybe the best ultimately for what people understand as democracy, but it is also a reality that's going to continue going forward.
Yeah, I think another piece of that is the RNC. You see what happens, the difference between the RNC being run by a Ronna Romney McDaniel, and of course you see a Laura Trump and Michael Whatley. And so just to add to Auron's point here, Delano, Michael Whatley, I know this is a couple hours old now, but he did tweet out that they had a legal victory in Pennsylvania. They said Center County officials were planning to stop counting ballots throughout the night. Well, it turns out that's in violation of the state law, and so all they had to do was threaten to sue, and officials agreed that they would continue the count as requested. So you've got this swarm of attorneys that they've brought into all of these swing states watching and threatening to sue, and that seems to have made a lot of difference too.
Yeah, and I think, what we're seeing this time around, a lot of people liken Trump's victory in 2016 as sort of a middle finger to the establishment. This is the second hand being raised at this point. And I think a lot of people are actually drawn to that. And again, my mind is thinking, okay, if things hold, what does this mean for the Republican Party? And Steve brought up the role of conservative Christians, evangelicals, and where they sort of play and where they are with this new coalition. I understand why some evangelicals said, look, Trump moved to the left on abortion, on some other issues, and we're not comfortable with that. I respect every person, however they want to exercise their right to vote or not vote. But when it comes to some of these issues, particularly on family policy, on abortion, obviously it's a state issue, but the president has a tremendous bully pulpit. And if every time a state looks to enact stricter abortion laws, a heartbeat bill, if he's constantly saying, oh, no, that's too tough, we need to give it more time, then you are going to have evangelicals who question whether they have a place in the party. When it comes to IVF, wide open policy sort of terrain. Even when it comes to issues, of marriage and family, things that have been decided. But again, you can use the bully pulpit. And I'm not sure whether, Trump is going to use his bully pulpit in ways that social conservatives want. Because honestly, and we've learned this from Republicans over the years, the good life is more than just about, a roaring economy and nice looking GDPs. Like the good life is about how people live their lives. It's about family and friends and community. And I think, again, we're at a point where it's like, okay, what are these new coalitions going to want, right? Can you have a party that is open to both your most conservative evangelical pastor and Caitlyn Jenner?
Bruce Jenner.
Quite a big tent.
Bruce Jenner.
Is what-
Okay.
yeah.
Like, can you actually have that? And on the issue of particularly like gender ideology,
Right.
what does that look like? Now, for many of us, we'll say tear the whole thing out of the culture, root and branch. But my fear is what conservatives will say is, well, get boys out of girls' sports, get boys out of girls' locker rooms, and then we're done and we can leave the rest to the states. And I don't think social conservatives are going to take that laying down.
I will say, on Donald Trump's part of his platform is eliminating gender ideology from all levels of government that he can, and also eliminating any sort of transitioning, cross-sex hormones, gender surgeries for children. So that is part of his platform. Now, I get your point, like whether or not he actually follows through with all of that is another piece of it. Daniel, I know you want to chime in.
Look,
here.
I waited till after midnight Eastern time to bring this, but we talk about D's and R's all night.
Don't you do it.
But there are the C's. There are the C's. There are the conservatives. And I think we do have to recognize that, hopefully if Trump wins, this is a reprieve, but Republicans still suck. And, I'll just say, look, it was very clear in Florida we were going to be victorious against abortion there. Yet when Trump was asked about it today, he refused to talk about it. It looks like we will win against abortion, probably in Nebraska and South Dakota. We had a movement against it in South Dakota, spent some money. In Missouri and Montana, it's looking not good, but only by a few points because the Republican governors refused to touch it. Had they campaigned against it, there's no way we wouldn't have gotten a few extra points given the voter registration edge. So my point is, no matter what, we have our work cut out for ourselves. The Republican Party has not changed, not at an elected level.
Yeah.
Got to be so negative all the time. Daniel is our stew of stage 2. So you know how the stew of stage 2. I've renamed you, Daniel. So you know how we have that little alert, the little ding for whenever Stu is calling races. I would ask the control room next time. I want a little alert, a special alert for wellness check on mainstream media, because they are taking this as you might expect. Let's play Joy Reid over on MSNBC. Watch.
On this set numerous times is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
Right, because it couldn't possibly be, guys. It couldn't possibly be that instead of picking race or gender to vote on, they were voting on what they were watching around them. They were voting on the economy. They were voting on their children being less safe because they're watching the Laken Rileys of the world, the Jocelyn Nungareys of the world be murdered in cold blood by illegal immigrants who came here under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's watch. I mean, the audacity of this woman to claim that white women had an opportunity to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy, and yet they chose to vote based on race rather than gender is just, these people should never be taken seriously again, James.
Well, this is what I'm talking about, the end of rule by flattery.
Yeah.
This is the irony of intersectionality is that for every identity group that you give some sort of flattering, you can be whoever you want and we'll support you and cheer for you. But guess what? The flip side to that is not only do you have something to be proud of, no matter who you say you are, you have something to be ashamed of too. Mm-hmm. And so every one of those identity groups, is sort of experiencing the dark underbelly of that ideology, which is actually you're a bad person too. And when people look around and they say, actually, no, there are like bad things happening to me, and we're going to vote based on those.
Yeah, Delano, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, one, I'll give Joy Reid this. It seems that she's gotten so mad she took off Donald Trump's old toupee, and I think that's for the good. I think she looks a lot better this way. But the other thing is that the people who talk the most about the right being racist have no problem weaponizing race as long as it's against white people.
Right.
And this is why MSNBC and CNN are not honest brokers when it comes to these conversations. The other thing is that I think political pundits who do not recognize the power of party ID, to me, should not have jobs speaking in public, because they blame 53% of white women voted for Trump in 2016. But that's a similar percentage of white women who always vote Republican. So it is incredibly difficult to sort of detach a person from their normal voting habits and then turn them in a different direction. So this notion that where you presuppose that all white women should just vote for, women's rights, which to them is just always abortion, is such a silly idea. But I'm glad to see that they're taking it rough. I hope that they will have some sense of self-awareness and self-reflection. But I'm not bullish on that.
Well, I would just say it couldn't happen to a more deserving group of people.
Agreed.
I keep posing the question on my show, is this going to be the final nail in the coffin for DEI at government levels, right? Because Kamala was the ultimate DEI hire, wasn't she? I mean, she really hadn't accomplished much. No offense, but not a lot going on up there, always word salads. And so you look at all of these DEI hires within the Biden regime, and you look at the Rachel Levine, and you look at Karine Jean-Pierre, and you look at Kamala Harris, and you
Sam
look
Brinton,
at
too.
Sam Brinton, yeah, thank you. And you look at all of these DEI hires that it's just gone disastrously for them to have Kamala to stage a coup to put their DEI, their ultimate DEI hire, up on the platform and have this end not well for them. Can we finally just say, you know what, maybe DEI was not a great idea, Auron?
Well, we can't. And the reason is that it's literally illegal. Most conservatives don't understand even what disparate impact says in the United States civil rights law right now. It says that any difference between any groups and their outcomes has to be basically based on the system. That has to be the default assumption. And when you have that written into law, it's not new. It's not just part of wokeness. It's back in Griggs versus Duke Power in the 1970s, and then reified by the Republicans in the Civil Rights Act in the 1990s. And so this is going to continue to be on the docket. Now, we may see this be dialed back when it comes to prioritizing it, pushing it to the front for a little while in certain candidates, but it's going to be ingrained in law, and it will continue to reflect itself in all of our organizations and all of our government apparatus.
Daniel, you look like Daniel's over here like, wow, ooh, ah. What do you see?
So look, I refuse to make a prediction before the election, but
Hold on. Is this positive news?
This is positive news.
Okay,
I'll
allow
it. Might be the last piece of positive news
Don't
from me
put that
this
into the
night.
universe.
So I just said one thing. I said, look, whoever wins Northampton County in Pennsylvania will be the president. just because I identified that as the tipping point. And Erie would be the second one. Trump has won both of those counties, Erie and Northampton. So I think it's lights out.
Guys, again, I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm feeling a little bit of a tinge of the PTSD from the last time around. How are you feeling, James?
I'm feeling like they should call it. Like, let's face it. I mean, we see the trend lines. We see the lead that Trump has here. Not calling it at this point is begging the question at best, and at worst, opening the door to those shenanigans that none of us want to see again.
How much are you saying that because you're just tired and you want to go to bed?
About 30%.
What do you guys think? How do you feel about it?
I mean, I feel pretty good in terms of.
Should I feel better? I feel like I can't let myself get there.
I'm the type of guy I like to see triple zeros on the clock before I start to celebrate. So
right.
Yeah, one of the things I was just going to say that I think is an open question. I'm curious what Glenn and Steve and the others think about this. Is with Trump kind of bleeding some of the white suburban voters, but clearly netting more minorities in the urban areas that allowed him to presumably win this, are those new minority voters going over to other Republican candidates or only Trump? Because I'm seeing some weakness in Republican races elsewhere.
Yeah, let's see if Glenn wants to answer that after we give this election update.
Yeah, let me go to Stu first with the election update. What do you have, Stu?
Well, we have an update in New Mexico, where the state has now been called for Kamala Harris. That's 5 electoral votes. Gets her to 209. So 231 to 209 is our count right now. We also have some interesting stuff in the Senate. I know, obviously the presidential race is the top of the ticket and kind of the thing everybody's thinking about. But there's a path here for maybe 55 senators in the Senate for the Republicans. Right now, it's interesting because you look at those 3 blue wall states where we all... Right now, it looks like, these are not called, but it looks like Trump has a small lead in all 3 of them.
Would that take him to 270?
What's that?
Would those 3 take him to 270?
Yeah, he's way past.
Okay, so here, I just was with the staff out in the think tank area where everybody is watching every county and everything else. 2 of these states, Georgia and Pennsylvania, and I think Wisconsin is getting close. They're at 93%, and they're stuck at 93% of the counting. There is no reason. What I think they're doing, I just sent a note to somebody. I think they are stalling on these things because they don't want to say 270. Oh. And if they start to say, you know what, it's just too close to call tonight, we're going to start tomorrow, President Trump must declare victory. He needs to declare victory because this is, Sara just said I'm getting a little flashback PTSD here. There's no reason Georgia hasn't been called. None. Pennsylvania, maybe there's a reason. From what I understand, though, they've counted all of the blue areas, or at least the vast majority of the blue. It's really red remaining.
Nate Cohn of the New York Times said that for Kamala to win any of these 3 states, she would have to surpass Joe Biden's 2020 turnout in Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philadelphia.
And it's not going to happen.
And she's not.
It's not going to happen.
She's underperforming Biden everywhere.
He should absolutely.
We are seeing. We are getting close to the time. If they don't declare this pretty soon, we're getting dangerously close to the theft of this election.
Yes, we are.
So this reminds you more of 2020 than it does 2016 when we fell asleep and we woke up to good news.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this if they don't declare tonight on those 3 states, we're going to wake up tomorrow and they may still be counting, or it will go the other way.
He should absolutely come out and declare victory. They don't have a path. There's no point anymore.
What does that do? If he comes out and declares victory, does that change anything? How does it help him?
Actually, it further marginalizes mainstream media, demonstrates we've moved past you. Yeah. You're irrelevant. You don't get to make the calls here.
But does it affect anything?
The average person hates the media, doesn't care.
It does affect. Once you declare victory, it cements it in the minds of people. Okay.
I'm afraid it's going to cause chaos.
Well, it's going to cause chaos, but you know what
I
will
guess
call more
either
chaos?
way. Yeah.
More chaos. You know, this is why I think, didn't Al Gore declare victory in 2020?
CNN called Georgia.
They called Georgia?
CNN did.
For
Trump.
It would be shocking if they did it the other way.
Well,
Yeah,
you
that
never
would be-
know.
I know. That would be a
You never
2020
know.
flashback.
Okay.
man.
You really don't know, do you? I mean,
No.
they're watching. Who knows? I feel like if they're going to declare Donald Trump the winner, they're going to do it at like 3:17.
See, that's
a.m.
exactly
so
why
nobody
if
sees it.
they don't want to give him, it's either the steal is on or deny him a mandate, that kind of a thing. And exactly what Stu
Also,
just said, do it at 3 a.m.
Delay allows for any kind of excuse to come up, you know.
Oh,
And the
yeah.
more time that goes
I mean,
on, the
look-
more they can say, look, votes was suppressed over here, or this happened over here.
If you are a business person and you know you're dead and dead in the water, you don't want to say we're dead in the water until you've exhausted, until you've met with everybody and said, is there anything that we can do here?
Yeah.
And that's what's happening. And they have the middle of the night to do that.
I think too, there's a motivation from the media's perspective is they don't want the thing that happened to Fox to happen to them. They don't want to be responsible for that call of the big state that everyone's holding out hope for, right? Because everyone on MSNBC's audience, if they call Michigan right now, they're going to get pissed not at Donald Trump. They're going to get pissed at MSNBC.
What has to happen, though, is, and this is where it is critical for the people like you, Stu, honestly, to go and take a break, go back in and look at the counties, because you can only do that so far. You know, if you're at 94, 95%, and you still have a big blue area to count, there's reason not to call it. But if you're only looking at red counties left, that's suspect.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, I mean, certainly like Georgia, you guys just mentioned that potentially it was called. I haven't seen it yet. We haven't called it yet. But
They were watching it live out there.
yeah, okay, because
Yeah.
all the fun people apparently out in the hallway. This room is like dead. I don't know.
No.
We're the most fun. What are you talking about?
No, it's the terror of 2020. I feel like. I mean,
is.
this news coming into tonight, I feel like this room would have been like cheerful. Like there would have been like a disco ball coming down.
Oh, yeah.
Glenn would have been doing go-go dancing of some sort.
I left my boots at home.
You did. Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah.
But with this, I feel like the aura of 2020, where like there was so much hope and then it all sort of disappeared. It's sensible to be patient and wait, but it
is
like the way this night has gone has been considerably better than a lot of people expected, and there's still more ground.
We're all in our hunting clothes. And we are going hunting again for the first time with Dick Cheney after he blew somebody's face off. That's what's happening. We're all like, okay, I feel pretty good about this, but
there's a look around of just panic, right? Like I feel like there's this like whole, and like this kind of makes sense, right? Like if you really if you look back in your view on the 2020 election is that it was stolen. I don't see how you could be confident right now, right? Like there's three, he needs to pick off one of these states. They're all really close. They're all run by Democrats.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like if that is your view of how 2020 went down, I can understand there being a real terror here. And none of these states are sure things. They look good, but they're not sure things.
If they call Georgia, they call Pennsylvania, the president should declare victory. I really do. I think he.
Oh yeah.
If they cannot shut this down tonight.
We just reported that Kamala she will not speak tonight. So that just came across from our main feed.
We're getting reports. I'm just hearing in my ear. We're getting reports that Trump will.
He should absolutely declare victory.
See if he.
By the way, I did see also a report that people were starting to stream out of Howard University, where Kamala's headquarters was, and that's just a sad update now, isn't it? The only thing I want more than that tonight is to see Tim Walz look sad. I want can we get a sad Tim Walz camera? We need to send a correspondent out just to have a camera on Tim Walz's face as he turns super sad.
You know what? It's such a sad. It's sad and pathetic that I feel this way, but it's the way I feel. I want them to lose Minnesota so badly.
I know.
That would feel so good.
It would.
Poetic justice.
Yeah, I mean, it's so pathetic that I want that to happen, but I really want.
Well, they deserve that. They do. They deserve that loss.
What are the numbers in Minnesota right now?
I think it's going to go to the Democrats. It's close. It's closer than they wanted it to be, especially when you take somebody and you put them on their ticket that no one's ever heard of outside of the state. You'd think you win the state.
And if everybody loves him because he's everybody's dad and he's everybody's favorite teacher and everything else, they should have won that state by at least 10 points. At least. It's Minnesota.
Yeah.
They should have probably won it by 25 points.
And Klobuchar won easily there. There was no problem in the Senate race. It's just the president.
No, remember Amy? Wow.
She had the potential to be okay and then was terrible.
Yeah,
what I mean? Like
she
she as
throw
a person
fork
has
at a
Minnesota.
staffer? She threw a fork at a staffer or
That's
something
right,
like that.
and-
Something crazy.
And ate salad with a comb.
I wonder when we
I
start.
totally forgot about her.
When
She
do
was
we
fun to follow.
When do we start hearing the truth again about Kamala? That her staff hated her.
She was a nightmare to work with.
Tomorrow, you
I
think?
hope- Yeah, because they're going to want a distance from her because they're going to want a future in her political. Here's an interesting thought that I had a moment ago. Think about that debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden that ended Joe Biden's political career. He might have not only ended his own political career, but Kamala Harris's as well in one debate performance.
Do you think they wish they would have stuck with Biden, considering Biden outperformed how Kamala Harris is doing right now?
They may.
I mean,
Which is crazy. A comatose.
Jill must just be.
When we
her
talk
head must
about
be.
Trump declaring victory and a statement that this would make, literally stepping over the carcass of the media to go directly to the American people and claim victory. I mean, my phone blew up Saturday night because of a poll that showed Kamala Harris is going to win by 3 points in my home state. It was on all the Sunday shows. It was their marker of momentum. They all discussed it. They all pumped this poll. 94% of the vote is in my home state of Iowa. Trump is ahead by 14 points. Ann Seltzer was off 17 points. Okay? And that is, to me, that is an obituary for corporate media.
Yes.
He should step over their carcass and then maybe step on their neck and just pause for a second and squeeze really hard to take the next step, and then step over the carcass, go to the microphone, and declare victory to the American people. And that, as the ultimate, we're moving past you. Here's your red shirt. He's dead, Jim. Move on.
So tell me if he wins Georgia, and Pennsylvania, how close is he to 270?
There. He gets Georgia and Pennsylvania. I mean, he's already won
at
Georgia.
230 now.
He would technically need to win Arizona, which is head in. But if he wins Pennsylvania, he's not going to have trouble doing that. I mean, it's just a matter of him getting over that finish line, which, he's still got a little work to do. But he's in good position in all three of those states. I mentioned, Glenn, earlier quickly about the Senate, which was where we kind of started with this. The three swing states, those three blue wall Senate races, a lot of the polling showed Donald Trump ahead 4 or 5 points of these Senate candidates, but they're actually tracking much better in these races. Now, if you feel like Donald Trump's going to win these races by 2 to 4 points, potentially, McCormick is only behind him by 1 point, Rogers in Michigan only behind by 2, and Hovde in Wisconsin is only behind by 1. If you kind of look a little bit down the line, Carrie Lake is behind by 6, so I don't know that she's going to get there. But
I was shocked.
You have a real chance. And if you get those three, you're pretty much at 55 with Nebraska, which looks like it's going to come through, and Montana, which is still up in the air but also looks positive.
I was shocked that I was with Mike Lee a couple of weeks ago at a Trump thing, and Carrie Lake was there, and we were listening to her on stage. He said, out of all of them, I want her the most. And I said, really? And he said, she is a fighter. Like it, hate it. He said, she will go down swinging.
Yeah.
And we need people that are
I
swinging.
believe that.
Yeah.
He's up 6 points in Michigan with 60% of the vote.
Let me
6.
Yeah, it's crazy what they're doing right now. And think about what's happening. Let's go back to the media point. Donald Trump has made the enemy the media for a long time. And we've all remembered, we lived through 20 years of primaries where there'd be a folk hero who would arise in the Republican Party, who would take on the media, and popularity would go up, but that person could never really win. That was the routine. I mean, there was some hero who very conservative people loved, and they would directly take on the media, and the crowd would cry, but they would always drop out. Trump doubled down on that. So we can't forget this. I mean, they think that they beat him last time, and they have put themselves into this. And so if the media loses, why don't they want to show him get to 270? Because if they lose this time, they lose for real.
Correct.
They lose for real. They lose culturally. They lose in the public mind. All the elites who want to go on those shows realize their power is vanquished in front of the entire country.
Agreed.
So you have the New York Times now calling Georgia, which brings their count up to 243. Is that right?
246, I think.
246. I mean, 90% chance of win.
93%.
93.
Yeah.
And they're saying that he's going to win 302. I mean,
My analysis is that this was somewhat obvious several hours ago. I mean, Georgia was clearly obvious several hours ago. I think a Trump victory was clear several hours ago, but what Stu said a moment ago was accurate, that we have skepticism for last-minute steals. And it's not just the red mirage thing where it's like, oh, the rural counties are counted first and the urban votes, the blue votes come in later. We are nervous that there are going to be vote counts that are stopped, that there's going to be shady stuff overnight. But RNC Chair Michael Whatley posted, this was probably 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago, that they tried to stop counting votes somewhere, but it's against the, I think it was in Pennsylvania, I'd have to look that up. But their lawyers were immediately on top of that and said, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. And within minutes, that count had restarted. That's amazing.
Do you remember?
I would not be waiting. I would declare.
In 2020, I don't know if you guys even know this, I went. I don't give political donations, and I went to Washington to present Trump with a extraordinarily large check. And I said, I am not giving it to the GOP, and I'm not giving it to you for your campaign. I'm giving it to you for the defense that you are going to need, because I couldn't get anybody to listen. They wouldn't listen. You are headed toward a nightmare of chaos, and you need to concentrate on the election possibly being stolen and what comes after. This time, they're very well aware. They are very well aware.
Yeah, and a lot of people just don't know what these organizations are doing behind the scenes, but organizations like Heritage Foundation and others have been working for the past 4 years just to make sure that our integrity is actually maintained. And so, I mean, there's nothing we can do about it right now except for watch, and I do have to trust that there are people doing good work.
Yeah, Ricky, can you see, Ricky, our executive producer, can you see if we can get Harmeet on just to talk about the possibility of shenanigans going on now in Pennselsvania? Okay.
In the meantime.
Yeah, so let me quickly go to Alex. He has just gotten out of a bar where you were surrounded by Harris supporters. What was their mood, Alex?
Glenn, it is a very somber evening in Capitol Hill at the moment. And I'm not kidding. Just pan over here just real quick, Brandon. I don't know if you guys can see it, but the bars are all shut down. Everybody's closed. And normally they say on election night they're open till 2. Everybody's, partying, having fun. Everybody's in bed, crying themselves to sleep tonight. And Donald Trump, I believe, with the Georgia victory, I think it's over. But I'm not an expert to your level, but it looks like we might have won this thing, Glenn.
Yeah, I think so too. Now we're just in a really spooky area where, are they going to try to shut it down tonight and steal it? But I think
Trump won Tim Walz's home county.
That's amazing. Where they presented him with Teacher of the Universe.
He won Tim Walz's.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Alex, did you actually go to a bar and surrounded by them? What was the legitimate mood there?
No, Glenn, I'm not kidding. No, we literally went here before last call. They said that they would be open till 2 a.m. and they're closed less than 1 a.m. And everybody in there, I'm not exaggerating, all sad, all depressed. A woman was literally out here crying. We were going to interview her, but she said she wanted to get back to her kids because she was that sad. I mean, it's a very somber mood. I mean, you saw they didn't even have a vice president go and speak at her own rally.
No,
so
she
it's
just
finished.
said she
It's
won't.
over.
That's so shades of Hillary 2016.
Exactly right.
It's so true.
Love it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Hey, can we get Jill back from the Trump? I'd like to hear the difference of what's happening with the Trump campaign.
The New York
Okay,
Times
good.
has shifted it to 95% chance of Trump victory.
From?
93.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even see the 93.
Yeah.
I'm super excited because, and Liz, you talk about this all the time, but it seems like in several states, including North Dakota, people are rejecting the legalization of marijuana, which I'm like, take that, potheads. I hate
Take
weed.
that, potheads.
And
People are
I'm
sick of the
excited
smell.
about that.
I gotta
I'm
tell
sick
you,
of the smell.
I don't remember what city I was in. It may have been Washington, D.C. And walking around, it's just pot everywhere.
It's
And
terrible.
Did you know if you talk about this topic, you'll lose more followers than if you talk about any other topic?
Really?
I get the most unsubscribers when I start raging about marijuana.
Well, I love marijuana.
Look, we
got a newfound respect.
We came to
thank
Texas.
you.
We're walking by a lake, and my daughter, I'll never forget this. We've been in Texas a few years, and we were walking by this crew of guys, and they got the boom box, and they're just they're chilling, and they're playing the music loud. Yes.
1995.
Yes.
They had the yellow Walkman, too, with the
I just
earphones.
gave you a Gen X mind. They had probably a little box, right?
Okay.
A little,
Oh, like
little
a
speaker.
Bluetooth
Yes,
speaker?
like a Bluetooth
Yeah.
speaker.
Oh.
In my head, it's still boom box, so whatever. But they're
Mine
doing
is
this.
a phonograph.
Yeah. So they're walking by us, and my daughter says loud enough for them to hear, "Dad, it smells like when we go to California."
Oh my God. That's so out of the mouths of
And
babes.
she meant getting off the plane at LAX, right?
Oh,
Because it
smells like
smelled heavily.
I have to
of
tell
weed.
you, one of my kids, I don't remember which one of my kids, we were walking around and you could clearly smell it. And one of my kids was like, "Oh, they're smoking dope." And I thought, how do you know what dope smells like? And she's like, "It's all everywhere in our schools.
Yeah.
It's everywhere in the school."
That's so
That's horrible.
No, it's not a good thing.
All right. Let's see. Let's go back to Sara. We were in the middle of an interesting conversation with you, Sara, and I completely forgot what it was about. Can you refresh my memory?
Sure can't, Glenn. Sure can't. But I will say, notice the stark contrast. You guys mentioned the Kamala campaign HQ saying that, telling their supporters basically to go home, that she will not be addressing the nation tomorrow. Now, there's no word on whether that's because she's too drunk to actually coherently speak, although she never really coherently spoke to begin with. But then on the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who is making his way, reports are, to Mar-a-Lago to address his supporters. What a contrasting turn of events.
Wait. To Mar-a-Lago, because he was at Mar-a-Lago. He's having kind of more of a private party at Mar-a-Lago. Was he on his way?
He's on his way to address the
convention
supporters.
center? Okay.
He's on his way to address the supporters. According to James found several different sources that said that he was, that he's there and he is ready to address his supporters. So just an interesting turn of events because, we were having this conversation at the table. If Kamala knew that the fix was in, and if she expected that there would be some sort of overnight dump, would you not address your supporters? Would you not go out there and say, "Hey, don't worry about it. Don't give up.
I don't think
there's still more votes to be counted."
I don't think she is honestly capable of that. And I don't mean this as a harsh criticism. I think this is probably true. Remember, she's not liked by her staff. She apparently is not a pleasant person. And when you see her in the campaign, she has flashes of this. He should not ever be able to stand behind this seat. You know what I mean? She gets that nasty tone. If it's not going well, it might have been a good idea not to put her out on the stage, because I'm not sure she could be gracious losing or at least tonight. It was kind of like Hilary. I think it would have been a much bigger mistake for her to come out and say something. I've seen it before where candidates will come out and say, we don't know, but just hey, keep the faith, hang in. She's not capable of that, I believe.
Right. Well, and apparently neither are some of her staffers. James, you were reading another tweet, X post, whatever you want to call it, that said that the staffers were not saying very kind things to Fox News.
No, very hostile environment, so hostile that they could not reprint what it was that was being said to them. I mean, look, beyond whether or not Harris has the disposition to go out there.
Did you get that, Glenn?
Yeah. So her staff was talking to Fox News and they couldn't even print it?
Fox News said that it was so hostile that they couldn't print what they were being told by the Harris campaign.
Yeah, that's why she's not coming out. She's not capable of being pleasant.
Well,
Didn't Hillary
also
Clinton
you got to
throw
think
a lamp
about the amount of
something?
drinking that was done.
Sounds right.
I'm not trying to be
Sounds like something that would
hard-hearted, but any person who was set up for that kind of loss would probably be throwing them back by now tonight.
Well, especially if you're usually 4 glasses of wine into things, by 4 in the afternoon. Liz just brought up something. Didn't Hilary throw a lamp?
Am I having a false memory, or did that happen?
It was
I have no idea, but I got your back. It totally happened.
Yeah, it was
Definitely.
It was either with the Lewinsky thing or the 16 thing, or both.
Or
No,
the
I was like
Benghazi
5
thing. I
years
couldn't-
old
I
when
can't-
that.
Yeah.
Just can't
Yeah.
remember.
All right, let me go to Liz, who is out. No, sorry, Jill, who is out now at the Trump headquarters. Jill, we have seen now the Harris campaign that thing is over. They've all gone home. The bars are all closed. What's the mood there in Florida?
Well, I can tell you, Glenn, this campaign has been all about the vibes, right? That's what Kamala Harris tried to run on. The vibes are in this room right now at Trump headquarters. And I can tell you, they've gone in waves, right? It feels like they're trying to save some of their energy. They've had high points where they get really excited, and then the room kind of dies down a little. But I'll tell you what, in the last 20 minutes or so, this room behind me has started to fill up. People in the hallways have started to come in. And they celebrated Georgia going to Donald Trump, not once, but twice in the room. And people, every time, they just get more energized. But when Kamala Harris had some sad... They put Donald Trump up on the Jumbotron where he's dancing, and it's the YMCA, and it gets the room going all over again. So they have been piping in some of the Kamala Harris sad news, but I can tell you as well, I've seen more Secret Service presence in the last 20 minutes or so, so we do anticipate to see something from Donald Trump here pretty soon.
Yeah, we've heard he's on his way. Thank you very much. We'll continue to check in with you. Are you guys leaving or are you staying? Do you know? Are you leaving?
I think we're leaving.
I think you're leaving.
Yeah. Unless something happens in the next few minutes.
Okay, yeah, and I have an event out west, and I've got a 3-hour flight I have to catch tonight. So I'm going to be...
Well, our kids don't catch the memo that we were up late, so they'll still be waking me up at 6 a.m.
And then I have a broadcast early tomorrow morning, so...
So no sleep for you.
No sleep for me, but I'll be shortly leaving here. It's now 1 a.m. Eastern time in the East Coast of America, and we're expecting to hear from Donald Trump. We're still taking your phone calls, or I'm sorry, your comments online if you're a BlazeTV subscriber. By the way, we invite you to join us and become a member of the family. You'll save $47 in honor of the 47th president, who I declare to be Donald J. Trump. That's right, Stu.
That's it.
Take that.
It's done.
I'm calling it a night. Good night, everybody.
Stu was like this one lovely laugh back there.
You didn't just say it, you declared it.
I like Steve's idea, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, he's up over 200,000 votes with 93% of the vote in Pennsylvania.
I know.
What are we doing here?
You still think he wins a
What
popular
are we
vote?
doing here?
I know.
What's that?
You still think he wins a popular vote?
Yeah, I think he's going to win the popular vote, unless, unless California comes in with Venezuela-like margins, he'll win.
Here's what I'm waiting for, Steve. I am waiting for somebody with either Stu and his staff or the people in the think tank right now that are crunching the numbers. I'm waiting to see, are there any dense blue areas that remain to be counted?
So Nate Cohn of the New York Times, I think I said this a little while ago, he said on television that for Kamala to win any of the blue wall states, she would require in Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philadelphia more turnout than Joe Biden received in 2020, and that was like an hour ago.
I know. No. But I want to make sure that's what I'm waiting for, and I think, Stu, that's what you're waiting for to call it. Is you want to make sure that there are no blue pockets that they could pull out. If they have counted the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, then there's no reason that's not being called. There's no reason.
Well, New York Times is now, it's moved from lean Trump to likely Trump, and they're saying there's more than a 95% chance, very likely that Trump wins the entire election.
Okay, good. Let me go to Hilary. Hilary, what are people saying online?
Well, so you've heard what we've said here in the studio. We do want to know what you at home think. And so we asked you, do you think that Trump will be declared the winner tonight?
Yeah.
Timothy 2 said, God willing, yes, they will call it for Trump tonight. BJ Jones said, I feel better, but not sure that I can go to sleep because of the cheating possibility. Anticipation is sickening because, yes, we were also scarred from the last one. And then G. Kaba said, not a chance they'll call it. They'll find a way to weasel this on as long as they can. True. But we do have a reaction from the left. I've been seeing a lot of, I'm nauseous, I can't believe this, I don't know how to process this. But this journalist, Aaron Rupar, said if Trump wins, there will be efforts to blame Russian interference or the Harris campaign or Biden, et cetera. That's all fair. But we need to be clear-eyed that a huge swath of America likes what Trump is selling. Transphobia, mass deportation, that's what he ran on. And here we are. So I guess, he did get part of that right. And that, yes, a huge portion of the country is buying what Donald Trump is selling, because we've seen what's happened the last 4 years, every time we go to the grocery store, every time we check our bank account. So it's interesting, though, seeing their responses. I think a lot of them have already thrown in the towel, and that's why they're all leaving Harris campaign headquarters.
Thank you very much, Hilary. I appreciate it. Stu, what we were just talking about, go ahead. You have your finger up.
Do we have a state to call here? Do we have a Senate race? Can we go do that now? Yeah. Okay. So this is an important one for a couple different reasons. First of all, it's the tactic. They tried to bring an independent into this race. Make it seem like there was no Democrat. He's not a Democrat. We can now call Nebraska for Deb Fischer.
Yes.
Now, Fischer might not be our favorite Republican in the world. But the key thing about this one is it does put the Republicans in control of the Senate, 51 seats. So this is the one that puts them over the top. There is still, a Montana race that looks pretty darn good right now. There are still some good possibilities between Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, maybe Nevada, maybe Arizona. So there's still maybe more to come. But the big key is the Republicans will take control of the Senate, at least with 51 votes. They needed this one. This was one that the Democrats put a fortune into to try to fool people in Nebraska of thinking this independent was really independent when in actuality he was a Democrat.
This is the second time they've tried this. They tried this in Utah against Mike Lee, right?
Yeah.
And the second time they've done it, people are just not as stupid as they think they are. I mean, the Democratic Party is so insulting to people's intelligence that they think they could, if I'm not mistaken, it's been a couple of weeks since we talked about this guy, in depth.
Yeah.
But the guy's a socialist.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
a labor guy, tried to play it off, and he was tough on the border. He did that typical playbook.
Yeah.
Tried to make himself look like he was really independent. When in reality, it was the 1630 Foundation, Glenn. I know you've done shows on that.
Oh, yeah.
This is, George Soros money poured into Nebraska to try to fool people in Nebraska to let one slide. And while, look, I did a list at the beginning of the year of the Republicans I thought we should primary, and Deb Fischer was on it. So I'm not a huge fan of Deb Fischer by any stretch of the imagination, but once she gets through the Republican side, you got to get that extra vote. getting control of the Senate is a big deal. We know how big it is with judges. If Donald Trump does pull this thing off, which he's in very good position to do, think about the Supreme Court. This is a big moment in our country's history. Even though Deb Fischer, again, not my favorite Republican in the world, this is a big moment.
Who is the closest to retirement on the Supreme Court? You have Clarence Thomas.
He's up there.
Alito.
He's up there. Who else do?
Alito.
Yeah. I mean, this president may have the opportunity to nominate 2 Supreme Court justices. And they're going to be important because those 2 you can pretty much count on. At least Thomas.
Oh my God, and Alito too. I mean, both Thomas and Alito are really, really good. They're, arguably better than any of the Supreme Court justices that have come after them. While we've got some good results out of the Supreme Court is a lot better than it was at previous times. There's a gap there, and losing Thomas and Alito, if you don't pick A pluses, that's going to be a real problem for the conservative movement. Hopefully, we can nail those 2. But look, Clarence Thomas to me is essentially the most important person in America.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm overstating that. So I really hope he sticks around for as long as possible. But a Republican president with a Republican Senate, you can probably get somebody pretty good.
Yeah, and I think that's a miracle in and of itself. Just got word that RFK and Tulsi and others are beginning to arrive at Trump headquarters in Florida, which means they will be taking the stage. There's RFK Jr. I think he is going to declare victory tonight, which would be very, very smart, I think, on his part. It moves the momentum and just makes it harder to kind of go back. Would you agree with that?
I mean, what does he have to lose at this point? I mean, this is something where we can't see how we can't falsify, right? We can't come up with what the plan would be to say all of a sudden there's an obstacle to it and a route to his path to victory. He's 95% chance, even by the New York Times accounting right now. So why not come out and say, look, this is ridiculous. They're delaying this, but here I am.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing to me that how fragile we are as a nation. It reminds me a little bit of September 11th. You remember? By the time the plane had crashed in Pennsylvania, and then the Pentagon, or I don't remember which one was first, we all looked at each other and went, my gosh, this is so fragile. This could be over tonight. Yeah. We didn't know what was coming. And we tend to forget how fragile this whole thing is. All they need is just a little window, and they just need a narrative. And if this is the narrative where it looks like, well, everybody went to bed, you can easily whip people up into a frenzy.
Well, like you said, I mean, if they lose and acknowledge they lose, they're not going to, there's no self-reflection.
Yeah.
But the thing is, as there's a little sliver, they will all gravitate towards whatever that argument is. We know this. Tomorrow, they would all be saying the same thing, and that narrative could be established by tomorrow morning.
By the way, we are not, we're going to be with you tonight until something happens, until they either call these things or they call it a night, and we will be covering it with anything that's coming from Trump headquarters. Kamala's already called it a night. She's not going to be speaking. Everybody went home. I mean, it is it's pathetic.
It is wild.
It is really. I mean, we have we taken a minute just to recognize the history we're living tonight? I mean, we are truly living something that is going to be read about for a very, very long time. Come on in, Steve. We're sitting here witnessing, I think, a miracle. Is something that most Americans have never seen before. Most Americans have not lived through a candidate being persecuted like Donald Trump has been, and then shot and called Hitler for 6 years, and then wins an election. I mean, and a total shift of the ground.
He was exiled too, right? I mean, you were not allowed to hear him talk. That we were going to get rid of him on social media. It will be as if he didn't exist, and that that was a big part of the last few years for people. Trump had to work his way back into the news cycle because he used to dominate it through Twitter alone, and that's what we've seen come back in the last few months. He dominates the news cycle, the McDonald's, the garbage truck. He all of a sudden was back in the saddle again, and now we see this potential win. But I really hate the fact that they're robbing people right now. Right? They're trying to rob him of a victory speech. They're trying to rob us of declaring victory. And I have all kinds of things I would love to say, right, to various people, but we can't. That they're doing this on purpose.
Yeah, they did this to Joe Biden. Remember when he was supposed to speak? It was his big night. They waited until what, 12:30?
One of the positive trends moving forward, though, we mentioned North Carolina by 77 points. Wisconsin, 70% voted that only citizens could vote. Looks like a statewide referendum in Nevada that says you have to have photo ID to vote. Looks like that's going to pass statewide. So the structural responses and checks and balances. So, call people like me and I got myself defunded, the channel defunded. I've been censored so many times since that election night 4 years ago. Well, I'll say this, when they put it to the people are saying we are going to put in place the kinds of policies that'll make it so nothing that questionable will ever happen again. And I go to the interview that Rogan had with John Fetterman a couple days ago.
Oh my gosh, was that?
Where he got Fetterman to admit what would be the possible reason to have people without photo ID vote unless you were trying to let illegal aliens vote.
Right.
And Fetterman admitted there would really be no other reason to do it other than that.
That was Joe Rogan, that broadcast with both Trump and then Fetterman, was quite amazing. Imagine what it would have been like if she would have been on. She would not have been able. Fetterman, even in his condition, is better than she would have been. Stu.
Update, pretty interesting, coming from Pennsylvania. As we've been talking about for a while, it looks like Trump's looking very good there. The New York Times has been calling this, lean Democrat for most of the night, even though it looked pretty good for Donald Trump. They have just converted it to very likely Trump.
Bring him in here.
Very likely Trump. If that whole, I have not seen them all night and in most election cycles ever reverse a very likely.
What state was that you said?
That was Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Pennsylvania, that's the ballgame, right? That's it. If he gets Pennsylvania, he'd be up, according to the New York Times count, let's see, what is it, 19? So he'd be at 266 technically, but he'd still have Arizona where he seems to be leading. He just need to pick up one more state. So it wouldn't be the exact ball game, but Pennsylvania is really the one that needed to fall. You still have the other two blue wall states where he's leading. You got Arizona where he's leading. You have Nevada, which is at least a toss-up state for him. Lots of paths to victory.
You have Michigan 46 to 52, Donald Trump. Now that's 62% reporting.
What I'm more interested, honestly, excited about is Wisconsin.
Yeah, 86.
87% vote in now, and he's up by 4 points. Now
that's remarkable.
Yeah, it looks. I'm eyeballing it. You guys all watch this stuff too, but it looks to me that he's going to sweep those three states.
Yes,
and if he does that, and he gets Arizona as well. He's already won the presidency at this point, but you're starting to look at a situation where it's pretty likely that he wins maybe all 7 swing states, maybe 6 of the 7. I don't know that he goes beyond that. If you look at that next level of states, doesn't look like he's going to get Minnesota, doesn't look like he's going to get Maine, doesn't look like he's going to get New Hampshire, and none of that matters. It's just a matter of whether you want that sort of margin. And of course, then there's the popular vote that you could talk about. But these are all fringe things. None of this matters. Right? He gets Pennsylvania, and pretty much that's the ball game. And Donald Trump's your next president of the United States. We're not there yet to call it, but it is.
We're there.
Very good.
I really believe we are there. Whether they are looking to stop things tonight so they could find some votes in the middle of the night, or The more charitable is they are just denying him this victory speech tonight, trying to get everybody into night zone. So nobody ever sees that. So it's not another iconic moment. There's a couple of other things. Penalties now in California getting stricter on crimes, repeated retail theft. Remember, this is all George Soros stuff, which he was clobbered tonight, wasn't he?
Overall?
Yeah, the DA, yeah.
Yep.
But this is all George Soros stuff. It's all, again, a rejection of everything, really, that Kamala Harris stands for. Repeated theft offenses involving fentanyl, Proposition 36, which steers away from more progressive policies. That one in California. In Amarillo, which is in the Texas Panhandle, rejected a proposal that would have made it illegal to use local roads to get an out-of-state abortion. That's crazy. But it is Texas rejecting that, which I think is good. We have Harmeet Dillon on with us now. Harmeet, I'm sorry to keep you up. We are, and it's probably our PTSD from 2020. We are so close in Pennsylvania and even Wisconsin, and everything seems to have stopped. Are you concerned about this at all? I know you're not there. You've been watching over Arizona, but what are your thoughts on this?
Well, look, for one thing, here in Arizona, I can tell you I'm not being kept up by you guys. It's a pleasure to be here. We're actually still working because there is a phase of the election where you're, at the end of the day, closing down each of the voting locations. And there's tabulation and there are witnesses here. So we're actually witnessing the closing down and taking down numbers of how many vote-by-mail ballots were received today in person, how many people voted in person, how many people checked in, how many people actually voted. So that's being done. So there's a lot of math that goes into all of that. And each state has different procedures, but in some states they don't do voting in 3 shifts, and they don't do the counting overnight and tabulation overnight. In some states they do. So what's really most important is that things are frozen in place, and when they say they're not counting anymore, they're not counting anymore, and there's some eyes and ears on it when they are counting. And there was a total lack of trust on that in 2020 because states were simply violating the law and making up these new COVID procedures and then doing whatever they wanted, lying to people about it. This time around, there's been a lot of litigation about these procedures, just like it's boring stuff, but it's really important. And so I think we are in a better place. But yeah, I think a lot of voters are never going to be satisfied that it's going to be fair. They're going to view every truck coming into a city as potentially dumping off ballots because of how Democrat cities and Democrat-run states ran the elections in 2020. So that's a trust issue we're going to have to overcome by having fair counting and having everybody accept the outcome of this election, which it looks like, according to the New York Times, Donald Trump has effectively won at this point.
Pennsylvania, he is 3 points ahead with 90% counted. It looks like all of the blue areas, the heavy blue areas, have been counted. We're just getting a little skittish, and I wanted you to talk us down from the tree because I think the GOP has, maybe the first time in my lifetime, I'm impressed with the GOP.
Fox has just called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Fox did.
Yep, I was just saying that.
Let me explain this to you because I'm sitting in a room before I came here with a number of Republican data experts and election experts. It has been mathematically impossible for Kamala Harris to have won Pennsylvania for half an hour or an hour now. It's just impossible. They just didn't want to call it because it's like you don't want to say the patient is dead. The patient is dead. And I think nobody wanted to make that call, but now they have.
So, when you're looking at these other states, 4 points with 87%, Trump leads in Wisconsin by 4 points. Is the patient dead?
I think it's the same phenomenon. If anybody's been watching MSNBC tonight, I have, just to get a little bit of a tickle up my leg. It's been thrilling to see their absolute horror and equivocating over the results of this election. We're ahead in Arizona. I think that's going to be a significant, not a close. They're not going to. I don't think there's going to be a runoff here, or a recount rather, in Arizona either. And so they're in denial. I mean, the national news media went so hard, tried to sell us just 2 days ago that he was going to lose Iowa. My God, the level of gaslighting that we, the American voters, have been suffering under. And suddenly, it's the Potemkin village. Suddenly, we see behind the facade, and there's nothing there. Or the Wizard of Oz. Pick your analogy. There's nothing there. And so I think there's a lot of grieving and coping and gnashing of teeth in the national news media.
Good. That makes me feel better. Harmeet, thank you again for joining us. Thank you for everything you and the GOP are doing on this. Let's go to Jill, who is in Florida at Trump headquarters. What's happening there, Jill?
Well, we just called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump, and the room erupted just because everybody has been waiting for this moment all night long, and they finally got that. The one that has been out there, like you guys have been saying, we could call this one. We see the numbers, and it finally happened. Everybody got so excited here in the room, and now we're just really waiting for that final moment of the night that everybody really has been anticipating for quite some time, is Donald Trump taking the stage. So everybody has been just, I think, relieved now at this point, and the excitement is overflowing right now, Glenn.
It shows here I'm on Apple News, and it's showing that they're calling Wisconsin. You guys have that? They're calling Wisconsin, I guess.
Calling Wisconsin?
No. Sorry. It's not part of that. Nope. Sorry. I read it the wrong way. So their results is 247 to 214, but that it does not include Pennsylvania. How many? If they're at 247,
Glenn.
How many in
Glenn.
Yeah.
I'd just like to mention Decision Desk HQ is calling for Alaska for Trump. So Decision Desk HQ has Donald Trump at 270 electoral votes.
Yep, that gets you to 270.
Trump leads Wisconsin by 126,000 votes with 88% reporting. Again, I ask, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
He's leading in Wisconsin. He's leading in Michigan. Fox just called, and also Decision Desk called in Pennsylvania for Trump. I agree with Steve. What are we doing here?
As long as it is morning, you know what I mean, with a U.
Is it quite literally morning in America?
It's morning in America. I think if it is morning, if they are just like, we can't call it, but we gotta call it. I can understand. I can be compassionate enough to say I understand that. It's ridiculous. Grow up. But I can understand that as long as it's not. Getting hinky.
Right. Shenanigans.
As long as they're not trying to steal it.
I can add one little tidbit here for you from Ryan James Gordusky, who said deep blue states that have moved from 2020 to 2024. New York moved from D plus 23 to D plus 12. New Jersey, D plus 16 to D plus 4. Massachusetts, D plus 33 to D plus 26. Rhode Island, plus 23 to plus 13. Connecticut, plus 20 to plus 8. Vermont, plus 36 to plus 32. Maryland, plus 33 to plus 22. And then Delaware, plus 19 to plus 14. So these are the trends that are happening everywhere.
That's the Madison Square Garden rally, and that's why he's going to win the popular vote.
Yeah, but that's a double-edged
what she just
sword.
cited right there. Yep.
Yeah. What were you saying, Daniel?
No, I was just saying, so what we're seeing with the House is a double-edged sword. I got a little bit of a handle on it. It looks like Republicans are either lost or are likely to lose 6 seats, but will probably flip 3 in their own right and maybe a 4th if they win in Alaska, which I think they might. That would put them right at 218. Then they have to defend 2 in Arizona. We'll see what happens. And then they have to defend 5 in California. So it basically boils down to the California rhinos that will take about a week to know.
Well, Glenn,
I hate this.
one other side point on this, if I could.
Yeah.
One of the interesting things, and one of the reasons why I think you're seeing some gains are, this is a different election, right? Like, this is not the COVID rules. COVID rules dramatically benefited Democrats. Sending ballots to people who are at home and never would have come out to vote, never would have gone through the trouble, but just like filled it out and sent it back in since it arrived in their inbox. The fact that some of those rules went away, as they should, by the way, you should actually want to take an affirmative action to go vote. It should mean something that you actually care enough to do it. But these numbers are moving, I think, partially because some of those rules were reversed. Some red states did a good job with that. The Democrats tried to lock in as many of those as they could. Apparently, they didn't succeed with enough.
So, Stu, what are you waiting on to be able to call some of these states?
I mean, I'm ready. I don't know if we're ready with the graphics yet, but I think Pennsylvania, I'm pretty much convinced. I'm interested to see a couple of these other states, because while Pennsylvania is the big ticket, it's the one we've been talking about for an endless amount of time. We just talked to Harmeet, who was in Arizona. They still need Arizona if they don't get Alaska. Alaska has been called by some people. Looks like that's going to be enough. I think they're going to get these other states. I don't think we're in an issue, a period here where there'd be a lot of worry. Though, again, you have a lot of people who do get concerned whenever the final total doesn't go across the border of 270. What's interesting, too, is the approach from Fox here, Glenn. Fox, if you remember, in 2020, called Arizona early. I mean, their audience hated that, and they got pissed off at them. The final total, of course, wound up being Arizona winning. They, of course, don't care. It was just like an emotional moment. I think the same thing is happening with these liberal networks right now. They don't want to be the state. They don't want to call Pennsylvania. They don't want to call this thing to be over because their audience will punish them. Fox has the opposite incentive at this point. They want to call it on the early
This is from X, from Fox. Fox decision desk now can project former Trump will win Pennsylvania. Most important victory for Trump so far. He is now 3 electoral votes away from winning the presidency.
Alaska's so weird, I wouldn't be surprised if it takes a while for them to call it, though it would be shocking in this environment that he would lose Alaska. Alaska was one of those sort of stretch swing states for Democrats. They thought there might be, they may very well get another Democratic House member out of that. You've seen Democrats win, their occasionally. It's a weird state to poll. It takes a lot of time for the results to come in. But at the end of the day, you got to believe in this environment, Trump's going to win Alaska. That'll get him to 270, even if he can't pull off Arizona.
Right, and it is. I mean, that's also. What do they call the voting that they were voting on in Idaho and everything? The ranked voting.
Ranked choice.
Yeah, ranked choice. I mean, that's the only thing that makes Alaska, I think, hard to call is the ranked choice. I mean, that's what gives you, horrible results. But what is it, like 2 p.m. in Alaska? I mean, this is calling it pretty quickly.
It is always 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Alaska.
Yeah.
Yes, Glenn.
Yeah, right.
By the way, on the House, we were talking about that a little bit. One interesting breakdown here is on competitive districts. The Democrats need to win 43 of them. They've won 12. They have 31 left. Republicans need to win 27 of these districts. They've won 8. They would need to win 19 more. So, the House is just going to be tough to call. I mean, my thought was actually Democrats were going to win the House by a small margin earlier today. But who knows? I mean, I think this is going to take, as Daniel was talking about, these California districts are going to be pouring in with votes for weeks. We will maybe not even know for a couple of weeks in the House. Obviously, that would be huge, because if you can get all 3, you can actually pass, at the very least, something with only, you at least that one bill each time with 50 votes. So you're talking about maybe a tax cut. That's what Donald Trump used it for in his first term. But there's some possibilities there. And of course, as we mentioned, the Supreme Court, all you need is that Senate. And it looks for sure that they're going to get that. With a potential of as many as 55 votes, that's still in play, which is kind of incredible.
I have that pulled up.
I will say one of the things about that too, Glenn, we talked about this in 2022 going into that race, the possibility of maybe a red wave happening. And we over and over made the case that if Republicans can just if they can do well this time and get to 54 or maybe even 55 seats, which was totally in play in 2022, they would have had a chance for a filibuster-proof majority coming into this election. We must have talked about it 50 times leading up to that election. They, of course, didn't get that done in 2022. They did seemingly have a shot at it here. This would have been an incredible opportunity to, with a filibuster-proof majority, to do so much good for the country. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's going to play out quite that way, but there's going to still be a lot of opportunities to improve things here for Republicans.
Another popular vote update. Trump is still leading Harris by 5 million votes, 4 percentage points between them. Trump is, obviously has grown leaps and bounds since 2020. In Nevada, Donald Trump, I'm, by the way, hearing stage 2. In Nevada, Donald Trump leads Kamala by 3.5 percentage points, holding 51% of the vote to Harris 47.5. The difference of about 35,000 votes. I mean, this election is over.
I
agree.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to celebrate until.
No, I know, but
yes, I do think you're right, and I also think, one of the things you can do to avoid an outcome like this, if you're Democrats, is not be absolutely terrible for 4 straight years. That is one thing you can do if you want to make sure this type of result doesn't hit you next time. Don't do everything that hurts the country continually for 4 consecutive years and then run the stupid vice president of that horrible failure of a regime. That's an option. I know you threw out the actual guy who's president, even though he's still president, but you threw him out on the ticket. Maybe try not to be constantly terrible.
Amen.
Just a suggestion.
Amen. All right, let me go to stage 2. You guys have an update?
Yeah, Glenn, while I know it was noted that most of the results were in that Mark Cuban was predicted an aging lesbian, it has been 100% confirmed. But on top of that, Mark Cuban did actually post on X, "Congrats, real Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats to Elon Musk as well. Godspeed." And so you'll note, "You won fair and square" stick out pretty boldly there from Mark Cuban, who just 5 minutes ago was telling us that all women who supported Trump or surrounded Trump were, weak and stupid.
Yeah. The Elon Musk tweet that just was published, "You are the media now." And it's true. They have committed Harry on themselves. They've eviscerated themselves.
Which is why I like the idea of stepping over the dead carcass while the body is still twitching.
Yeah, I agree.
And claiming victory. That's why I like the idea.
Why are we waiting?
The symbol that it sends of just bypassing them altogether and confirming their irrelevance.
Yep.
And I understand, Trump's from an era where he's 78 years old and he can remember a day and time when Americans got together over TV dinners and got the news from Walter Cronkite and he told them what to think, right? And so for his generation, they are legacy brands. And I can understand wanting the satisfaction of having them call your name and claim the victory. But looking forward to the future, every opportunity here to say this era is over. They are not the gatekeepers anymore. And I mean, I would fully take advantage of it.
And they made it this way. They decided to make this an existential crisis.
Correct.
They decided never to speak truth to power, to never get out in front of power, and be the lackeys they are. So they chose this, and this is now time for Donald Trump to finally finish it.
I also think, I had a little birdie text me who's in California.
You have a lot of little birdies.
I do.
Do you have any humans?
It helps to live and work and do this for 15 years in the First of the Nation caucus state. Lots of birdies fly in. Yeah. But a guy knows California really well, says he thinks we'll split those California seats, go 2 and 2. So I think the conversation we had hours ago, guys, about the importance of Trump right away, putting the full weight of his brand on the scale about who the Senate Majority Leader will be. If you're not going to have control of the House, I think that's even, if it's possible, I think that's even more important now. You absolutely have to have somebody who is ideologically aligned with you as the Senate Majority Leader, period, but especially if you're dealing with a 1 or 2 seat majority one way or the other in the House?
I know that Donald Trump has made extensive plans, and they're not the Heritage Foundation plans that everybody accused him of. But I know that he has made extensive plans, and he's going to be moving quickly.
Good.
He's going to be moving
Because
quickly.
John Cornyn's probably been organizing the voice vote for his ascendancy.
Anointing.
Yeah, for probably about 5 or 6 hours now.
Yeah.
Would be my guess. All
Yeah.
right. So you got to get some people that are going to be like, I'm not going to, like what Chip Roy did, which pissed Trump off at the time. But you got to get like what Chip Roy did on, what was it? What was the name of the act with all the COVID bailouts and everything else? Or maybe it was Thomas Massey that did that, made him actually take the vote. All right. You need to make sure there are senators and the like that are like, yeah, I don't think we're going to be doing this tomorrow or Thursday or Friday. We're going to let this process play itself out.
I mean, I really think with Donald Trump coming in with this kind of a win, and the Senate, having 55 seats, 54, 55 seats, I think that sends a message too to those old style Republicans. Your days are over. Your days are over.
No, this is the equivalent of just, grabbing the puppy by the scruff of the neck. I mean, they're recalcitrant. They haven't wanted to move, but this is a beatdown. I mean, this is a message sent very loudly by the American people, and there's no way around that. Again, the wonderful thing about it is there's no way around this. You can't ignore it. There's no narrative to counter it. It's just reality sitting right there in the face, which is why they don't want to come out and acknowledge it right now.
Yeah.
And hopefully Donald Trump will.
Yeah, he will. He's going to be taking the stage. We, of course, will be there for it. Sara, let me go back to you guys.
Yeah, Glenn, we have some sort of, I guess, context for all of these House races that we are looking at. Daniel?
Sure. So, I mean, the more I look at this, I think it's a little bit of a give and take. A lot of this stuff is going to be within 0.2 of a point. I obviously think, just in terms of the ramifications, the biggest ramification is going to be budget reconciliation. This is the once a year Republicans would be able to pass whatever they want without a filibuster. So obviously, if they don't have control of the House, it's going to make it a little bit tough. One other dimension I wanted to bring into this, when Republicans win the presidency, when Democrats control a state, they tend to get more reactionary and nuttier. The good news from what I'm seeing, there is a very good chance that Republicans busted up the trifecta that Democrats have in Minnesota. They might have flipped the House, the Michigan House, and the Pennsylvania House. So that will make a huge difference in critical states. So Democrats cannot take those states even farther left. And it appears that we've made inroads there as well. So I think that's important. One other update, every single anti-crime measure that was put on the ballot, including in Arizona, life in prison for child sex traffickers, tougher sentencing for violent criminals in Colorado, repealing Prop 47 in California by 65% there. Every single one was victorious. And I really think when you look at the sweet spot in the future of trying to win back suburban voters who are bleeding, but also maintain the black voters we love that are voting for us, I think crime really is the issue going forward that Republicans need to get tougher on that.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at the landscape of things because I realize the House we're still looking at that shakeout. But, you've got News Nation that has already called it for Donald Trump. You've got, obviously, they're using Decision Desk HQ. It almost feels like if there was a play for them to stop it and somehow, well, we're on YouTube as well, so I'll just say fortify the election, okay? If there was some sort of a play, every single outlet that continues saying Donald Trump has taken it, that play just dwindles less and less as the time goes on. Each time a mainstream media outlet or just an outlet, generally speaking, actually says what we all are seeing happening before our very eyes.
Yeah, that established media has been hanging on for dear life for a couple election cycles now. Ironically, it was Donald Trump himself, his very existence, that gave them the opportunity to remain on top of the information waterfall for America. And those days now seem to be over. It's going to take some getting used to. Elon Musk said it himself, you're the media now. Nice piece of rhetoric, but lining up ever closer with reality as time goes on.
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead, Auron.
The question becomes, how do you concede to a fascist? Right? They've spent the entire time calling Donald Trump the second coming of Hitler. He's going to strip women of the vote. He's going to throw everybody in jail. He's going to destroy his enemies. He's going to, put everybody in camps. This has literally been the narrative. Kamala Harris straight up called him a fascist. What do you say? Oh, sorry, I guess we just live under Hitler now. Everybody go watch Netflix, right? Like, you are in a credibility crisis. The entire media has spent years and years saying this man is the end of America, the end of democracy, an existential threat to our way of life. And now they just say, well, I guess he's in charge. Like, you either do something radical, and it feels like there just is not a level of energy for the left to go chimp and burn things down. It feels like they don't have that. And if you don't do that, then it's just clear you never believed any of that, and you spent all of your credibility just constantly playing this Radio Rwanda for Americans, trying to get them to harm each other. That should be a death knell for the legacy media.
Which is why they need to be held to proper account, Delano, because what Auron is talking about, it's so true. They're in such a predicament that this, again, I understand Elon. I agree with him. You're the media now. I think there's just so much power in him purchasing X and using it to spread free speech. Look at where we're at now. But they need to be held to proper account for all of these lies that they spewed, for the vitriol, for the hatred, for the division that they sowed within the American population. Thank God that it looks like we're overcoming that. But they still need to be held to a proper account.
And I think the citizenry will hold them to account when CNN's numbers start to dwindle and MSNBC and all the other legacy media outlets lose influence. Because one of the things that's incredibly difficult to attain and even harder to maintain is credibility, right? And when you lose that, even as a media institution, now if there's only three of you, you can say, well, it can't go but so far. But when 1,000 flowers bloom, whether in podcasts or new media, or social media, different social media platforms, now it's like, okay, I don't even have to listen to CNN. And not only do I not have to listen to CNN, I can mock CNN. I can mock MSNBC. I can look at how patently ridiculous these people are. They don't know anything. They don't talk to real people. They lie constantly. They gaslight. They say, Kamala Harris is for free speech. And I'm thinking, well, 4 years ago, if you said COVID started in a Wuhan lab, that was a conspiracy theory. You'd get kicked off of Twitter. So I think the way that Americans en masse are abandoning these platforms, and only the most scared and neurotic and anxious, all the kids at Georgetown Public Policy School, they are probably tuned into MSNBC, biting on their nails and petting their comfort squirrels. But the rest of Americans are saying, look, I'm not beholden to you guys anymore. You guys don't have power over me. And I think that's one of the best things to come out of this election.
Yeah, I totally agree. Daniel, I know we're going to go back to the Stage 19 panel, but you have an update?
Very big update. I can't call it because it's not official, but good news on the House front, Pennsylvania 10. This is Scott Perry. Remember, most of these marginal districts are pretty liberal Republicans. Scott Perry, a former Freedom Caucus chair. Democrats really gunned for him. This is the Harrisburg-based suburban district. And Scott Perry appears to be on his way to actually holding on. So it will turn out that Republicans held every seat, will likely flip 2 House seats in Pennsylvania, and very likely will defeat Senator Casey and flip the Attorney General seat. So I must say, while we have some uneven results depending on the state, the investments that were placed into Pennsylvania going for broke there really appear to have paid off.
Yeah, so let's go back to Stu. Stu, what do you feel like? Wait, hold on. Where are you? Did Glenn?
I'm now in Glenn's seat. Glenn has abandoned the building.
Glenn left. Stu, let me just ask you, how does it feel that we seem to be the last ones standing? Anytime we have the special, Glenn bails and goes to sleep.
Yeah, Glenn's got sleepy time. This is Glenn's party animal lifestyle at whatever age he's at these days. Here we're talking about a person who was the life of the party, I think, at some point before I knew him, and now is gone immediately. It's funny to watch him because he was. It's interesting. Because I remember I've been through a lot of elections with Glenn. The first election I did with Glenn was 2000. So this is our 7th presidential election I've done with him. And I'm trying to remember the last time he was happy. I mean, it's been I guess it was 2016, kind of. I mean,
well, maybe it's because you're the black rain cloud, and you can't just let him be happy. Maybe it's you, Stu.
That's true. That's true. It's not an unfair comment, I will say. But this was a good night. I feel like there is that real hesitance among people to kind of celebrate it, but there's just nowhere to go for Joe Biden or / Kamala Harris at this point. You are at a situation where we're watching a historic moment. I mean, we've seen this only once in history where a president won an election and then came back later on and won a second term. You are looking at a president. I mean, I'm looking at the Senate here, and I was studying this as you were finishing up there, Sara.
I've got the latest votes on those, by the way, if you want.
Yeah, I mean, tell me where we're at. I have 52 if Montana comes through. But the possibility of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada all on the table right now. Arizona maybe a little bit on the fringes of that. You could be looking at 56 seats here. Steve, what do you think?
You could be. I mean, the lavest vote totals on the Senate seats. Rogers leads in Michigan, the Republican, by over 163,000 votes with 67% reporting. Hovde in Wisconsin leads by 75,000 plus votes with 88% reporting. McCormick leads in the Republican in Pennsylvania by 88,000 plus votes with 94% reporting. And then in Arizona, Gallego leads by 109,000 votes with 51% reporting. So the projection right now is Trump's going to win Arizona by about 5. Kerry Lake is running about 6 behind him right now, which would, if that trend continues, that race would then tighten considerably. So we shall see. But I mean, it looks like of the 4 I just mentioned, and as well as Montana, the Republicans are going to win at least 4 of those 5 remaining seats.
And she would be 57, right? Because 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, that would be 57. Gosh, what a missed opportunity in 2022, Matt. If they had just performed normally, we'd be talking about a filibuster-proof majority potentially right now.
Yes, but look, I mean, the story of the night is, the Senate looks better, right? That's great. The story of the night is Donald Trump just persevering over his critics, finally. I mean, I just keep going back and thinking about the last really 6 years, say, of my life and all the people I've met and worked with to really to build a movement, to work towards this moment, right, in different jobs, to find a realigning coalition. And over again, it was sort of like, no, Trump's terrible, right? He's also attacked on the right. This isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. It's driven some people that we used to know mad, right? Just crazy with TDS, et cetera. And everyone came, and here we are. This is the redemption arc. I mean, he's going to walk into Washington, D.C. with what used to be called a mandate.
It's really impressive. And I this is a dumb piece of analysis, but I'm going to say it anyway. If you get shot in the middle of a speech, you should just freaking win. Yeah. And I know that is not.
Well, I think that's what's happening.
It's what's happening. I'm sorry. When that sort of thing happens, and you have that not only just getting shot, but having that moment after you get shot, where you stand up and you say fight, fight, fight. The idea that he would lose after that, it just. There is no poetic justice if somehow Kamala Harris, who's gifted the nomination after that occurs, somehow wins that race.
And it happens in Pennsylvania, as a friend sent me earlier. I mean, what poetic justice is that, right? It happens in Butler, PA, in rural, small-town Pennsylvania, is where this miraculous moment happens, which by the way, as people pointed out, every narcissistic politician would dream of that moment, right? You can't script it in a movie. It would seem too ridiculous. It would. That really happened to this guy in PA. And I think you're right. I mean, I think that people don't talk about it because the media didn't want to talk about it. Yeah. But that broke something. And it broke an obstacle that was cultural, that was mental, that was, a block put on everyone by this tyrannical, oppressive Borg that we have to deal with. And something snapped that day.
And think about, for a second, the reaction to that moment. You have a situation where Donald Trump is shot on stage. He is then almost murdered again at a golf course.
Mm-hmm.
And their reaction to it is to call him Hitler nonstop for the last 3 weeks of this campaign.
Almost like it was code for don't miss next time.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, I came to the conclusion, what else could it be other than they wanted it to succeed next time? I don't know what.
At the very least, it is such a brazen disregard for the safety of your opponent that your will to power, your thirst for power, just has no regard for the humanity of the person you're running against, which is indicative of, again, a broken social compact where you're at the point in the divorce now where you're going to go through with it, and you're saying and doing the things to the other party that you thought of before, but you didn't because you thought reconciliation was still on the table. Right. And once it's not, now you want to be done with it. Now you want to pretend and act as if you were never married and it was the worst mistake you ever made. And you're like, you came to drop bombs. Yeah. And that's the stage of this that they are at over there now.
And think about this too, where like they also did this to RFK Jr. Right? When he was running for president, they took away his Secret Service protection. They did everything they could to try to end this campaign in a way that nobody that's sane wants to see. And nobody deserves this more than them. No one deserves this loss after they tried to convince us that we were supposed to surgically alter our children to the trans gods. All of the things, what they did with the student loan catastrophe, where they just broke the Constitution over and over and over and over again. Glenn is back.
I think they've called Wisconsin.
You're looking for your iPad. We're on the air.
I know. Well,
this is Hall of Fame worthy.
Wisconsin has been called.
Wisconsin has been called?
Wisconsin's been called.
Now,
Fox is called Wisconsin.
Fox called it. Somebody else just called it too.
Yep. I want the New York Times to call it. I don't know what it is. I want them to suffer through every one of these freaking calls.
I just
have they called
think
any of this
how
yet?
much, just think how much they hate
Oh,
tonight.
they hate it.
This is so great.
Oh, I remember. So back in 2008, we were doing the show. We're doing this very, very similar thing, except with much lower production quality. And we're in that little studio, if you remember, in Rockefeller Center.
Yeah.
And I remember we did it. Glenn did the same thing where he left before the show was over, and it was myself and Dan Andro sitting there and analyzing these results. And I remember Barack Obama winning. Obviously, he was going to win that election. And I remember walking through the streets of New York after that, going back to the hotel, and people were in the streets cheering and screaming and like, this is the exact opposite of that moment times 10.
Everybody in New York right now is that woman in that yellow coat going, yeah! It's so great.
It is fun.
So great.
It's fun. All right, are we gonna show up tomorrow?
I will be landing about 45 minutes before the show. So I do want to say this. I said this to the staff just a minute ago. You not only are witnessing history, but this staff and everybody who's on this side changed history. This audience changed history. We are now charting a new course, and it's, I think, such a clear victory. They're going to have hard time, trumping something up. They're going to have to go after him. Remember the sentencing for Donald Trump still to come. So we have a tough 72 days, but we accomplished what we set out to do. Donald Trump is the president. This is an incredible night. Now I'm going to go crash.
Okay.
Not literally.
Thank you. Try not to do that literally, especially in a plane. That's always a bad idea. It's under my chair? Oh, yeah, here we go. Glenn's iPad. Everybody,
You almost forgot it again?
All the time.
You nearly forgot it twice?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yes.
It is what an amazing night. I will say, there's another thing I want to bring up in this moment. And again, this is over, right? And I don't think there's any other path. I will wait for the New York Times. I'm going to leave this one page on my screen just to see them suffer through it. And I mentioned this a million times on my show and probably on everybody else's show, but just Afghanistan was enough. If there was no inflation, if there was no border crisis, if there was no problem with transing kids, if none of that occurred, just Afghanistan was enough for them to get thrown out of power, that these people would never, ever be anywhere near the White House again. And the fact that, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are going to get removed from that office and be hopefully, I guess you cross your fingers, you never know what they're going to try here. But if they are going to be gone, there's at least a little bit of justice that comes to all of those troops that work so hard to try to make Afghanistan into something that, an effort that we could all be proud of. So many people laid their lives down. The fact that these people would be rewarded for that was a disgrace from the beginning, and thank God it's not going to happen.
I mean, look, the next thing to talk about is, and this is why, this is just an astounding night after all these years, is the next step for those people who are responsible is accountability. And the first accountability that you'd see is get the hell out of the White House. You're done. You're fired.
Yes.
And the next step would be looking at all those generals and everyone else in that defense complex, right? With a transition team that I think is, the Death Star has been fully operational for a while, they're going to come in and say, no, we are actually going to clean house. All these kids online have this great meme about the crystals. You know about the crystals? The crystals are, we're going to put you for 10,000 years in the crystals.
Okay.
Kind of like in Superman 2 where, the bad guys are stuck in the...
Superman 2 was fantastic.
Yeah. So they're stuck in the crystals. There's many interpretations about what it means, but it basically means that's the punishment, right? Well, prepare the crystals, right? Because he is coming back. There is going to be a team with him that is going to look for accountability and that understands that accountability is needed. And there is no way out. Talk about the only way out is through. There is no way out for Donald Trump at this point if he makes it through 72 days with this mandate, but to look at those departments, those agencies, those people who have never left office, who are unaccountable, who are unelected, and to clean those agencies out. No way around it.
What I kind of see here too, as a guy that was on the front lines of the pushback against COVID, is we've come full circle on that front too. The event that destabilized his presidency, the event, a combination of his own failure and then what was done to him at the same time, and his presidency never recovered from it. And now we sit here 4 years later, and in many respects, it is a coalition. Those of us, there was all kinds of people. I saw you guys had on Jeffrey from Brownstone today. Yeah. Okay, there's this collection of a lot of us who just, Peter McCullough, who lives here in Dallas, Joe Rogan, a lot of us who didn't know each other previously, and some of us who still don't, and this cross section of truth seekers just kind of organically emerged. This loose affiliation of X-Wing fighters taking on the Death Star here to push back on that narrative. And if you look at basically the coalition that Trump has assembled, aside from the historic turnout of Hispanics, and Stu, I really think tonight the number one paradigm shift is Donald Trump winning a resounding victory courtesy of historic Hispanic turnout by running on open deportations. I think what that will do for the future of messaging on the right, it takes every establishment swamp trope we were fed since McCain, Kennedy, and when George W. Bush called us all xenophobes 20 years ago, and just flushes an entire generation. Thoughts and prayers, pour one out, Doughboy, for the GOP consultant industry. All right, they got hit hard tonight with that result. Yeah. But beyond that paradigm shift, the rest of this coalition, and if you look at the people that came, that broke late for him, that bro dude brigade, that Rogan, that is the COVID pushback coalition. And that's kind of, when a lot of us thought, and I know Daniel's still over in studio too, I'd love to hear what he says because he was involved on that with me as well. We even asked ourselves at times, because who knows, are we going to ever come out of this? We're going to have elections again, And we asked ourselves, is this like the third party? Is this like the alternative to the GOP, the uniparty? Are we actually seeing this terraform right now where Naomi Wolf, all three of us are old enough to remember Naomi Wolf in the Reagan or in the Clinton administration. I want you to hop in the DeLorean, okay, and go back 5 years, forget the 90s when she was with the Clintons, 5 years ago and say, hey, Naomi Wolf's bestie in politics is going to be the former publisher of Breitbart.
Yeah.
And look at you, and you're going to be like, how much coke did you just snort at 2 a.m.? And yet here we are. And so, and this coalition of dissenters to COVID is essentially, along with the historic inroads with Hispanics, is essentially Trump's coalition tonight, Daniel.
And Steve, I think what is astounding is probably the issue for which we were the most skeptical of Trump on, I'm actually the most bullish on now, and that's the medical freedom stuff. Look,
I didn't even mention RFK Jr.'s name, and the most obvious one, for example.
Exactly, because I think there's two issues I want to bring up that I am optimistic about. Because I think there's a lot of things I'm probably more skeptical about than some others here, but things that do not require Congress. And when it comes to medical freedom, now that we are out of COVID, and this is more of a long-term battle, this is really more about sunlight in the HHS agencies on the crap that they're putting out and the misinformation. And when RFK is this close to the point that Lutwick, who is the transition team chief, is starting to, espouse his talking points on national media, saying, "Hey, we got to look at the autism, the chronically ill." And I'm not a big fan of a lot of what Lutwick's doing on other things, sidelining a lot of Trump allies, Project 2025. But on that issue, it's very hard to see how RFK could be sidelined at this point. So I think a lot of what we want to get out of it will not necessarily require a legislative change, which would be very tough. The other issue I think we have to bring up for our listeners is January 6th. Okay, I mean, to me, I really have a lot of questions economically, whether we're going to change much, but this is a clean shot. I mean, at least we won't be locked up. And I think at a minimum, we have to, guarantee, trust, but verify. But the people that are languishing, there's now people just last week that were arrested on misdemeanor charges 4 years later. Okay, there were people that were thrown into jail after being out on bail, but they said, we can't allow you to be out during an election. While they let out murderers and rapists, pre-trial all the time. So I think that is something that is going to stop immediately, and certainly we have to make sure it does.
Yeah, and both Steve and Daniel are too much of gentlemen to mention the fact that they had a massive best-selling book about the exact topic Steve was just talking about, called
since you brought it up,
Fourth Reich, which
okay.
go out and get.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
It's true, and there was so much work that went into this. And really, I mean, you go back and you think of COVID as really a defining issue of our times. And for whatever reason, it didn't have the currency that maybe you thought it would in the primary process, right? Like, it really didn't come up as a big part of the primary process. Trump, who I think had a lot of questions from conservatives about the way he handled some of the things related to that, was able to push through, with whatever, unique thing he has. But has now, I think, become, and certainly with his embrace of RFK Jr. and other figures, Elon Musk as well, somebody who is now seen as a champion of the other side of that response. And I don't know if that's the thing that changes the election tonight, but I think it makes a difference.
It's hard to see him now, as Steve was saying, as someone who would have problems with these issues at all. Especially when you add RFK and everyone who's part of the coalition. And so, Trump remains. He never stopped. He kept going, even when he could be maddening, and he's brought in the people. So I don't even, think of all the issues right now, all the people who are going to be affected whose lives. Our own Steve Baker, right? Has a chance maybe for the government not to persecute him for having a camera.
That's right.
And
Props to Steve.
through.
You're probably not going to prison.
That's like one
let's not
thing.
bury the lead.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a party at the Baker House tonight. Yes.
He probably isn't. Trump does the right thing. He's not going to prison. He doesn't have to worry about the feds, coming with ridiculous charges. Think of all the people affected by January 6th in that way, who this will affect. I mean, there are so many things that people have been laboring under, a kind of oppression that has been hanging in the air over everyone's head for so long, right? Never mind the fact that we're not even talking about the fact that if he wins like this, right? He has won. Then all of a sudden, everything we've been witnessing in the last 3 months when it comes to the culture changing and you being able to embrace your political beliefs, God forbid, your religious beliefs and say them in the workplace, which, by the way, even right now is still not allowed in most professional workforces at the top level for the upper middle class. All of a sudden, that starts to break wide open too, because the fairy tale is done. The emperor wears no clothes.
Right. I want to say too, since we're talking about the paradigm shift when it comes to healthcare policy and public health that this could represent with this coalition, which would have a dramatic impact. I take it as a guy that I've been fat, I've been an athlete, I've been fat, I've lost weight, I've been morbidly obese, I've lost 150 pounds. So I know exactly all the talking points. I've lived this in my own life, and I know the havoc it wreaks, and then the benefit of these lifestyle changes as well. And it reminds me of 2016. There was always an alliance between evangelicals and Republicans in the modern era, but Trump took it to an entirely different level. And if you go back to the exit polls of 2016, the number 2 issue was Supreme Court appointments, judicial nominations. And he won those voters by about 25 points. That was the whole election, basically, in 2016. And remember, he had the list from Heritage of the judges he was going to choose, basically a pact that he made with the evangelical leaders. And, I'll be your Cyrus, I'll be your guy, you guys back me, and they did. And he delivered for them. He gave them the judges they wanted and gave them that prominence and overturned Roe versus Wade. And then what did my native tribe, what did they proceed to do with that political capital? Urinate it right down their leg to the point that we're sitting here, think about this, no one would have in their right minds predicted that Trump would have had a resounding victory and evangelicals would be a largely irrelevant topic to this conversation tonight. But we have been, okay? And so my recommendation would be to the Make America Healthy Again people, that Trump is granting you now. Remember, little things like when Trump then gave a voice to the right to the March for Life rally, and then became the first Republican president to go to the March for Life rally and address it. Okay, he let his platform be a place for evangelical issues to have a place of prominence, and not just getting talking points in the Republican Party, but true influence. And he delivered for them. And then evangelicals, my people, we took that influence and squandered it. Okay, and I hope the Maha people realize now you're in the position now that we were in 2016. Right? Trump is talking about fluoride in the water and all kinds of stuff, okay, that is mainstream to you guys, but a lot of people are like, what the bleep is he talking about? I brush my teeth with fluoride, this sounds kooky, right? He has taken a crowbar to the Overton window on your subset of issues and thinking you would deliver for him, and you did, okay? And I think based on how we treated evangelicals, I agree with Daniel. I think he will largely deliver. I don't think that RFK Jr. will get a cabinet appointment to have to go through a vetting process, but he'll get some kind of a major advisory role or something, okay? And I think you will get more of a voice than you ever had before, and I hope that your movement is way more prepared to take advantage when Trump honors his part of the art of the deal. You came through with me, I will now come through with you. And I really hope RFK Jr. and that entire movement is way more prepared to take advantage of the moment that you're going to get via Trump as a conduit than my evangelicals clearly were not.
And please, Trump, keep your word. Keep him away from global warming. Just no global warming activity.
I love what you said with Rogan. Got to keep him away from the oil.
Yes.
That's the liquid gold. We need that, Joe.
I like that.
Yes.
Please stick to that. Do we have footage from inside the Trump headquarters? Is that accurate? Okay. Let's check some of this out.
In your party? Well, we nominated Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, who were not from the party. So I think
is this the same?
Tonight, what happened this
right
evening
now, or
and what's happened over the last year has been described.
I mean, we are waiting for Trump to come out and speak, and we want to hear from him tonight.
Our Jill Savage just tweeted, Donald, love you, but please come out and speak.
Yes. Poor Jill. Poor Jill is out there. Let's go over to Sara and our other desk here. And Sara, this is an amazing night.
We are so back, Stu.
Yeah.
We are so freaking back. Listen, it's for me personally, I'd love to get the panel's take here, but I can't remember a time that I have felt more hopeful about this country. In my lifetime, which of course, when I'm 5, I'm not thinking about who's president and what happens in the country. But from what I can remember, I can't think of a time where I felt more inspired, more hopeful. You have this man who, this is like the greatest comeback story of all time, right? He was impeached twice. They raided his home at Mar-a-Lago. He was charged. He's 34 counts of convicted felon. I mean, you've got all of these ways that they tried to get at him. You've got him being shot in the head and another attempted assassination. And so you've got all of these things that are happening to this guy. They call him Hitler. You've got all of this darkness that we lived through with Joe Biden. You recall one of his State of the Unions, a couple years ago, it looked like he was literally standing in the depths of hell with red behind him. And he's shouting about ultra MAGA extremists. And so we've lived through all of these dark times where I seriously worried that the demonic forces would actually seize control of this country. And I didn't know how we were going to get out of it. And then you have the MAGA and Maha alliance, and you have this unity here, this coalition of these people coming together and realizing now is the moment that we need to unify and seize control of what's going on and bring this country back on track. And I'm really, really inspired. I'm really happy. Now, it might also be because I am, of course, the OG anti-vaxxer of the group here, and I have not had fluoride in my water for a very long time. So maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's just me.
No, it's not just you. I mean, look, this is incredibly exciting, and enjoy the freedom and bask in the joy. But we've talked a little bit about how the mood is a little different this time versus 2016, and 8 years is a long time, and a lot can happen in 8 years, not just to your country but to yourself, in your life, And I think that what we're feeling is the reality of the humility and the gratitude, and maybe even a spirit of repentance, recognizing that we all individually share responsibility for what happens around us and what happens in our own hearts. And sometimes that's a heavy feeling. And, that's okay. As someone who looked like the emo JD Vance meme in 2003, with the beard, but also the flat ironed hair, as that guy, I can be a little emo and I can say this is an appropriate time to feel the spiritual weight and significance of this moment that we are in. We have been granted a great reprieve, and we cannot let it go to waste.
Yeah, I myself can't wait to take advantage of all of the MAGA gear that I own. And it just hits differently now that we know that Donald Trump will be the next president. It just hits a little bit differently wearing all of that gear out. Not that I'm one to gloat, sort of.
Yeah, I've definitely been seeing more people in MAGA gear, and I think we'll probably see more of that. Not to play the stool role on this panel, I am cautiously optimistic of what another Trump term will look like, and that's just sort of my personal perspective. I disagree with Steve a little bit in terms of his analysis on what this means for evangelical voters and their influence on the party moving forward. But I'm happy about the results. But as I said, cautiously optimistic about what comes next.
Guys, speaking of MAGA gear, we've got you, okay? MAGA-or-death2024.com. We've got all of your Trump gear. Make sure to stock up. Listen, the libs called you Hitler for 4 years, literally 4 years. They called you Nazis. They called you racist. They called you homophobic. Go stock up, MAGA-or-death2024.com. It's the least we could do for them. Auron.
Yeah, it really does feel like Donald Trump was going through a story arc, that he had a rendezvous with destiny, that it was simply not over and there was more to do. And so in this moment, it's good. People are excited. They should be. This is absolutely a moment of celebration. However, one thing conservatives always do is a president gets elected and then they wash their hands and they say, let's go back to whatever we were doing before.
Right.
And what we learned from the last Donald Trump presidency is it's not just sitting in the executive office. The executive branch did not obey Donald Trump. The military did not obey Donald Trump. There is a wider power base inside the United States that was not subject to Donald Trump the first time. Now, obviously, this time around, his transition team is much more aware of that. J.D. Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, other people have been talking about the administrative state, the need to dismantle these things. But think, the FBI is still exactly what it was before. It still hates you. It still wants to spy on Catholics. It still wants to imprison people who are protesting the wrong things. These are still the same people. And unless the Trump administration is ready to go in there and dismantle these things, unless conservatives are ready to hold these people accountable, then the win itself is not enough. There has to be more.
Now, before Daniel becomes the stew of stage 2, which I called him stew, before Daniel becomes the stew of stage 2, I would just like to add to that point. I don't disagree with you, but let's add into all of this what Donald Trump has experienced when he didn't clean out the deep state, right? Which I think would be impossible because, as he's mentioned, he had only been to Washington, D.C. a couple times. He didn't know anybody. He really had to just trust the leadership that was placed in front of him. Obviously, that didn't work out well for him. But I would think after 91 indictments, being impeached twice, being shot, I would think that he has learned the lesson now. He understands what time it is, and he understands the task that is in front of him, Daniel. Don't you dare bring me down. Don't you do it.
Okay, well, first, just to preface, we defeated every bad measure in South Dakota. Pot, abortion, land grab, ranked choice voting, trying to see if any other ones. So that's some good news there. Wanted to preface it with that. You have to verify, don't hope. I mean, Auron's point is, I think, exactly what we're here for at the Blaze. I have never seen this much intensity from both conservative, talkers, media, but also with just rank and file friends, neighbors that are Republicans. Daniel, how many seats do you think we're going to win? Oh my gosh, what's going to happen? And, this occurred right around the time of the World Series. And everyone's excited about that too. But then the minute the Dodgers won, I mean, if you're a fan, you're very happy. If you're a Yankees fan, you're upset. But then it goes away and there's an off season. This is not the off season of politics. This is the on season. This was the recovery of possession of the ball. But now you got to make the plays. And look, we're going to debate over what happens with the House. And even if they have the House, they'll say it's a narrow rhino majority, so they can't do anything. But just from what we've been covering, Republicans have a tremendous amount of permanent residual supermajority status in about 23 states. We shouldn't be talking about Florida all day, every day. The other ones need to be doing a lot of this stuff. A lot of things that we're not going to be able to get passed through Congress economically, on immigration enforcement, a lot he should do executively, but a lot of these things, there's no excuse for not doing it there. And there is no excuse for not having the same intensity headed into the 2026 primaries. And I know we don't want to hear about that, but that's coming around. Hey, is this rhino going to win? Hey, what's the polling look like? We need that same degree of intensity. Otherwise, we're going to continue to repeat the same cycle. I'm not 40 yet. I'm going to stay 39 forever. But I see people twice my age in this business, and they don't learn new tricks. It's the same BS every time. Right away I could think of, we need to make sure the lame duck session, they don't do any bad things. Trump should call upon them, pass the CR into March. I will finish the next year. We have the Green New Deal and the transportation bill and Ukraine funding. There's hundreds of billions of unspent funding. Executively, he could impound that. And I'm just throwing out a few things that he could do right away. We need a movement calling those plays. If we do, Trump tends to respond. If not, well, some of these new coalition partners will have their say.
Yeah. Do we have another MSNBC wellness check? I think that we have one of those. Oh, no, we don't. We're still waiting on that. But as you can imagine, MSNBC and CNN, they're having a tough time, I would say, a very tough time tonight. They couldn't imagine that more than half the country would actually elect someone that they had painted for so long. I mean, literally 4 years, or was it 5? When did they start all of the racist, homophobic, fascist, literally Hitler. I mean, maybe it was 5 because we were talking about what, 2015 did it start? I mean, remember, 5 minutes before that, they loved him and they were singing about him in rap songs. And
Bush was Hitler too, remember?
Well, right, sure.
I mean, it's been going on forever.
Well, Cheney was too until he wasn't and endorsed Kamala. Remember that?
There.
Yeah.
Can we take a moment to dance on the grave of the neocons? Can we please enjoy that for a moment? Remember, so many of these never Trumpers moved to the Democratic Party and debased themselves to support Kamala Harris. The Bulwark crew were laughing about the neocons taking over the Democratic Party just a few days ago and how successful they were at shifting parties. Liz Cheney, they had the entire Democratic Party excited about installing the Cheneys back into power. They expended all of that. They did all that shifting and they lost. And how glorious is that rejection? And one of the big tests of Trump and the incoming administration, if this hopefully continues, is will they stand up on things like Ukraine? It's going to be really easy for them to come up with some excuse as to why they continue that funding, why the slush fund keeps going, why we continue to fund the war machine. It stops. It needs to stop now. We need to hold this accountable.
And to put a finer point on that, I think that's a terrific point with Ukraine because, again, going back to my teenage years, I was so excited. 2004, yeah, this was great. How many seats? Oh, man, we have a great majority in the Senate. Oh, whoops. I mean, I'm just going to say, David McCormick, Mike Rogers, huge neocons, by the way. Huge, huge neocons. The chairman of the Armed Services Committee, when they take over the majority, will be Roger Wickerbasket from Mississippi. We tried to defeat him in a primary. Trump endorsed Wicker. But the point is that he is extremely passionate about Ukraine. I'm not saying that's we're lost. It's just we have to be guarded and assert ourselves early and often.
Yeah, I wonder if Adam Kinzinger is crying at this point. I tend to see him get a little bit emotional. Delano, I think to Auron's point, it's so important. It cannot be overstated that, we call this the MAGA movement, Make America Great Again, whatever you want to say. But really, this is about America first. Right? This is about putting America before you start sending money, any more of our money to Ukraine, after the billions that they've already sent. This is putting America first before you keep funding two sides of a conflict, both sides of a conflict, right? This is about putting America first is really what this election was about.
Yeah, absolutely. And Auron mentioned Ukraine, and I also think there are some voters MAGA voters, America First voters, who are also skeptical about the government's relationship with Israel, right? Yeah. And they are saying, no, none of the foreign wars, none of the foreign conflicts. It's not, we don't want to pick and choose which countries. It's just like, no, when we say America first, we mean America first. That doesn't mean America only, now and forevermore, but we need to clean up our own house and take care of our own people. Now,
that's right.
What that looks like, because I think on one hand, people will say that, but then there are also some of those voters who will say, if you see social spending going in certain directions to certain programs, well, we also don't want to, do soft socialism on the right as well. So how that tension plays out will be interesting. But I wanted to bring up something else, Sara, because I know there's been a lot of ink spilled this election on the voting patterns of black men. And yes, according to the NBC News exit poll, Trump got about 20% of black men, so a little lower than what I predicted, 25%. He got 54% of Latino men and 45% of Latinos overall. For comparison, in 2020, Trump got 36% of Latino men and Biden got 59%. And in 2016, Trump got 29% of Latinos. That is a monumental shift in 2 election cycles. And one thing I will say, credit to my Latino brothers and sisters.
Wow.
They have been building this muscle. And it seems small, but the resistance to the Latinx trend that is almost exclusively among college-educated people, pushed largely by white progressives and their Hispanic peers. No, you should call yourself Latinx or Latinx or Latinx or however it's called. And what you saw in some of the data from Pew is that the more people were exposed to it, the less they liked the term. And I think what happened is, again, you build that cultural muscle, and I think you see it exercised in this election.
So I believe that we have Donald Trump taking the stage right now, set to address the country. Buckle up, America.
Fun. Take a chance.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
to speak, address the nation, I just want to remind all of you to subscribe to Blaze TV. We've got a really special surprise coming up for you guys, so don't miss it. Stay tuned in, but subscribe to Blaze TV, because guess what? It's not going to get any better on mainstream media, where Rachel Maddow or Chris Hayes or whoever the hell that person is trying to deliver you fake news. Make sure to subscribe to Blaze TV. We are here to give you the truth, and you can do so by using code 47. Of course, officially celebrating Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States. And it will also give you $47 off, which happens to be our greatest promotion. So make sure you take advantage of it. 47 over at blazetv.com. Now, stick around, because we've got a special surprise coming up after we hear from our next president, Donald J. Trump.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance, because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? I've said, go into the enemy camp. And the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. He spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. He sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. and it came down, and you saw that fire burning, and I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down there. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him arenas because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's like on an exercise.